put something, if you put like a something on top of them, it will hold, you know. I think it's
tight. As tight as it can go. Yeah? Let me see. Yeah, there we go. Perfect.
That's right, yeah.
Yeah, it's worth it. Yeah. Oh wait, shit.
What's wrong?
No, this camera's on the other way. Turn it, come up, bring it off again. Yeah, I just realised it's not gonna work out. Put it on this one. Put your one on here. Yeah. And the other camera, because both of our cameras are facing the same way. Got the scriptures, yeah? Start with Exodus chapter 7, isn't it? Exodus chapter 7. Holy God. Fuck.
Chapter 7. I was gonna read now, yeah? Oh,
Shalom, who praises be unto Yahweh, Yahshua, Yahushai, Ba'ashem Rekakudash. Double honors unto the elder apostles, the great millstone, and the elder bishops. Salutations unto the Archim who continue to push the word in truth and in sincerity. Shalom. There's another camp there. We're out here to push the word of Yahweh Hashem Yahushai, or Hashem Machak. You know, the end of the world, prophecy, and we're going to get into it, man. So, there you go.
Yeah. Exodus chapter 7, reading from the top. And the Lord said unto Moses, See, I have made thee a god to Pharaoh, and Aaron thy brother shall be thy prophet. Thou shalt speak all that I command thee, and Aaron thy brother shall speak unto Pharaoh. And he said, the children of Israel out of, and Pharaoh, and he sent the children of Israel out of his land. And I will harden Pharaoh's heart, and multiply my signs and my wonders in the land of Egypt. Yeah, that's well known in the what comes to mind is the movie Yul Brynner, when he hardened his heart.
The Ten Commandments.
Yeah, that's it. The Ten Commandments. Yul Brynner played the haughty Pharaoh very well, because he's got that rulership mentality, that kind of like stubbornness. And his heart was hardened. So, oh yeah, there's another part he plays very well, Anna and the King, or The King and I.
Yeah.
I think Yeah. So he's a very good actor. Well, I believe he's a Jake.
Yeah, you brothers a Jake.
So, yeah, and I will harden Pharaoh's heart and multiply my signs, my wonders in the land of Egypt. But Pharaoh shall not hearken unto you, that I may lay my hand upon Egypt and bring forth mine armies.
So there goes free will. The Lord already told Moses that Pharaoh's not going to listen to you, bro. Pharaoh's not going to listen, and to harden his heart so that he doesn't basically let the Israelites go when you command them.
So I will harden Pharaoh's heart and multiply my signs and my wonders in the land of Egypt. That's Exodus chapter 7 and 3 now, but 4. But Pharaoh shall not hearken unto you, that I may lay my hand upon Egypt and bring forth mine armies and my people, the children of Israel, out of the land of Egypt by great judgment.
Yeah, so that's it, man. By great judgment. And the Lord hardened Pharaoh's heart so that he could bring great judgment upon the land of Israel, so upon the land of Egypt. Okay? Because guess what? What if Pharaoh just said, alright, cool, on the first go around when Moses asked, let the people go, and he said, alright then, go. Then there's no judgment, man. He would have got off scot-free for having us in slavery for 400 years. So the Lord hardened his heart so that there was a reason to fuck Egypt up. And therein lies the word indignation. The Lord's indignation was upon the land of Mount Zion, which means bitter bondage, Egypt, man. And he hardened his heart so that when he fucked them up, it was justified, man. When he messed up their water systems and their irrigation system, when he messed up their barns and their increase, when he messed up their children, the firstborn, it was justified, man. So the Lord actually hardens the hearts of these fucking pricks throughout Earth's history and rulerships and leaderships, so that when he does judge them, it's justified. Why? Because of the controversy of Zion. That's why the scripture says there's no new thing under the sun, because it's pretty much the same story being replayed in various kingdoms and different time periods, man. Oh, man.
And Egypt shall, 6. And Moses and Aaron did as the Lord commanded them, so did they. And Moses was 80 years old, and Aaron 83 years old, when they spoke unto Pharaoh.
Yep.
And the Lord spoke unto Moses and unto Aaron, saying, When Pharaoh shall speak unto you, saying, Show a miracle for you, shew a miracle for you, then that shall say unto Aaron, Take thy rod and cast it, before Pharaoh, and it shall become a serpent.
Yeah, that's why the scripture says, as Egypt with plagues as before, because it was predestined, man. The Lord already told Moses before you even got into Egypt, this is what's going to happen. Pharaoh's going to say unto you, will show a miracle. So when Pharaoh actually told him, which was his stepbrother, stepbrother, you know, because he left Egypt anyway, right? He already knew what would be said unto him. Show us a miracle. So the Lord said, all right, when he does say this to you, this is what you say. God, what you do, God.
And Moses and Aaron went unto Pharaoh, and they did so as the Lord had commanded. And Aaron cast down his rod before Pharaoh and before his servants, and it became a serpent. Then Pharaoh also called the wise men and the sorcerers, now the magicians of Egypt.
Yeah.
They also did in like manner with their enchantments.
Which shows that Satan has power to a certain degree. Because those Egyptians, they're worshipping their gods, you know, Horus, Hotep, Amun, Ra, all these different false deities. But even though they're deities, they still have a level of power to them. So all you niggas in this day and age that's involved in Egyptology and Kemet, you're actually fucking witches, man. That's why you're gonna get put to death. Because they actually, it worked, bro. You had the magicians and the soothsayers and stuff, and they did their chants and their prayers, you know, in their fucking language, you know, Kemetic language. And when they threw their staves down, there was two of them, it actually fucking became a snake, man. It became a serpent, which shows that they were working with familiar spirits. That Hamite shit, man. That familiar spirits. They were doing their chants, throw a potion, do this, do that, and they threw the stick down, and it became a fucking serpent, man. So all you niggas, Sarnetta, all you fucking clowns, man, you know, debate this, debate that, you niggas are into witchcraft, man. Because the same gods and lifestyle, alright, you're worshipping and aspiring to, back in Egypt, it was actually banging judge. It was working, bro. It was fucking working, man. So they threw their sticks down. Was it Janus and Jambres, man? And their sticks became serpents too. Which shows that they were working ultimately with Satan, man.
Worshipping the ancestors, same thing.
What's
his name? Tariq, he doesn't hide it. He said he does that. He believes in all that words. And Omar Johnson, worshipping, and they say they have an old. They tell you. We have an old we worship with African music business.
Fuck Omar Johnson, man. You know, black community, going up on Charlemagne and the Breakfast Club. You know, black community, and if we just get together and we invest in our own communities, you know, the economic output will be there. Fuck you, nigga, man. Fuck you, bro. Because you're into witchcraft, man. Go, bro.
Yep. And he hardened Pharaoh's heart that he hearkened unto them. 13 now. And he hardened Pharaoh's heart that he hearkened not unto them as the Lord had said. And the Lord said unto Moses, Pharaoh's heart is hardened. He refused to let the people go.
Yeah, why? Because the Lord Yahweh hardened his heart, man. That's why the scripture says the Most High ruleth in the kingdom of men. If you got a stiff-necked, hardened heart of a ruler, guess who made him like that? The Lord. You got people that fear Putin. Let's bring it to today's speed. You got people that fear Putin. You know, oh yeah, Putin. Now they put a warrant out for his arrest. That's not gonna fucking happen, right? But they put, you know, everyone fears Putin. Yeah, Putin. Who made Putin how the fuck he is? The Lord. You got the likes of Donald Trump. He was in office. Nero. That's him, bro. You know. Even on a sloppy, stupefied state. Sleepy Joe Biden. He's in office right now. Who the fuck made him like that? Shaking people's hands and, how you doing, buddy? Yeah. And if we just, it doesn't matter anyway. Yeah, he going up there and fucking embarrassing himself. You made him like that, the Most High.
Yeah.
So when it came to Pharaoh, who hardened his heart? Yahweh. Because the Most High ruleth in the kingdom of men. Go, bro.
15. Get thee unto Pharaoh in the morning. Lo, he goeth out unto the water, and thou shalt stand by the river's brink against he came. And the rod which was turned to a serpent shalt thou take in thine hand. And thou shalt say unto him, Thy Lord of the Hebrews hath sent me unto thee, saying, Let my people go, that they may serve me in the wilderness.
So that's what Moses said. Moses went up there to Pharaoh and said, Go to the Hebrews, Yahweh, said, Let my people go.
And shalt say unto him, Let my people go, that they may serve me in the wilderness. And behold, hitherto thou wouldest not hear. You said it, read that way. Hitherto. Yeah, and behold, hitherto thou wouldest not hear. Thus saith the Lord, and this thou shalt know that I am the Lord. Behold, I will smite with the rod that is in mine hand upon the waters which are in the rivers, and they shall be turned to blood.
Yeah, so the Lord is bringing the curses, man. The Lord is bringing the curses. Now, I'll bring it up. The reason we're going into this is ancient Egypt is because we're at the end. Just back then, we were at the end of our 400 years in captivity, our slavery. Now we're at the end of this captivity and this slavery. This is the book of 2nd Ezra, chapter 15, verse 11. But I will bring them with a mighty hand and a stretched out arm, and smite Egypt with plagues as before, and will destroy all the land thereof. That's a prophecy for now. 2nd Ezra 15 and 11. The Lord said he's going to smite Egypt with plagues as before. So what the hell does that tell you, man? That the landmass of America is Egypt, man. That's what it is, bro. The landmass of America is Egypt, man. And the scripture said that the world has drunk of the wine and the wrath of America, basically, of Babylon, man. Spiritually, Egypt, Babylon, Sodom and Gomorrah, man. Okay? So it's the same thing now, man. It's the same thing now, bro. So the same plague, the same way Yahweh, Ba'ashem Yahushai, visited ancient Egypt, it's the same way he's visiting this world now. Go, bro.
So back to Exodus chapter 7 now. And 17. Thus saith the Lord, in this thou shalt know that I am the Lord. Behold, I will smite with the rod that is in my hand upon the waters which are in the rivers, and they shall be turned to blood.
Yeah, so geographically the slaves, the Israelites, we lived in the land of Goshen. Okay? But for the rest of Egypt, their water was turned to blood. Now the movie, The Ten Commandments shows you that very well. That was a well put together movie, man. You know, they put their priests, their soothsayers, their priests, right? And they were doing their prayers, and they had a jug of water, and they did their prayers to the god of water, right? And they poured the fucking water, yeah? And when they poured the water came out pure, and then it turned to blood, man. And they dropped the pot because their gods weren't working. Their rivers were blood, the sea surrounding Egypt was blood. It was like the Gulf, because it was two Gulfs. Alright? See, GMS, we get into it, bro. We get into cartography, we get into maps, we get into everything, man. As we've been taught from our elder apostles and elder bishops from down. You had two Gulfs that led into the Red Sea. The Gulf of Akbar and the Gulf of Suez. So when we crossed over the, when the Lord parted the sea, it wasn't actually the Red Sea, it was one of the Gulfs. And it was the Gulf of Suez. Alright? So they would have had the two major Gulfs, Akbar and Suez, which both led into the wider body of water, the Red Sea. Okay? So when they went to their rivers and their canals and the Nile and the open sea, the water turned to fucking blood. Do you know how traumatic that is, bro? Imagine you try to go river to bathe, because women used to do that, or you trying to draw water to drink or to wash clothes. Oh, look at this fucking clown. It's spiritual.
Yeah, you're in the spirit, man.
I'm kind of sensitive to the spiritual.
You're in the demonic spirit, left hand side.
Fuck. You got clowns.
You're going to start seeing more of them.
Yeah.
Remember, it's a time of revelation, time of revealing.
You got clowns walking past the camp in all kind of attire, makeup, costumes, man. You got demons on you.
Yeah, Lamentations as well. Lamentations 4:21. Rejoice and be glad, O you, which represents Edom, the people there, you know what I mean? But old woman of rejoice and be glad. You're gonna the company, our company. Shall I get that? I'll get that. Lamentations chapters 4:21 says, rejoice and be glad, O daughter of Edom, that dwelleth in the land of Uz. Thou cup also shall pass through unto thee. Yeah. So they're rejoicing right now, and they're coming out, showing their true colours. That bashfulness about their worship, left hand side, as the brother just mentioned, the young man just mentioned, that they're coming round, walking round now, and they're showing their devil horns, and they're wearing devil horns on their head.
All that these fucking spirits out here, man.
And the colours, the black represents grunge, the grunge colour, because that grunge is they're grungy, dingy, grungy spirit. Especially when you see them pale ones. They're the grungy ones. So rejoice and be glad, O daughter of Edom, that dwelleth in the land of Uz. Thou cup also shall pass through unto thee. Thou shalt be drunken and shalt make thyself naked. Which we know that goes back to showing their private parts, exposing themselves on the spiritual tip. But also, they do that. They do that, man. Anyway, on the way here, one woman, what is she? She weren't wearing nothing, man. And some of them, it's like bloody hell, they don't give a shit. Shall make that, so they expose themselves really spiritually, showing their true colours. So, let me carry on. 22. The punishment of thy iniquity is accomplished, O daughter of Zion. So, the daughter of Zion, that's us. A wife, spiritual wife of Yahushua. Potentially, well, we're even now. So, the punishment thine of our iniquity is accomplished. So, we're coming to the end of our punishment. The end of it's been accomplished. And all through the transatlantic slave trade, we was in the heat of it. All the tribes we know went through it in their own way. The punishments. Deuteronomy 28 goes into all of the punishments. But we're coming to the end, man. And I think yesterday I was talking about sometime in the week. I saw these Edomites going in, man and woman, husband and wife, literally wanting to kill each other. They were at each other's necks, literally, and the language, man. So this is because their punishment. We're at the end of our punishment, and they're at the beginning of theirs. And I will no more carry thee away unto captivity. I touched on that already. That has been accomplished. The hardcore chattel slavery has been accomplished. We're now under it now on another level, on a more lighter level. But it's still there though. But it's not. We're not totally released. Obviously, when the whole way Yahushua come back in the chariots, that's when our accomplishment will be fully our punishments will be fully accomplished. Abaratazah, we will make it into the chariots. He will visit thine iniquity, O daughter of Edom. He will discover thy sins. Yeah, so that's why we brought out the precept when those Edomites went past, showing themselves, showing their true colours. We're going to see more of it, and that's Daniel chapter 12. at the end of time, the knowledge shall increase. So the truth is going to be more and more, come out even more and more and more. We're hearing about the truth sayers, the so-called truth sayers, or the whistleblowers. So Edom will discover thy, so the daughter of Edom, he will discover thy sins. So we're coming to the end of ours and the beginning of theirs. Right at the brink at the beginning of theirs. Their sins. Their Deuteronomy 13:7. The curse is going upon them. Back to where we was, yeah?
Exodus 7.
Yeah. Exodus chapter 7, back to 19. I'll read 18 again. And the fish that is in the river shall die.
Yeah, why? Because the rivers will fucking turn to blood. Fish are made to survive in the atmosphere of water. But if it's turned to blood, then obviously they're not going to be able to live under that, so they die, man. And when fish die, they float to the top. You ever had goldfish, man?
Yeah.
You know, I used to have when I was a kid, you had goldfish.
Yeah.
You know, fucking goldfish, and a couple of weeks later they die, and they float to the top sideways and shit. You know? Short lifespan. So the fish was coming to the top. Yeah, they were dying, bro. So the fish died, the water was blood. Keep going.
Die, and the fish that is in the river shall die, and the river shall stink, and the Egyptians shall loathe to drink of the water of the river.
Yeah, because fish already have a pungent smell. You know, we eat fish, the lawful ones, creatures of the sea. You know, it has to have fins and scales. If it doesn't have fins and scales, then you can't eat it, man. So no lobsters, you know, that's the dietary law. No lobsters, no crabs, no catfish.
Man, can I give you a little testimony quickly? So I remember, obviously before the truth, I was hearing about catfish because I was watching some of them food. I used to like some food programs more so, and they said catfish. That's I think it's Moab or Elo, one of them. But when I went to try and eat that, cook it up and clean it up and everything, the fucking thing, I literally threw up. I threw up. That was the Most High, man. That was the Most High telling me, no, don't even try it. I didn't even eat a quarter of it. I ate about one taste of it, and it just made me feel sick, man. I had to take the thing and throw it out the yard. And I tried. I also tried shark. Shark fuck up my tonsils and shit.
What you do eating shark, bro?
You back it out.
I'm joking, man.
No, but I'm saying.
No, but you know who likes that? From the islands, Bajans, Barbados.
Yeah.
They fucking eat shark, man.
Yeah. No, I bought fish head because there's certain fish head you can make real nice, potent, fucking healthy food. But anyway, I tried it. Yeah. Right, and that when I tried that fucking made me sick for about 6 weeks.
Oh man.
And I literally fucking died. I ain't even gonna lie.
See, because why? They're not fucking lawful to eat, man.
So anybody listening, don't even
fucking eat it.
You should be doing it anyway.
Shrimp, you know. You go in these restaurants on the fucking menus, calamari. You know, you fucking demonic women. What are you doing, women? I'm a woman, yeah. I want calamari as a starter. They didn't bring that shit to the table because you basically, man, that shows you don't even have rulership over your women, bro. I told that bitch, don't eat that shit, man. Don't eat no fucking calamari and squid, you know, nah, it's a starter. I want it. You know, fucking waiters bring calamari to the table, stinking like shit.
Oh no.
And then their stomachs get fucked up. Oh, man. And what the fuck do you expect, bro? It's forbidden in the dietary law. So when the fish died, you know what? Come on, bro. We all been fish market. We all been to the fish. Fish has a very distinct smell anyway when it's fresh. How much more when it's dead? The fucking fish died because the water turned to blood, and when the fish died, we just explained it to you, it rises to the top, man. So you had dead fish floating in a sea and rivers of blood. That's the terror of the Lord, man.
When you buy fish, always, obviously, there's people that know this, but I'm not talking about them. You smell it, and then you know whether it's gone off or not. Because you got
Yeah.
everything's dodgy now, and you look into the eyes to see there's supposed to be a certain like look in the eyes. If the eyes are dull, like glazed over, that fish is not they shouldn't be selling it.
Eat that shit.
Should be selling it. So just to make the little points about eating good food that is lawful, but also make sure the food is edible as well. Because you've got a lot of these flipping cowboy sellers out there trying to make you sick. And that's the issue of throwing the kitchen sink at you, man. You know we have to eat our default food, but use your discretion with that. Don't put a blanket over it. Oh, we got to eat our default food, so we don't have to eat anything. No, you don't. You want to be healthy to get to camp. So 19, and the Lord spoke unto Moses, saying unto Aaron, take thy rod and take thy rod and stretch out thine hand upon the waters of Egypt. The Most High made that. He said, you had enough. He made that smash. Out thy hand upon the waters of Egypt, and upon their streams, and upon their rivers, and upon their ponds, and upon all their pools of water.
That's Aaron, right?
Yeah.
Yes, the Lord said, you see, Moses, see, Moses didn't really do much talking. Alright? Let me say something, bro. You guys, you niggas, I'm in that spirit today, man. I'm in that spirit today. I'm in that fiery spirit, man. Don't get damn, man. Well, you fucking niggas, man, that come into the truth and think it's about, the Lord showed me, I'm the top man. You fucking dickheads, man. Men at the top really didn't say too much. Moses didn't even speak too much, bro. More time the Lord told Moses, and he said, speak unto Aaron and his sons. So who was the ones that was really doing the talking in front of the nation? It was Aaron and his sons, man. You fucking dickheads want to come around and pricks, bro. Moses didn't even talk too much, man. How about that? He weren't too good at Hebrew. If you want to get into it, man. He stumbled his way through it. So it was really Aaron and his sons through the line, his son, the predominant son and line through Eleazar, who really did the talking to the nation, bro. How about that? Moses didn't even though he was the head guy, he didn't even say too much, man. These niggas want to be talking this shit, man. Fucking top lip slapping is talking, man. The head guy of Israel didn't even say too much, man. It was really Aaron that said stuff because it was told of him. How about that, man? So anyways, Aaron, he stretched forth his staff in his hand over the rivers. Go on.
Yeah. Take thy rod and stretch out thy hand upon the waters of Egypt, and upon the streams, and upon thy rivers, and upon their ponds, and upon all their pools of water, that they may become blood, that they may be blood throughout all of the land of Egypt, both in vessels of wood and in vessels of stone. And
even water you had stored up in stone pots, clay pots, that became blood. Go on.
Stone, and Moses and Aaron did so. And as the Lord commanded, and lifted up the rod, and smote the waters that were in the rivers in the sight of Pharaoh, and in the sight of his servants, and all the waters that were in the river were turned to blood. And the fish that was in the river died, and the river stank, and the Egyptians could not drink of the water of the river, and there was blood throughout all the land of Egypt. You mentioned the river of Suez, the Jordan River, and what's the other one you mentioned?
Well, you had in Egypt.
River of Suez,
you had the main body of water, the Red Sea.
Yeah.
But the two canals that led to it was the Gulf of Akbar,
Yeah.
and the Gulf of Suez.
Yeah. So their livelihood was with fishing, and obviously the water. You drink water, innit? The water has to be fresh, man. So that would have been like that's like a blow below the belt blows, when you hit them where it hurts in the pocket, the livelihood, and that was Moses and Aaron, which was instructed to do that by from on high, man. So that would have been. Let me just carry on. And the fish was in the river, died, as it says there, and the river stunk, and Egypt could not drink of the water of the river, and there was blood throughout all the land. Right, throughout all the land. So their livelihood was affected big time. That was a heavy blow to them. 22. And the magicians of Egypt did so with their enchantments, and Pharaoh's heart was hardened. Neither did he hearken unto them as the Lord had said.
That shows you the Lord put a heavy spirit of disobedience and rebellion upon Pharaoh. Even with the water turned to blood, the fish dying, nobody being able to drink, fishers not being able to fish, as the brother rightly said, their whole produce was put on hold, his heart was still hardened, man. So in all of that, Pharaoh was still disobedient against the word of the Lord. Go on, man.
And Pharaoh turned and went, the magician of Egypt did so with their enchantments, and Pharaoh's heart was hardened. Neither he hearkened unto them as the Lord had said. So he said, we went, you Brennan standing there, he said, he turned around there. You know, I listen to them like a bit. Fuck all them. And Pharaoh turned and went unto his house, neither did he set his heart to this also. When he think about it, when he had a benchmark. This guy that would go to the flipping music and the sound system and just turn up the music live.
You know the sound system. My dad used to do that shit, man, in the house, bro. In the car, man. You know what I'm saying, bro? You know about that, man. Hey, don't fucking pick on the sound, man. You know, he fucking turn them tunes, drown out shit, man.
Turn it down!
You know. Now I hear that.
What? Bum,
Go on.
I'll be that good. And Pharaoh turned and went unto his house, neither did he set his heart to this also.
That's the point, bro. He fucking drowned it out. He put it in the back of his mind. The water's fucked, the fish is dead, the people are complaining, but he drowned it out.
And all the Egyptians digged round about the river for water to drink, for they could not drink of the water of the river.
Yeah, so you had fucking Hamites going to the rivers, digging at the side, the river banks, man. Well, maybe if we dig more, the fucking Hamites, man, they taught us dark, ashy, yellow-eyed motherfuckers with no spirit in them, digging, hoping that they would find fresh water. But they didn't, because it was all turned to blood, man. Go on, man.
And 7 days were fulfilled after that the Lord had smitten the river. Yeah, so the 7 days were fulfilled. That was a completeness then. Yahweh, right, gave them the complete, what do you call it, the full Monty.
Yeah.
They got it from top to bottom, the full Monty completion, seven days. Days were fulfilled after that the Lord had smitten the river, because that would have been a death blow, man. We know when they had this lockdown for around about 2 years roughly. People were crying, people were buying their livelihood. And a lot of people went out of business, some people bounced back. But when you get people where it really hurts, the whole heap of protesting, the anti-venom, so when you get people where it hurts in their livelihood, what is it that saying? When people have nothing to lose, they lose it. That would have been the same here, man. So that the attention now was, the cameras now was all on Moses. You know?
And also, as well as it was on Moses, as the brother rightly said, who's this guy? The camera and the heat was also on Pharaoh, because you would have had Hamites, Egyptians saying, "Oh, just give in." You know, you talk about government and shit. Like, what's his name? Bojo the Clown, the ex-Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. He just went on trial. How about that? Boris Johnson just went on fucking trial about 2 weeks ago in the House of Parliament because they was going against him, saying that he ill-led the country into more problems. Man. Boris Johnson, by his own partymen, was just put on fucking trial. So imagine you had councils with Pharaoh, his Senate, his people, you know, oh, Pharaoh, great exalted one. Just let the Israelites go. Look what's happening to our water system. The irrigation's messed up. The fish is dead. We can't drink, we can't eat. Just let the people go. It wasn't just everybody was getting along with life. How the fuck can you get along with normal life when all your water systems are down? The scriptures speak about that, the principal things for a man. You know, wine, oil, iron, clothing. If your essentials are down, you're fucked. Water is essential for life. Even these fucking scientists out here say, when they do the little experiments in outer space and shit, what's the first thing they look for? Water. Maya, water, man. Because water is the foundation of life. So if your water's fucked up, you ain't got shit. So best believe Pharaoh's counselors, you know, Pharaoh's advisories was talking to him. Why don't you just give in? Why don't you just let them Israelites go? But no, he didn't let them go because the hand of the Lord hardened his heart, man. And it's the same thing. That's why I read 2nd Ezra 15 and 11, man. The Lord is going to smite Egypt with plagues as before, because the same hardening of the heart that the actual Pharaoh did in the geographical land of Egypt had is the same hardening of heart this devil has today. Facts, man. His heart is hardened. But it's because Yahweh, the Lord of hosts, the Most High, who controls the armies, he is hardening the hearts of these devils, man. Go, man.
Going over the page then to Exodus 8 now. And the Lord spoke unto Moses, Go unto Pharaoh, and say unto him, Thus saith the Lord, Let my people go, that they may serve me. And if thou refuse to let them go, behold, I will smite all thy borders with frogs.
Frogs. And the frogs was fucking pissing them off, like jumping on them, jumping on their equipment, all kind of shit.
Bullfrogs. We went to backyard and my mum took us. Them fucking bullfrogs, man. They stubborn piece of throw stones at them and they stone them. Them fuckers just like, when you lick them with a stone, you know, they just stiffen up. They don't fucking move, boy.
Yep.
Fucking things don't fucking, they're big as well. You see them on television, but when anything you see in real life, they are, you know, that's why they put them, a lot of them in their witch movies, witchcraft, and they use them for, they talk about, we're going to turn a prince into a frog. Because there's something very spiritual, right hand side, left hand side about frogs. Something very spooky about frogs. Just the way they look. And they're known for being ugly. When they say a frog, a prince is a handsome person, but then he turns into a frog. That's the last thing that, you know, you think about, as, you know, from extremely handsome to extremely ugly is a frog. Especially them big ugly bullfrogs when their face swell up like bullfrog. Sometimes we used to get vexed to defend myself. We have swell up your face like bullfrogs. Yes. You know what I mean? Because the bullfrogs are known to be ugly. So they was out and refused, let them go. Behold, I will smite all the borders with frogs. Right? The frog is very, very unpleasant thing. And the rivers shall bring forth frog abundantly, which shall go up and come unto thine house and unto thy bedchambers. Right, yeah.
So they were programmed. The Lord put the spirit on the frogs to come out of the rivers and go into the people's bedchambers, man. Imagine in your bed laying down and you got frogs jumping all over your fucking face and your woman's feet. And you know the women were traumatized by that. There's a frog! Get it out!
I've got phobias for frogs.
So all the while the Egyptians are getting fucking tormented, Pharaoh is conflicted. He's thinking, damn, should I let these niggas go or should I keep them? But to show forth the terror of the Lord Yahweh, which is the name of the Heavenly Father by the heart, he continued to harden his heart, so that the people would know that Yahweh is the Most High of heaven, of the universe. That's why you talk about Yul Brynner. Yul Brynner said it, man. At the end of the movie, well, not at the end of the movie, but in the beginning, like when the plagues happened, he went back. You know, they dramatized it, and he threw his sword down in front of his wife, and he said, "Their God is God."
Yeah.
Yeah, because your fucking demons, which work by the way, they fucking work because they were able to throw their sticks down and make it serpents. You realize that the Most High Yahweh is the God of gods, man, and the Lord of lords, man. So, that's what he said. Yul Brynner, he's a Jake, bro. Yul Brynner's a fucking Jake. In the movie Ten Commandments, he throws his sword down, and his wife goes, "Do you have the blood of the Hebrew on your sword?" And he takes the sword out the sheath and he throws it down, and then he sits on his throne and he goes, "Their God is God." Yeah, because you fucking realize, man, Yahweh, Ba'ashem Yahweh Shai, ruleth in the kingdom of men.
And that's gonna happen again. That was a little appetizer for what's going to be happening on a much more larger scale. They're going to be saying it to the prophets, man. You know, we're all going to be getting a piece of that cake there. Your God is God.
Is God.
In one way or another, we all going to be getting a piece of that glory. Which, you know, it's not about that, but was it 9? Is it peace? Zephaniah 9 says, "I shall give you praise and fame."
Yeah.
Zephaniah 9, yeah. I shall give you praise and fame, man, because we have been traumatized, you know, for what we've been through, and the Most High is about giving you a little reward. It's nothing to him to reward us. So yeah, that's gonna come around again. That was a little, and it's in the movie, man. You know, it's very, very dramatic when he sat down with his, you know, he was a man, what do you call it, a man of valor, a mighty man with power. He was worshipped as a god, and he sat down. Everything he had was lost. All his army was lost.
Yeah, because even in the movie, bro, obviously they had to dramatize it, yeah? But they had, like, his armory advisors, and they saw the two walls of water when the Lord parted the sea, and his army, his advisory in his chariot was like, "Should we stop? Should we stop?" And he kept whipping the horse. Go! 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 He followed them into the sea. Now, in the movie, he didn't go.
He didn't die.
Yeah, but in real life, he died. He actually went up in that sea and got fucking devoured.
But you know what? The loyalty of his wife come back. So you couldn't even kill him.
Yeah. I remember that. You couldn't even kill him.
And that's it. That hits where it hurts, where your wife is coming, saying, "Well, you're the affection of your wife," because a man wants to be a god in his own household as well.
Yeah.
And his wife comes around and so the Dagon was on the floor, mashed up. The Dagon was gone. They got all the cattle, their livelihood was gone. They got all their other little gods were gone. The dog, the horse, the bull. That's all their gods. That's all symbolic. The army. His loyalty of his woman, that was a cherry on the top. You couldn't even kill him.
You couldn't even kill. And the way you could see he was pissed off. He was fucking pissed off. He took the sword out the sheath and he threw it. And he sat on the throne and said, "You couldn't even kill him." Like when your wife rates another man more than you, you're fucking through. You're through. Because women respect power, man. Your wife is acknowledging another man has power over you. You're fucked.
Oh, I said the horse. No, if I said the horse, scratch that. The bull, the dog, yeah, and all the cattle. The Egyptology, they worship the dog. So you see that. What's that guy?
Huh?
Yeah.
Dog's head.
Yeah, dog's head. And what's the guy? Shaka Amos. He's got that flipping tail at the back of his head. If you ever saw the guy, and he looks like a fucking dog. He worships the Egyptologists, and he's got the tail at the back. Shaka Amos, a big tall guy, about 6'6". They was coming against Captain Cesaria, coming against ISUPK. He still does his little thing on Sarnita, but that's their gods, worshipping the dog. So all their dog was destroyed, all their cattle, all their livelihood, their army, which is your military might, which is your pride and joy, and your woman, the cherry on top, your pride and joy. When you lie down, you want the loyalty of your woman. He lost everything, and his pride.
Yeah, his pride. You have to admit it. Their God is God. God, man. Read, bro.
So now we read Exodus 8 and 5. And the Lord spoke unto Moses, saying, Say unto Aaron, stretch forth thine hand with thy rod over the streams, over the rivers, and over the ponds, cause frogs to come up upon the land of Egypt. So, yeah, say, anywhere you go, the women, they make it pure nice. Nobody likes it when women keep fucking getting. Because the women, it would have affected the women a big time. And the women would be complaining to their husbands, nagging at them, and that's worse than frogs, man. A nagging woman.
What was your lifespan?
Yehoshua, let me say Yehoshua knew exactly what they was doing. They was very strategic. But now the man never getting no rest, the woman is now getting no rest. They might run up and down the stairs, screaming. And then anytime they go a little place to get some solace, the frogs will be there. And it starts all over again. So it's pure madness at one right there. And that represents Egypt today. Brother said that this place is based on madness. If you are a transformer, right, and you're making that, you want to legitimize that, and if people are going against you because you're a transformer, that is a mental illness, which it was a mental illness being an alphabet person in 1970, around 1970, that's in the books, around 1972, that's in the books. If you came forward and said, oh, I fancy alphabet as a man, that would be documented in your doctor's history. You have a mental illness. So it's a mental. These places based on mental. All these people walking around here, they're all mental. They suffer from mental illness. Even the most respectable looking person with a suit and tie, he went into his history and he spoke to him on a one-on-one about what do you think about alphabet people and everything else. You would realize you're talking to a mental case. So this was all what was going on. People, pure madness was going on. Back to it. Exodus chapters 8 and 5. 5. And the Lord spoke unto Moses, say unto Aaron, stretch forth thine hand with thy rod over the streams, over the rivers, and over the ponds, and cause frogs to come up upon the land of Egypt. And Aaron stretched out his hand over the waters of Egypt, and the frogs came up and covered the land of Egypt. Right.
Class. I used to go to school.
Small world, isn't it?
Kayla. She's the usher, right?
When I see some of the women that are my age, and I see them, a lot of them look big and fat, and they're my age, you know. I'm not saying what my age is, but a lot of them look disgusting, man. Like, I don't look too good either, man.
Kayla. I was fucking in class with her.
You don't look too
I
local.
was in the class with her, bro, in school. I was in class with that bitch. In school, bro.
Covered the land of Egypt, and the magicians did so with their enchantments and brought up frogs upon the land of Egypt. There was just what you call a counterfeit, a counter of what Moses did. That's all it was. You got money that is legitimate, and and you can use it, but then you got counterfeit money. So that was just a counterfeit of what it could do. But did they solve the? Let me carry on reading. But they didn't solve it by doing that, did they? Really, what you want to do is get rid of the frogs. That was the problem. But it just shows you, as you said, they have power, but it's very limited. So then Pharaoh called for Moses and Aaron, and he's like he's got to suck up a little bit of pride to be able to do that. And it's big to us. It might cool. And to him that would be big, because remember he's a god, he's a god. Then Pharaoh called for Moses and Aaron and said, "Entreat the Lord that I may take away the frogs from me and from my people, and I will let the people go that they may do sacrifice unto the Lord." So he's eating some humble pie here, and I'll carry on. And Moses said unto Pharaoh, glory over me. And Moses said unto Pharaoh, glory over me when I shall entreat for thee, and for thy servants, and for thy people, to destroy the frogs from thee, and thy houses, that they may remain in the river only. And he said tomorrow, and said, be it according to thy word, that thou mayest know that there is none like unto the Lord our God.
Fucking pieces of shit, Edomites, Ishmaelites, all you nations, man. You gotta know there is no God like unto Yahweh.
Yes.
Okay? And that's why the Lord put us in the worst condition possible. To show that he can take us from the worst condition possible to the best condition possible. Alright?
I've got a precept for that. Exodus chapters 9 and 16 says, and in very deed for this cause I have raised thee up, for to show in thee my power, that my name may be declared throughout all of the earth.
So it's about the name of the Lord, man. Yahweh Ba'Shem, Yahweh Shai. That's what matters. That's who matters, man. The Lord will raise us up so that his name, Yahweh, or Yahweh Shai, can be declared and glorified in the earth, man. So how about that, man? Every fucked up situation you go through and get delivered from, it's not even for you. It's so that the Lord can get glorified. That I can take you from 0 to 100 because I'm capable, man. And that therein lies the real reason as to why we go through what we go through, man. It's not about you, it's not about me, man. Who gives a fuck if you're going through what you're going through, man? At the end of the day, the Lord Yahweh is gonna, Yahweh Shai is gonna deliver you so he can be glorified, man. Straight out, man. So Yahweh Ba'Shem, Yahweh Shai can be glorified, man. You thinking on a carnal level. We was in the house, we doing the sit down. Remember the scripture we brought up, put off the mortal forms. What's that? 2 Ezra 14 and 40. Get that? Over Kushar, man. Fucking having a laugh, just living life, thinking it's all about you. It's not about you, nigga, man. It's about the Lord. How about that, man? Every hardship you've gone through is for the Lord's glorification, man. We're not on this earth to live a fucking hedonistic life of pleasures. Because God loves me, so he's gonna give me the pleasure. Nah, man. God, who you call God, Yahweh, will put you through certain situations just so he can be glorified. How about that? It's about the Lord, man. You fucking niggas thinking it's about you and your experience on the earth, man. Fuck your experience, bro. What you like, what you don't like, and your rating from 1 to 10. Fuck that, man. It's about Yahweh Shai. Go on, man.
2 Ezra 14 and 14. Let go from thee mortal thoughts, cast away the burdens of man, put off now the weak.
Yeah. What's the mortal thoughts? How it feels. How it feels. I didn't like that. I'm not too sure about that. Yeah, yeah. Ooh, I want to go there and do that again. Yeah. Let go of the mortal thoughts, man. The flesh, carnality, man. That's warm and cuddly, that's nice.
Yeah.
The truth ain't about fucking warm and cuddly and nice, man. It's about the will of the Lord Yahweh. Ba'ashem Yahushai, man. Fuck them mortal thoughts, man. You ain't on the earth for you. You're on the earth to glorify Yahushai. He said that. For this reason was I born, to testify of the truth. Yahushai never came on the earth to be a good carpenter. He was a good carpenter though, under his father Joseph. Yeah, the table, look what I made, Mom. Look what I made, Dad. That chair, that house, this, yeah, the woodwork. Yeah, you can be good at things, but you're not here for that, man. You're here, and I'm here, Lord willing, to testify of the truth. Put off the immortal thoughts, man. Fucking thinking about yourself all the time, man. What about your Yahushai, man? What the hell does the Lord want, man?
Just 2 points on what you just said because it resonated with me. Like you were saying, like first point, sorry, my voice is still messed up. First point you said is we're not here to be warm, cuddly, and cozy. See, that's the difference between men and women. Women want to be comfortable. That's all a woman's mind is about, seeking comfort. The difference is the Most High said, gird up thy loins and show yourselves men. My voice is unto the sons of men. So we're supposed to experience hardship and endure hardship as men. Now the second point I want to touch upon is that Yahushua wasn't here to be a great carpenter. You're right, he wasn't in the physical sense, but in the spiritual sense, he was here to be the ultimate carpenter. Because he was here to build a temple in the Most High, to resurrect the house of David, the spiritual temple. So you can't focus on the carnal side of it, it's about the spiritual aspect. Just wanted to add to what you're saying.
Right. Yeah, I'm done. Because just to add to playlist, everybody's placed in a position a lot that they play now. And my brother said this, but I'm going to elaborate a little bit. Like you got Sakari, right? They got their demon. They got the hat demon. You know what I mean? Wearing the hat. So they know all what they know, whatever they know, right or wrong, that is the demon that's placed upon them. And you can't come out of that demon. What's on you, whether you know it or not. And you got the debate demon, and that's in there and they're lot playing at their position. So Moses and Aaron and Pharaoh, they're playing. They're just pawns of the movie. The smaller picture, the bigger picture is the Most High movie, and we all of us are just in our playing our position in our lot.
This is rotate.
To carry out the
This is a slot.
I read it again.
I don't know how to do this thing.
You got to turn it off and start it again.
Yeah, I read it again. So, let go of thee from the mortal thoughts, cast away the burdens of man, put off now thy weak nature. So, yeah, just to play out the role, let the roles play out. Everybody's in their role, everybody's pawns in the movie, the bigger picture, on the chessboard, and you just being used to play out the Most High's movie, the bigger picture, as Moses and Aaron and Pharaoh were. Likewise.
Same thing happened to Michael.
Yeah, man. So the mortal thoughts is when you don't understand that, and you think that you open up and saying that this is not it's not about, this is about this Exodus chapter 7, where he put it upon Pharaoh's hardened heart. This is that it throws out free will. It throws it out completely.
Yeah, exactly. By paper and logic, there's a right thing to do, but Pharaoh got pre-programmed, and the Lord told Moses he fucking pre-programmed his mind to be hardened. He couldn't even do what he wanted to do. He's doing what the Lord fucking made him do, man. Go on, keep reading.
Yeah. For yet greater evils than those which thou hast seen happen shall be done thereafter. Shall I go back to where we was?
Yeah, Exodus. That's what I wanted. Yeah, Exodus.
Exodus, where we got to? We got to 8. I just read 9. I'll read that again. I'll read it, trying to make it bring it home. Exodus chapters 9 and 16 says, And in very deed for this cause I have raised thee up for to show in thee my power, and that my name may be declared throughout all the earth.
You did it like
Right.
really hard.
So yeah, that was
should've done like this
back to
for
the
him.
movie again. That
That's
was
my bad on
they were
that.
just playing they were pawns in the movie. Smile. You smile in the scripture, but there's
You gotta go
smile
like
in the
this
movie.
first.
And
You
we're
got it.
smile in the
this.
movie. We're little bit, man. We're worms, man.
Jacob, thou worm. Scripture says that we're fucking worms, bro. Go on,
Go when you show it.
I want to go back to Exodus now. Exodus in chapter 8. Yeah.
Go on.
So I got down
Both of you on it. Yeah, it's on.
Yeah, that's correct. Go on.
Yeah, 10 now. Exodus chapter 8 and 10. And he said tomorrow, and he said, be it according to thy word that thou mayest know that there is none like unto the Lord our God. Yeah, he raised up Pharaoh. He raised him up to show the nation the power. Yeah. That's why he rose him up. And the frog shall depart. Right. And the frog shall depart from thee, and from thy house, and from thy servants, and from thy people. They shall remain in the river only.
Yep, bro.
So they've got a little bit of a breather there, because Pharaoh had to eat that humble pie. And Moses and Aaron went out from Pharaoh, and Moses cried unto the Lord because of the frogs which he had brought against Pharaoh. And the Lord did according to the word of Moses, and the frogs died out of the houses and out of the villages and out of the fields.
And let me say this, bro, in the spirit.
The movie just started. This way just started.
When you put curses on people, like, be careful when you throw up curses on people. Because man is very temperamental, and sometimes, I mean, that's a saying of Benjamin, the two sometimes. 1 minute you're on, 1 minute you're off. Yeah? But the scripture says, what you bound on earth shall be bound in heaven, and what you loose on earth shall be loosed in heaven. Sometimes in the moment when you're angry with someone, it's best just to not even think about it. Just let it go sometimes, man. Because let's say you put a curse on someone, more time, 2 months later, you forgive the person in your heart. You don't even care about it. But because you bound the curse in heaven, the Lord will fuck them up. And now you're okay with the person, they get fucked up. We're putting curses on individuals. It's a very serious thing, man. Because the Lord said, yeah, He will get you in the third and fourth generation, man. You know how many years that is later? We're talking 80 plus years, man. The Lord could get you for one small violation you did 80 years ago, at minimum. But then 2 months down the line, we forgive people, man. So you could put a curse on someone, and now you're cool with them. Now they get fucked up, and you remember the evil curse you put upon them in the name of the Lord. So be careful with that, man. Because we're not like the Lord, man. The Lord don't forget shit. The man will forget shit. Man will get over things quickly. But the Lord will hold things against you, man. So if you put a curse on someone and then you forgive them not too long after, don't be surprised if when you're cool now, they get fucked up.
And you know what too is what the Lord is also a balanced power. We're not balanced.
You're not balanced, man.
So you gotta just like the Uk was saying, you gotta be careful. What you ask for, because also it says in the scriptures too that what is it? Life and death is in the power.
Oh yeah,
that's right. Yeah.
You gotta be careful who you placing curses on.
You think you got it together, you think you know the whole puzzle from A to Z, you know, and here it is halfway through, you change your mind. The Lord said He changed it not, man. You know, we're fucking men, bro. You changing your mind, nah, I'm cool now, yeah. Yeah, you done cursed the brother out, whatever, man. Be careful with that shit, man. You know, like Paul, Saul to Paul, man. He was fucking killing the believers, man. You know, he had the encounter with the Lord that changed his heart. You can have an encounter with Yahweh Hashem Yahushua that changes your whole outlook to the brotherhood, man. But you don't fucking kill people with your tongue. You know, that's why most times it's important just to slow the fuck down, pray, and be careful before you say things. Make decisions, man. Because you can make a decision on a brother's life. You don't even know what the fuck you've done. Next thing you know, the brother's all fucked up and it's your fault, man. That's why Paul, he felt like shit. Because he knew that dead saints was on his shoulders. How about that? There was believers that died because of at the hand of Saul before he was changed to Paul, man. You thinking you got it together, man. You ain't fucking got it together, man. The one who's got it together is Yahweh Hashem Yahweh Shai. We're trying to be like the Lord, man. Kiss the Son, lest he be angry. Pharaoh thought he had it together. Next thing you know, we're reading it. He started consulting Moses. Oh yeah, well, you know, you're God. How about we come to an agreement? But 2 seconds ago, he was dead against the Israelites. That's why the scripture says, time and chance happeneth to them all, man. You think you ain't got shit together, man. I'm talking to myself, bro. You ain't got shit together, man. You thinking, yeah, I just got it. Yeah, plan A to Z. Yeah, it's gonna work. You don't fucking know that.
As well as it's in the truth that faith is a gift, and as well as the Holy Spirit. The Lord gave all of that to us. We didn't give it to us as well. So it's really for us to be like, yo, like we gotta know where we stand, that we're vulnerable. Right. You know, that we're also what's another word I'm looking for too. You know when you can like you could be within his faith, but then expendable. You're expendable. We're also expendable.
You could be here today and gone tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Now, I read this quickly, right? This is in Psalms 19 and let the words of my mouth and the meditation of my heart be acceptable in thy sight, O Lord, my strength and my redeemer.
So David was, go back to Exodus 8. David was understanding that he could be talking shit. That's pretty much what that scripture means, man. David realized he has the potential to be talking fucking shit, man, in the name of the Lord. Yeah, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do that, and this means that, and yep. You know, because Jake, man, let's be honest, man. You know, in the world, we all had a level of pride, but even in the truth, you gotta beat that pride demon, man. You gotta keep fighting it off, man. In the world, Jake, because Jake is good, we're the salt of the earth, we're good at everything we put our hands to. That kind of gets to your head. Yeah, I can just do this. Yep. That's a demon. Yeah, I got it. Yeah, let the words of my mouth and the meditation of my heart, because you can be so confident in a demonic thought, you don't even realize it. You're now becoming Satan.
You know, look at Al-Azhar. Al-Azhar know the breakdowns, though. Yeah. Right?
But he's Satan.
He's Satan?
Yeah. Because Shaitan, adversary against the truth, against the Lord, he's become Satan, man. Even David is saying that, but in another lifetime, as Peter, Yahweh Shai had to curse him out. Get thee behind me, Satan. You think you're saying the right thing? Don't die. No, we fucking talking about you're gonna go and get whipped and crucified, and then after 3 days you're gonna somehow rise. Don't do that. Just stay with us. That's the right thing, bro. That seems like the right thing in the flesh. Yahweh Shai responded, get thee behind me, Satan. You prick. He didn't say Peter, he said Satan, man. So he said, let the words of my mouth and the meditation of my heart, the mind. The scripture says the heart is desperately wicked, man. Sometimes you can be thinking things, and it's like, when you catch yourself, this is Satan, man. That's why we can't really be proud, because when you filter your thoughts, you realize 99% of your thoughts are wicked, and that 1% is the truth, man. Because we're in the flesh, man. You know? 99% of our thoughts are fucking wicked, man.
Well, that's what Solomon said. Solomon also mentioned that too. He said that the thoughts of men are vain. You see, so this is the thing, and this is why we can't trust in our heart. We ain't really made right. And then if you trust in yourself too much, you get cocky, you get confident. Again, he was talking about prideful, and then you start uttering all kind of nonsense. Like my man said, well, he ain't my God. But he's a brother, of course. But I'm just saying, he said some off shit like, oh yeah, Ariana. That's because he's proud. He feeling himself. He got a little, he the position he got, and then he gave himself this lofty title.
Chief priest.
Yeah, the high chief priest.
High chief priest Al-Azhar.
Al-Azhar.
You talking, as the elders say, you talking shit about high priest Ariel.
Mm-hmm.
You read Zechariah the 3rd chapter, filthy garments. That shows you how far pride will take you down of a dark path. That you think you're so much the shit, that you're talking shit about Yahweh's beloved. But because you, as the elder said, because you read the breakdowns and you know the breakdowns, you think you're safe in that. No, we know the breakdowns and we've always pushed that, but you're not safe because you know them. Because you could know the breakdowns and still be prideful. Here it is, this guy knows the tribe of Levi and the breakdowns and John. But you're talking shit about this, the same man you're breaking down scriptures from. Even on the side, the chart, the majority of the breakdowns you're teaching, who did it come from? That's why the scripture says, I marvel that ye are so soon removed from what ye have been taught. Why? As the elder said, the pride demon, man. That pride will fuck you all the way up, man.
Have you believing in things that's not even real? You got, there it is, man. You got this megalomaniac vision of yourself. Like the scriptures also says, that a man ought to not think above that which is what he is. So, right now, as it stands, the reality of the situation, and as a people and as mankind in general, we ain't really shit. We're at the base that we've ever been in a long time. Okay? Because in the ancient world, man, much more and greater. Men were much more stronger, much more wiser in every step of the way, but we've become extremely base. And the thing of it is, as well, like, well, as you're talking, brother, right, as I'm thinking too, Yahweh Shah, last time I checked, when we read the scriptures, Yahweh Shah was healing the sick. So, if you have this thought process and you think you got it all together, then, man, you in the wrong spirit. That's why it also mentions in Matthew 5 that the meek shall inherit the earth.
That's beautiful, see? Beautiful. It's a position, man. You think you got it all together. Well, the Lord has no business with you. Because he said, I came for the sick. That I got it together spirit is a demon, man. It's a facade and it's a demon.
That's it. And that's as far as it goes. Like, you can't come in this knowledge and this understanding with the mindset of, oh, well, you know, I'm the high chief priest, and like the brother said, I got it all together and everything else. Listen, man, and plus when you have that mindset too, what you're doing is you're avoiding, what is it, you're prohibiting growth. Because that's what you want to do. You want to grow in this knowledge, right? So if you already got it together and can't make it tell you shit, like Kanye West saying, like, you can't tell, you in that Kanye West spirit, you can't tell me nothing, right?
House weight, how?
Right, exactly, right? So with that in mind, you can't grow. You can't grow, man. Yeah, come on, brother. No, yeah, man. Yeah, like I was saying, like, at the end of the day, and either brothers can battle backwards and forwards. I know when I talk, right, I can just talk forever. Okay, all right, bro. Yeah, so you know, like the brother was saying, you know, just to hop on that topic right there. Like, you don't want to be the kind of brother where you want to be what is it, like self-willed, self-driven. Like, whatever comes in the mind, you don't have to act what comes in the mind all the time. Sometimes it's just best to just let things be and let things play out the way it gotta be. You know what I mean? And also the scriptures also mentioned about suffering too. Okay, so sometimes you gotta suffer necessary evils too, like the apostle Gabar did. Yeah? He did a lesson about how you got necessary evils. You got false prophets among us, and they have to play their part. Yeah, so you read what you got for that.
It's same one, but I'll go after the first. Psalms 19 and 30 says, keep back thy servants also from presumptuous sins,
right.
Let them not have dominion over them.
Beautiful scripture, man. Keep thy servants back from presumptuous sin. What does it mean to be presumptuous? Meaning to be caught up in yourself, to be self-willed. It's another way of saying it.
Yeah.
So you don't want to be self-willed. Like this world will teach you, do as thou wilt. Like the Nike sign, right? Just do it. That's the spirit of this world. But we come in a different spirit. Because of this knowledge tells us to be what? Disciples after Yahweh Shah. And what does the word disciple mean? The word disciples mean to be disciplined. So instead of us acting like children, like you haven't been taught anything, man, guess what? You renounce all of that. Like Paul said, a child, I was a child, but when I became a man, I learned to put away childish things. So this truth turns you into a man. Okay? And as a man, you're supposed to uphold some kind of discipline in yourself. Like it also mentions in the book of Proverbs too, that a man that cannot control his soul, it's like a what is it?
It's broken down and without walls.
There you go. Let's get on with that, my brother.
Makes the point as well. What you just said as well. Then shall I be upright, and I shall be innocent from the great transgression.
Right, and therefore I will be upright, and most importantly, you will be innocent from what? Your sins. So the thing of it is, like the brother was saying, he's absolutely correct. You gotta be what? Disciplined in what you're talking about.
Yeah.
And what you pray for is well, discipline in that. All right, because sometimes you could say the wrong thing, and that one word that you say, or a couple of words that you say, can bring you to condemnation. You might put a curse on the brother, and the Lord might put that same curse on you. So you gotta be always like circumspect in yourself. Like if you can, brother, get you mad at yourself. And the most key, and one of the key things in this truth really is to love your brother. To be just be a brother. That's the most key thing in this truth. Or one of the things is to just simply be a brother. You know what I mean? Like if you got a brother in your camera and you ain't really cool with, man, like you're supposed to really like squash that and just try to be cool with. Because the whole thing of the matter is that your Happashah is bringing the sheep together. As we just was going into, I believe it was last week or something. We're going. Yeah.
Matthew chapter 7, starting at verse 1. Judge not, that ye be not judged. For with what judgment ye judge, ye shall be judged. And with what measure ye meet, it shall be measured to you again.
Exactly. So you gotta always be aware of that. Like make sure that you're judging the brother upright. And the scriptures actually breaks it down to you in your apocrypha, where the scripture says, what is it? Examine the truth. All right, examine the whole truth, and then pass the blame.
Yeah, understand first, then rebuke.
Then rebuke. So there you go. All right, but you got Jake out here, man. You know they'll do that. They'll be in the faith, and they'll like pretty much bum rush all of that altogether, and you know pretty much place false words on the brother. All right. So we're supposed to be on point. Going on.
Verse 3, and it says, and why beholdest thou the mote in thy brother's eye, but considerest not the beam that is in thine own eye?
Yeah, man. Like, why consider the beam that's in why don't you consider the issue that you got within yourself? Like I've always said, man, like it's easy to point the finger. Oh yeah, look what you did. You did this wrong, and etc. But what about what you do? What about how the Lord sees you? Because that's how we're going to be judged at the end of the day. You're not going to be judged right because you placed the judgment on a man, right? That you deemed it wasn't right. You know, the Lord is going to judge you according to the. Now we can judge people, but let it be within the confines of the scriptures. Most important. You know. So yeah, what I want to do is What about Krishan? I want to change the topic a little bit because you know there's things going on around concerning the American dollar. How the American dollar is basically being dropped to nothing. Yeah, pretty much. And you got the BRICS. You got all of these other countries. I believe it's like 110 countries now that's joined the BRICS. And again, that's deteriorating. Once was the world reserve currency. All right. So if you can, brother, give me someone give me the book of what is it? 1 Peter's 1. And Lord willing, look at this. Let's get it. I'll see. Okay. Yeah, you get me Numbers 23 and verse 7. Numbers 23, you can start with verse 16. But we're going to get this first, though. Let's read it.
Join it from verse 4.
No?
Verse 1 and 4, and verse 4.
No, it's something else. I forgot to tell you the exact verse. My bad. You get me 2 Peter's 1 and 19. What I need to do is have you brothers read this as well. going now.
Right. This is 2 Peter chapter 1, verse 19. It says, we have also a more sure word of prophecy, whereunto ye do well to take heed. 2 Peter 1 and 19. We have also a more sure word of prophecy, whereunto ye do well that ye take heed, as unto a light that shineth in a dark place, until the day dawn and the day star arise in your hearts.
Yeah, read it again.
2 Peter 1:19 once more, it says, we have also a more sure word of prophecy, whereunto ye do well that ye take heed, as unto a light that shineth in a dark place.
Right, so that's just the point. The point is, in this case right now that we're going to, we're going to touch on the topic, is that we have more of a sure word of prophecy. Now, if you look up the word sure in the Greek, the word is, I forgot how you pronounce it, but it's about theos, to that equivalent. And it means to what? To be firm, to be stable. So now this leads to read this. Let's read this.
Numbers chapters 23 and 16. And the Lord met Balaam and put a word in his mouth and said, Go again unto Balak, and say thus. And when he came to him, behold, he stood by his burnt offering, and the prince of Moab with him. And Balak said unto him, What hath the Lord spoken?
And then also give me Psalms 18 and verse 10.
And he took up his parable and said, Rise up, Balak, and hear, hearken unto me, thou son of Zippor. God is not a man that he should lie.
Yeah, so the Most High is at a power that he should lie. All right? And that's what Balak said. Why did he say this? Because he himself was an enlightened man. The Lord pretty much put that spark in him and actually having convinced him to see what the deal was. You know, as the apostles put it, and other brothers will put it, and I'm going to put it to you this way. This also shows that the Lord can actually make another nation, or take a man of another nation to become a prophet, to insinuate a point. All right? And the point is in this case, the Lord is a power that when he gives his word, it comes to pass eventually. Now, it may not come to pass whenever you expect it to come to pass, but it comes to pass when the time is right. All right? And in this case, as we keep on going over and over again, is this MOTE, this CBDC, what is it, Central Bank Digital Currency thing. All right? This is what's being rolled out right now. Now, this guy here, now I want you to read, actually, no, read what you got. Read the book of Psalms 18 and what is it, verse, I think it's 23 or 25.
18,
Yeah.
Psalms 18, verse.
Try 22. 20.
It says, For all his judgments were before me, and he did not put his statutes away from me. I was also brought up.
There you go. That's it right there. Oh, okay. That's the spirit right there. Okay.
Right. So Psalms 18 and verse 28 says, For thou wilt light my candle, the Lord Yahweh my God will enlighten my darkness.
Exactly. So that's what the Lord did to us. He enlightened us to know his way, as it is also written. That what is it? How does it go, man? It goes like this. It goes like this, man. How does it go? Man, the flesh is kicking in. How does it go? It goes like this. Knowing the Father's will is. Alright? So in this case, we know that eventually the time is going to come when, and it's right around the corner, by the way, where they're going to set up this digital world and everyone is going to have to be in league with the system. As well as this guy actually puts it. Yeah, so I want you to read that again, brother. You read that verse again.
Psalms 18 and 28 again.
And then read this as well, or if you can read it if you want to.
Shall I read it?
No, read that.
Yeah.
It's the article I'm talking.
I got the article.
Okay.
Psalms 18 verse 28 again. For thou wilt light my candle, Yahweh my God will enlighten my darkness.
Right. The Lord will lighten my darkness. So once again, the Lord has enlightened us to this knowledge and this understanding, and as well as this prophecy. That's why we know the will of the Lord, what the Lord is. Versus coming in this thing and having our own thoughts and what we think and what we feel is going to happen. No. It's all about what the Lord says. Okay? And all of you guys is in these different camps, man. That's not teaching the correct doctrine concerning the MOTV. And you know what we're saying is true. Guess what? You're gonna be found out when Yahweh Shai comes back. And prior before that, when the destruction comes, you're gonna be perplexed in the mind. All right? Because what we've been saying, what you're gonna actually see it for yourself is gonna play out. All right? And this is something that every individual should be teaching. Like it mentions in the New Testament, what Paul was saying, that what it is rather is that we all speak the same thing. So yeah, there's different variations of different camps, but we have to speak on the same thing. All right, that's really the deal. So yeah, so that's it on that. Yeah, so let's get into that right there.
Right, so this is the article from CoinDesk, and it says former CFTC chair Giancarlo, a privacy protecting US CBDC could take over the world. And it says mass adoption depends on a digital dollar designed to be free of surveillance tools. The Digital Dollar Project co-founder said. And it says a US central bank digital currency, CBDC, that protects privacy and is free of surveillance tools could set a global standard and reach mass adoption, said former Commodity Futures Trading Commission, CFTC, chairman Christopher J. Giancarlo. The US digital dollar will take over the world. Giancarlo, co-founder of the Digital Dollar Project and senior counselor at Willie Farr and Gallagher Digital's Works Unit, told CoinDesk TV First Mover on Monday. He said other countries around the world, notably China, are much further along in creating a CBDC.
Exactly. So that's just the thing. So China's already got the ball rolling, and really what China is like the prototype that every nation is supposed to copy. As well as even when you look at the way they got the social score system set up. My man Klaus Schwab, he said it best. He said, look, man, he was basically complimenting the way that China was like I said, that set up their social credit score system over there. And he also said that he knows that obviously other countries are going to have to what? Do it in their own way, in my words now, in other words. But that's the prototype that he was putting out there. All right, so this is why now, as we should understand why all of these other nations are now leaving the American dollar to collapse the American dollar. Okay, and once you collapse the American dollar, or they collapse the American dollar, then they can come with what? The digital dollar. And as well as everybody's going to go digital anyway. So if the dollar is going digital, and as well as China is setting the standard, everybody else has to follow through that standard. So this is where the temptation comes in, which the word will be tried by. If you can, brother, hold what you got. Give me that in Revelation 3. So this is the most important thing to really talk about. This implantable device, this digital world, which is what we're formulating. And I mean, we really don't care if we sound like a broken record. It doesn't really matter. What matters is that we ought to give the warning. That if you take that mark, then guess what? You're going to be destroyed. Okay? And that's why we got to warn you of these things. Read in verse 4. I think it's 10.
Galatians 3 and verse 10 says, because thou hast kept the word of my patience, I will also keep thee from the hour of temptation, which shall come upon all the world to try them that dwell on the earth.
Right. So what is going to be that temptation which will try the world? When they're going to set up these ship stations.
Right, bro.
And if everything goes digital, then it's going to be automatic. It's going to be made mandatory that you take that part. And in that time, you're going to have to make up your mind whether you're going to go along with the system or not, for the sake of your life. Are you going to trust in the Lord, or are you going to revert back to the world? So it's going to get very real. It's going to get real, and it's going to get to that point where you're going to, every last one of y'all that's in Israel is going to have to make up that choice in that decision. Then it's never going to be about the gimmicks. Then it's never going to be about the folly within Israel. All right, it's going to be real. Do you really believe or do you not believe? And that's why a lot of guys, they don't really teach the correct understanding, the correct interpretation of the MOTV, because really what it is they may very well have to take it themselves. Especially if you're in league with the system. By signing the 501c3 charter. So if you sign the 501c3 charter, you ink the deal with the government. So if the government tells your church to promote the implantable device to your congregation, guess what? You're gonna have to do that. And that's why they don't really go too deep in it. If you see the camp, which has not been compromised, we're okay to go deep into it, because guess what? We don't have nothing to hold on to anymore. You know, we're free from the clutches of the government. Y'all ain't. So that's why y'all gotta teach that it's always sin. Oh, it's an embargo. It's everything outside of what it really is. And this is something that has to be taught, because it's here. It's coming right around the corner. All right. So yeah, with that, brother, I'll tell you what. Read Revelations 1 and 3. If I'm correct, where it reads, "Blessed are they which keep your sayings of His book." Because that's what it's all about. You gotta read the scriptures, eat the whole world, aka known as the little book, and teach it. So you eat it and then you teach it. All right? And you don't deviate from that, because when you do that, guess what? You put yourself in the world of hurt now. Go on.
Yeah, that's why they bring out that scripture, obey government, because they're gonna say, well, the government said take the chip, so take the chip.
And take exactly. And you know what they're gonna do too? I'll tell you what, brother. Read Romans 13. This is exactly what they're gonna do. All of these 501c3 chartered signed up churches, they're gonna read their congregation this scripture and to justify their congregation to taking that incredible device. So if Nate don't get from the clutches of the government, man, then he's gonna be destroyed for doing what he's probably about to do. All right, go on now.
We'll talk. Romans 13. Let every soul be subject unto the higher powers, for there is no power but God. The powers that be are ordained of God.
So that's the scripture that they're going to read. All of these pastors, these major televangelists, they're going to read the scripture to persuade their congregation to actually take the mark, because that's what it says. When in fact, that's not what it's saying. What it's saying is you had certain guys within Israel at the time that were zealots, that were against the system at the time. So what Paul was saying is, look, obey the powers that the Lord ordained. Just like how it is right now, the Lord ordained the so-called white man to rule. So we have to go by their laws and their laws and all of that stuff. And if we don't, then guess what? We're going to find ourselves in the pulpit. All right? Go on now.
Because they have the 501c3 in the church, also in the other camps, not GMS, but other camps like ICPK, Purple People, they're all under that charter, the 501c3 charter. So they're going to say, well, we're under we're going to apply this scripture to that. Because they get tax exempts and all kinds of. I remember even in the Christian church back in the day, when they actually brought that out to me. It was new to me then, though, around 2012. And they said, so we can do this, we're going to get tax exempt, and they are therefore rebuilding the backfield, so-called backfield. So they're all for the government, they're backed by the government.
Yes.
So there's certain things they can't deny or exclude.
And that's I don't cut you too, brother. That's why the boys in black, looking like the Black Panther Party, that's why they convinced their followers to go get the Pope. Oh, it's just it's just a shake, right? Like if you're afraid of it, that means you're weak. You're weak nigga. Something like that. He said, man. One of the guys, which is in the higher ranking within that church, he said, yeah. So that's why them dudes they'll convince you to go do what the government said to do in the media, because they're backed by them. They've been compromised by them. All right. So this is what's going to be the deal. If they don't repent, this is what they're going to find themselves doing.
If I may say, Esau is very cunning, and he knows very well the power of peer pressure, and he's applied that to Jacob as well, because through the gang culture, a lot of that goes into peer pressure. Now, what they're trying to do is use the peer pressure in the church. like what you're saying about these guys, oh, if you don't take this in, you're weak and blah, 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 blah. Esau knows the power of that. That's why he set up certain people to push that agenda, because he knows a lot of people are going to look at the next man's doing it and be like, oh, if he's doing it, why don't I do it too?
Exactly.
Esau knows this psychology.
Yeah,
Back to you.
and that's a beautiful point, because when you have a majority of people that are persuaded to doing something, you yourself are going to want to follow along, because you don't want to be ostracized from the outside looking in.
The whole C19 thing was all about that.
Exactly. You know what I mean? It was nothing more than an experiment as well. So, you know, that's just the bottom line, man, at the matter. You know, at the end of the day, what you just mentioned about the COVID curve, again, you know, really the Lord set that up for a test. To test to see where we stand in this thing, man. Do we really believe? And a lot of guys that claim to believe lined up and took the the Pope.
That's why the elder Salakia, that guy from the other group, I'm not going to say the name, but he said when he took it, he felt like his faith was gone.
Yeah. Because and you know what too, by him having to undergo that procedure anyway, he didn't believe. So the Lord, okay, and that's why they have these things, these what is it? I call it the VAWCINE, right? S's. You can't say the actual word, right? But when you take these things, because there was there was an old video that was published on YouTube. I think it was recorded in 2005, and they spoke about what this thing can actually do to you, and what it can actually do to you is pretty much compromise your pineal gland, the VMAT2 gene you call it, which is responsible for you connecting with your body. So once that's been compromised, of course you ain't gonna believe in it. All right, and that's why the scripture says, "Trust not thine enemy." And when you do take your shits, what you're basically doing is you're complying and making a covenant with it. And that ship is going to be the ultimate of that, right there, really. If you brothers got your precepts.
I got the main one, if I may.
Huh.
Revelation chapter 13. I'll start from 15. And it says, and he had power to give life unto the image of the beast, that the image of the beast should both speak and cause that as many as would not worship the image of the beast should be killed.
Yeah, and the beast again represents this whole entire empire. And it's kind of like when, for example, we live in a Western dominative rulership of this world, to be exact. And certain nations have to go and lead with the Western system, with whatever they say. And if they don't, some of their prime ministers get capped for it. All right, or they'll drop a couple of drones down there just to send them a message. Okay, so that's what that goes into. But they're gonna apply that with people. Any one of y'all that don't get down with this implantable device, we're gonna pretty much roll you into an detention center or put you on house arrest. And if you still rebel, then we may take you to a secret location and do all kind of shit to you. Highly likely, probably decapitate your head, cut off your head. All right, going bro.
Verse 16, and he causeth all, both small and great, rich and poor, free and bond.
Right, and it says he calls of all. How is he going to cause all? Meaning he's going to use a psychological tactic on you. Okay, he's not going to force it on you. Now, when I say force it, let me correct myself. He will force the mark on you, but he's going to do it to you psychologically.
Yeah, that's right.
And just like you mentioned, people are persuaded based on peer pressure. All right? And also, what most people are persuaded by is the technique of using fear.
Yeah.
All right? It's like, for example, if there's a fire in your house and you're right next to the fire, guess what? You may break down the window and fall out of your house or your apartment. It could be a high apartment. You could live on the top floor, but if that fire is drawing closer and closer to you, you're gonna want to drop off. That's what happened with the right, that too. But I'm also talking about the World Trade Center. A lot of niggas, some niggas that was in that building went ahead and did themselves in because they didn't want to get burned. Okay, so it's all about fear. This one of the greatest motivators,
Yeah.
the driving force to actually get you to do what it is exactly knows that, right?
Yeah.
So that's what Esau's going to use. He's going to use fear, because that's the greatest motivator for you to actually correspond with what they're saying to you. Okay?
God.
That's what they're going to do. Because of all, go on.
He causeth all, both small and great, rich and poor.
Small and great. The word small is in that scripture is referring to people that are not known in the society. Great, lower state. Like we're small, we would be considered small. Those are the great are your celebrities. Those are that made a name for themselves. All right, go on.
Rich and poor, free and bond.
Free and bond. Those that are not, those that are not with contracts and those that are under contracts or in prison. Go on.
To receive a mark in the right hand or in the forehead.
Now, when you look up that word mark, the word mark is correct. Now, when you go into, I believe, the first word is correct. Now, if you look up the word parakma, what is it referring to, the biblical usage? Something to insert.
Yep.
Go on,
Here
bro.
it's G4580 Karagma, and it says a stamp, an imprinted mark,
Right.
branded upon horses, a thing carved, sculptured, or graven work.
Yeah, so how are they going to carve? How are they going to carve the mark into? What better way to carve something in? To get that needle that looks like what a power stake, inserted inside under your skin, right? Inserted into your skin, poke you with the thing, right? And release that implantable device inside of you. That's how they're going to do it.
A scratch or etching as a badge of servitude.
Right, as a badge of servitude. Because what do they really want to do? They want to own and control you. So by you actually taking that mark, you're pledging allegiance to the system. Therefore, you're marking yourself with death, because when the Messiah makes the second return, and you know too, when you look at the chip, right, it actually looks like a missile. It's like a what? It looks like a missile.
A mini missile.
Yeah, mini missile.
Yeah.
So you take that mini missile, you're gonna get missile, my nigga.
Right.
That's what's gonna happen to you. So that's what it's all about. It ain't talking about, oh, it's a Baratma, oh, it's Christianity, oh, it's the Bible. All of this nonsense that come out of these people's mouths with the interpretation they give to it. Come on, dog. Go on, bro.
I want this one here. Sirach 10 and I'll start from 1. A wise judge will instruct his people, and the government of a prudent man is well ordered.
Yeah.
As the judge of the people is himself, so are his officers.
Exactly. So you will become like one unto the beast. Yeah? Once you take that implantable device, and it's going to be those dark suit, time-wearing individuals that's going to persuade you to go take that thing. Okay? That's it. That's what's going to go down.
A little bit more. Go on. And what manner of man the ruler of the city is, such are all they that dwell therein.
Right. And such are those that dwell therein. So whoever the king is, you're going to be in league with that king. Yep. But see, with us, we was like that, but we disassociated from ourselves from that. As it is also written in the book of Psalms, blessed are the men that have not, dwelt within the congregation of sinners. I'm not paraphrasing.
Psalms 1.
Psalms 1, right? So that's where we come in. We've been torn. We were torn apart from this world to serve another one's interest, which is a greatest interest, which is Yahweh Shai's interest, right? Which is going to connect us with the Most High. Go on, bro.
Psalms 1 and 1. Blessed is the man that walketh not in the counsel of the ungodly, nor standeth in the way of sinners,
Nor standeth in the ways of sinners,
nor sitteth in the seat of the scornful.
nor sitteth in the seat of the scornful.
But his delight is in the law of the Lord Jehovah, and in his law doth he meditate day and night.
And that's what we are. You know, we're in that part where we're serving the Heavenly Father. We're delighting in His laws and His statutes. That's why we rehearse the righteous acts. So our life is based on serving our power, not serving the system. Now, do we serve the system to get by and by? Yes, of course. Exactly. But we're not really of this world. We don't take on the fashions of this system because we know that this world has nothing to do with the Heavenly Father and the God the Son. All right? Go on, bro.
Micah 2 and 10. Arise and depart, for this is not your rest, because it is polluted. It shall destroy you, even with the sword destruction.
Right. That's why a lot of people are going to have to die. Because what? They've been polluted by very few witches and warlocks that will tell you that, oh, yeah, you can be whatever you want to be. Right? You feel like a frog, you can turn yourself into a frog. If you a man and you feel like you want a wrong body, you can change your gender. All of this nonsense. So all of this stuff right here is what defiles a person. It's living according to what they're saying versus living according to the truth. How the Lord made you to live. And that's what this world will do. All right? And then the ultimate end of all be all of you being destroyed is you taking that. That's going to be the ultimate. That's going to be like what? The KO blow. All right? That's the knockout blow. Let me put it to you that way. Go on, bro. You gonna still go on?
I've got one if you
No, go on, because I've still got the article if you want it.
Yeah. That's all right. You go on.
Just a quick one then. Revelation 3 and 10 says, because thou hast kept the word of my patience, I will also keep thee from the hour
You just read that. That's the spirit. You just read that. But read it again, though.
of temptation which shall come upon all the world to try them that dwelleth upon the I'm going to say something.
Go on.
Because we had that the pandemic, the dragon juice, all these other terms, you know what we're talking about.
Yeah.
That was a temptation then that they put before us. There was a fear factor to it what they tried to do. Oh, if you don't, you're going to shut down your certain go to certain places. Some people gave in to the temptation, man. The people that are not in the know gave in to the temptation because they want to go to the Super Bowl or the cafe restaurants. So, and it came upon the whole world. It did come upon the whole world. And you know what I was watching as well, quickly? I was watching, no, it was an advert that flashed on the YouTube, you know, the stupid advert. And they had one guy from Africa, I think it was Kenya, and he was walking and they said, could you donate money for this guy? And to me, he looked like he had Bell palsy and he was all shaking. And I said, the fucking guy got the jab, he gave the fucking jab. He got the jab, man.
He got the jab.
Over there, because they went over to Africa too. I'm talking about that, he says the whole world, yeah?
Yeah.
They went over to Africa, places where it's very destitute and people are poor, where they don't really know what's going on. And because they always been doing that, the missionaries, yeah? And they gave the fucker the jab and the whole family, and they said, the whole family is sick. And I'm thinking, you motherfucker, you gave him the jab, now you're getting money from the fact that now you're getting, what is it that they say donate that money there for charity to help them. What a fucking, you said they're very certain. I got a little bit, at the same time, he got the jab because he's stupid anyway, but these people are dangerous, man.
They sure are. They know how to convince you, man. So if they know how to do all of that, then how they gonna really flip the script on it when it comes to you taking that mark? They're gonna flip. What I meant to say, they're gonna flip your mind around. Man. Esau knows how to flip your mind around. He don't gotta come to your door and infiltrate your house, hold you down, and put the thing inside. All they gotta use use the psychological tactics to know how to use. All right, and you know what? Too, a lot of people are not even consciously aware of psychology. That's right. So they're the ones that's gonna take that mark. They're gonna be the main ones. But see, we on the other hand, we're like the serpent. What do I mean by that? Meaning we're wise, just like how he's wise. We understand how things operate. The scripture says that you can't deceive the elect. It's not possible to deceive us. As it is also written that the Lord has given us an unction that we know all things, from the least to the greatest. Be not ignorant of anything. That's in the Apocrypha. So we know everything, huh? Okay? Go on, bro.
Yeah, just to back up the elder's point, this is the etymology of the word causeth from Revelation 13 and 16.
Okay.
G4160, and it says to make a thing out of something, to appoint, to ordain, to put forth, to suggest, to bear or shoot forth. So just to back up the elder, he's not gonna come and pin you down. He's gonna make society work in a certain way where it suggests a certain lifestyle where you can't escape from it. To bear, to shoot forth, to acquire, to ordain. So he's gonna basically back you up into checkmate where you ain't got another choice.
Right. And just like you mentioned the word ordained. So if the system is going digital, then it's going to be what? Ordained for you to take the implantable device. You're not going to have a choice. It's just like right now, people have the choice to want to take an implantable device. You got several companies out there, but there's one that I remember right now called Biotech, right? And people are going over to these companies to receive a new implant by choice. But when they actually transform the system to a digital setting, it's going to be ordained for you to take that mark. And that's when that temptation is going to come. That's what the COVID was all about. That was an experiment testing for that. All right? Go on, bro.
Proverbs 22:3 says, a prudent man foreseeth the evil and hideth himself, but the simple pass on and are punished.
Yeah. So how do we know? How do we know that that was an experiment? Because we did our research and we found that was the case. Yeah. And plus we already had our mind already made up on what we're going to do with it. So it wasn't like when Esau did what he did, oh, I don't know what to do.
Yeah.
My mindset was, okay, if there's a particular variant floating around, if I gotta die, then I gotta die. That was the will of the Lord. Okay? That was my mindset. And I ain't gonna go take Esau's BS. So it's the same thing when hell breaks loose. When they administer that law.
Yeah.
If I have to start to death, then that's the Lord's will. If I have to be taken to an institution, a camp, then I have to suffer.
That's right.
Okay, because at the end of the day, what it's all about between me and my power is me doing what I have to do to serve the interest of my power. All right, that's the key duty of man. Remember that the key duty of man is to serve the Lord. Yep. Okay, and to keep His commandments, not the commandments of man, which cometh and goeth, or you trying to uphold to a system that cometh and goeth, but to a power which is eternal.
Exactly.
All right, and when you pass away, you're gonna go back to that same power. You're gonna be feeling fucking stupid, man. Because you wanted to correspond with a man that perished.
Precept.
So fuck these, like the brother said, man. Fuck Esau, man.
Right.
Go on, bro.
Revelation 12:11, and they overcame him by the blood of the Lamb,
Right.
and by the word of their testimony,
Right.
and they loved not their lives unto the death.
And they loved not their lives even unto death. They follow the Lamb. That's the key point. They follow the Lamb, whether so he goes. Am I correct? Yeah. So it's already written that we would have overcame with that mentality of following the Lamb, whether so he goes. How do we follow the Lamb? By the book. Okay? Ezekiel tells us to eat the whole roll as what was first commanded unto him. So when you eat the whole roll, you go and teach the roll and you put the roll into activation. Then it becomes real to you. Then you start to realize, wait a minute, this world ain't got nothing for me out here. You start to realize the Yahushua got way more for us than what the world can offer.
That's right.
So now you come to have this thought in your mind that you're trapped in this faith. Like Paul said, I become a prisoner of hope. So that's what we all represent. We're all prisoners of hope. That's exactly what we are. We don't have a choice to be. And I'm talking about the sincere ones. Oh, I don't really feel this truth anymore. I'm going to just go back into the world. Oh, nigga, there ain't nothing in the world. All right, if the Most High give you this knowledge to a certain level of degree, as you progress, especially when you've been in this thing for a while, you start to realize you ain't going back to shit. All right?
And I've been saying, I mentioned it to you, young in the week. No, not even two. A couple of people just left from Chicago camp and other camps, quite prominent. I mean, they've been around for a little while because of the grape thing. The grape, the grape.
I know what you're talking
So
about.
you said back into, but you be saying the elder Apostle Tahar, was saying, so it was in them, the two of them from Chicago and others. It must have been in them they was carrying it in them for a while. He said a month after the Passover. It was.
They just left.
They just said, someone came up to the camp talking about the grape, what's his name, Brother Palai. And brothers was handling it, and the ones who was alongside said, why did they handle it like that? You shouldn't handle it like that, if I'm saying it correctly, you know. And they said they didn't like the way it was handled, so they're not happy with it. But that is how the the way the Most High wheeled them out. He was in them. And another one more. He said something else. He said there was two that wanted to come to the Passover, around the Passover. They wanted to come, right? And they looked a bit. The elder Tahar, he said this. They looked a bit shaky. So what happened about a month before, a week before, something happened and they left. So the Most High said they left or 2 weeks before, roundabout roughly, yeah. But basically they didn't get to go to the Passover. So the Most High didn't want them to go to the Passover. But then they would have eaten unworthily, and then the Most High protected them from eating unworthily. But you know what the point is? What I'm making that it's a serious thing now. He said even every year he said he gets nervous.
Yeah, no, it's true. It's true.
Yeah, hold up, Prophet to heart. So that shows you that we're now. Last year, the year before that, I was like, now it's kind of sinking in a little bit more, like keep the reins, keep on the reins, keep strong, stay on the when you're doing on the horse, keep in the holster, keep tight on, don't just be like loosey, blase, otherwise you get thrown off the fucking horse.
Yeah, and that's what, you know what too, a lot of guys, as, you know, I mean, I've been in the truth long enough as according to the apostles and heresy them, but I've been in this truth long enough to have seen guys leave before the Pesach or after the Pesach, because really they didn't have the right mentality, you know. And just like the elder mentioned on how he gets scared, basically, man, like he's really supposed to kind of get scared. You're supposed to have the mindset, you know, I'm just speaking for myself now, like, Lord willing, I can make it through. Because some guys don't even make it through the Pesach. Or they'll make it to the Pesach, but then afterwards they get kicked out. So the mindset is, well, Lord willing, man, I can be justified through the Pesach. But then also, even though that's the case, you mean the Pesach goes away, we're still kind of like in the Passover, because we still don't even know if we're going to make it. Right? We don't know if we're of the elect. You got something to say?
Yeah, quickly, elder. You know when the disciples said, "Is it I? Is it I?" to the Lord? It's like every year we ask the question, but then there's a select few niggas that it is you, nigga. It is you. You know, you gonna fall out as the elder said just before or just after, man. So that's a very, like as Ariel said, when you're not too experienced, you kind of like look forward to it, but the more you grow in the truth, it's like you get scared around that time, because every year a group of niggas, it is them, you know.
And you know what too, just like Ariel mentioned about those guys that left the Pesach, that actually not the Pesach but left probably during the Pesach or after the Pesach.
A month after, the ones that left.
But that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And I've been seeing this trend like for quite a bit of time, being in this truth. So yeah, it's kind of scary, man. You know, but it's a good kind of being scary, because it really refutes that fear of the Lord inside of you. Because you don't want to get comfortable. You don't want to feel like the young brother said, feel like you already got it.
Like the Christians.
Yeah.
They're sitting in there like, oh,
I'm saved. Saved for what?
Yeah, we had Ariel knows them. We had and the elders well. We had the Dorito eating niggas.
Oh yeah.
In the Pesach. If my memory serves me correct, it was a month after they were eating chips in the Pesach. They started coming out with mad doctrines, and they basically fell out.
And then they started going out whenever they want.
Whenever they want to go out, like once a year, twice a year. You know, the annual showdown. You know, not really being diligent.
And I mean, like them dudes, like they weren't really in the spirit anyway, man. They were doing their own thing, really. You know. But yeah, you know, let's go back to this stuff. Yeah, 1 and 3.
Revelation chapter 1 and verse 3 says, "Blessed is he that readeth, and they that hear the words of this prophecy, and keep those things which are written therein, for the time is at hand."
Right, and that's the point. Especially more than now than ever before, the time is at hand. What time is at hand? The coming of the Messiah. How do we know this to be exact? Because the words of the Lord is speaking before us right now. That's what he said. He said, be aware of these things that to the disciples. All right? The disciples inquired, when is it going to be the signs and the wonders of their coming? And he elaborated on these things. Now, some of these things happened 2,000 years ago, and half of those things have been happening, which will happen in this generation. As it is also written also that this generation will not pass away until all things be fulfilled. So we're almost at the end of this place of everything being fulfilled. Okay? And also another important thing we have to keep in mind as well, the reason why the Lord hasn't destroyed this place yet, because the elect haven't fully been sealed. If you can, brother, yeah, give me Revelation 7, and then also give me the word in Peter's, where it reads, that all shall come to repentance. Something like that. I'll tell you what, read Peter's first, and then get Revelation 7.
This is 2 Peter 3. Verse 8, it says, but beloved, be not ignorant of this one thing, that one day with the Lord is as 1,000 years, and 1,000 years is as one day. The Lord is not slack concerning his promise, as some men should count slackness, but is long suffering to usward, not willing that any should perish, but that all should come to repentance.
Right, that all should come to repentance. So the Lord, the reason why the Lord hasn't come back yet, or hasn't destroyed this place yet, is so that we can get right, and as well as the elect can be saved. So get that in Revelation 7. Because remember, the power that we serve is a power of order. So everything has to be done decently and in order, as he's doing already. So we may want him to come back now whenever we want to. But the Lord is doing this thing in a way that is ordered. Go on.
Revelation chapter 7 from verse 1, reading down to verse 3. Verse 1 says, and after these things I saw 4 angels standing on the 4 corners of the earth, holding the 4 winds of the earth.
The destroying winds. And those destroying winds are going to come out of that instrument of death. The waste is to destroy, the nuclear missiles. That's what the 4 angels are holding. And so what? The elect going,
that the wind should not blow on the earth, nor on the sea, nor on any tree. And I saw another angel ascending from the east, having the seal of the living God. And he cried with a loud voice to the 4 angels, to whom it was given to hurt the earth and the sea, saying, hurt not the earth, neither the sea, nor the trees, till we have sealed the servants of our God in their foreheads.
So until the elect are being sealed with this knowledge and this understanding, and as well as the name of the Lord on their foreheads, right? Unless that happens, then the angels have to wait. They have to pull it back. The destroying winds. So that's why there ain't nothing really happening yet. But what's going to happen eventually is the time is going to come, which we're going to go back to the article, when that MOTB is going to fall into fruition. And as I say about the elect being sealed, or not being sealed yet, the elect are about to be sealed. All right? Because it's looking real promising, man, that we could be at the end of this thing. It could be this year, it could be next year. But it's looking hella promising. Yeah, read that, bro. And we're going to get back to this.
Right, this is back in the article in the second paragraph, and it says a US central bank digital currency, CBDC, that protects privacy and is free of surveillance tools could set a global standard and reach mass adoption, said former Commodity Futures Trading Commission CFTC Chairman Christopher J. Giancarlo. The US digital dollar will take over the world. Giancarlo, the co-founder of the Digital Dollar Project and senior counselor at Wikifar and Gallagher Digital Works Unit.
So why would he make that statement? Because he's an insider.
Yep.
So if he's an insider and he's telling all of that right there, then he knows the future of what's going to happen in the world. So it's official that the digital world, as well as, which is really what it is, the market of beast system, is going to be into fruition. And there's no ifs or buts about it. It's official. They want to own men. And I don't mean to get up to a different topic, but I just want to briefly do that in saying that the reason why these JOOs are doing this, man, because a lot of people are not corresponding with their witchcraft anymore. A lot of people are waking up to their lies and their deception, and people are just doing whatever the hell they want to do. And you know what, too? To be honest with you, is, well, these so-called Jews, they see us, as we all kind of know anyway, they see us as an asset. This whole world is nothing more than a business to them. That's why they call nations corporations, countries corporations. So let's just say, for example, you own a corporation, a major corporation at that, and people within that corporation are not corresponding. Guess what? You're going to lose your business. So to prohibit from losing their business or losing their power here on the earth, they got to make sure that everybody's tapped up so that they can watch what everybody's doing and possibly control everybody so that everybody can stay in line, because they have a whole lot to lose. As the saying goes, right? With great power comes great responsibility. So the so-called JOOs are heavily responsible of their power, of their business. This world is nothing more than a business to these people, man. All right? And this is why we notice too, when it comes to our people, the tribes, especially the head tribe, the so-called Negro, the reason why the so-called Negro has been oppressed for the longest time, whether he's been oppressed in terms of his voice, in terms of his image, and all of these different things, it's really because they know the power of the so-called Negro, of the tribe, of the kingdom of Judah to be exact. They know the power that we admit. So let's just say we're free to say what we want to say and do what we want to do and make the kind of music that we want to make. Guess what? Everybody's going to follow us. And then guess what? The so-called JOOs, they lose their power structure. In other words, they go out of business. Anything that Jake does, whether it's business or whether it's music, whatever Jake gets into, and Jake is allowed to be free in the system to do whatever they want to do, these JOOs are going to be out of fucking business. So they would be silly to let us do what we want to do. All right, go on, bro.
Just a quick point. It's an interesting thing you raised that you said, because it made me realize something. See, Jake can get other people to follow them because we're charismatic. Like, just naturally, people respond to us, and we don't have to do like extra over-the-top stuff for people to want to gravitate to us. Esau doesn't have that spirit. So Esau has to use fear in order to make people follow him, right? Because he doesn't have that charisma. So his whole thing is like, okay, we're going to make people afraid of this, and we'll put up these laws that they're afraid of that consequence. That's why they follow Esau. So that's his whole power is through the power of fear.
And that's the only thing he got. Because Jake, the way we naturally are, the way that we do things, the way that we dap each other up, the nations, they see that. And it's like, yo, these people look mad cool.
See, right? In our name, Jacob.
Exactly. And they've even taken our name.
That's why they've taken the head tribe. Because even as amongst Israel, who has the most influence? Judah. Because they're the head. Everyone, whatever Judah's on, the other tribes are on that. And it goes down the line because they're the heads, man. So how is it that they're not saying, oh, we're the Israelites from the tribe of Zebulun or Asher? Why is it they're aspiring to be the house of Judah? Yahudi, as they say. Because they know that's the head tribe. And the ultimate influence of what is in fashion, what's up to date, what's the latest, goes back to Judah.
It goes back to Judah. Trends. And that's why they use this to sell their product. Because if we're wearing their product, then guess what? Everyone's going to want to buy that thing. So they know the power that Jake admits. So if, like I said, if Jake is let loose out here, doing whatever they want to do in Esau's economy, what's going to happen? They're going to fuck up their own. That's what's going to happen. So it's in Esau's best interest to keep tabs on Jake. That's why we've been oppressing the system. That's why they this is why they classified us as being black, because colors have a vibration and a meaning to it. So when you're calling a group of people black, because black is not a color, it's nothing. What are you going to do? You're going to ignore it. So let's just say a Jake comes up and speaks some knowledge, and someone hears it. They're just gonna ignore it because what? He's black. He doesn't exist. Okay. Shalom on, brother. And plus, as well as I believe it was the CIA, which said something to the equivalent of how I might be saying this wrong, but they've said something to the equivalent of that among so-called Jake, Shalom on, that they know that there's a equivalent to that of a black Messiah or something like that. Okay, something to that equivalent. So And really the word Messiah just means to be anointed. That's all it means. It just means to be anointed. Okay? Like we could be considered the Messiah, because we've been anointed to do what we're doing here. Yeah? So Esau knows this. Esau knows amongst the tribes, especially the kingdom of Judah, that there's going to be somewhat of a Messiah-like person that's going to intervene, step in, and bring in that knowledge. And that's why they've been putting niggas in jail and everything, man. Using all kind of tactics to put Jake in a confined situation.
There's a lot of, I'm saying like this, don't want to incriminate me, but there's a lot of spiritual names, men on the road that have names spiritual that go back to the Bible. They look them up, they get the way to try and look them up. So they might be, as you just said, they may be worried that they could be the future Messiah. That's how they really do think like that. What a people. Jeremiah 51 and 90 says, the portion of Jacob is not like them, for he is the former of all things, and Israel is the rod of his inheritance.
Right.
The Lord of his host is his name.
Right. So we're not like the other nations. We're a special people. And when we do something that adds, like we do it with power. There's a substance there. There's a level of power that we have. So when we do something, it brings an impact. Okay? Just based on our presence alone, like people want to be like that. They want to follow. So even in our lower state. So that's why it's in their business to keep us down. Because if we're let loose and free, and we've made a successful system, Esau goes out of business. Because Esau can't reign supreme and Jacob's doing good. There's no way that's going to happen. So in order for them to stay on top, they got to keep us down, man. And they should do that. Go on, bro.
That's why even in your personal life, like people in the world, or it could be family members, or when you're out and about doing whatever you're doing, people want to touch you, man.
Yeah.
Because it's the same effect that that woman with the issue of blood for 12 years had.
Yes.
If I can touch the hem of his garment, people, they realize the vibration on you, and it's like, I want to be like that. Let me touch him.
And sometimes people want to be around you. They stand right next to you.
They come here. You at a fucking bus stop.
You're standing right next to you.
What the fuck is that about, man?
I'll pick up.
Because they feel the spirit on you.
There's a frequency that you uphold. So that's what it is.
You know what I'm talking about, brother.
And the thing with these devils, don't get it twisted, man. These devils, they know about frequencies, they know about all of that stuff, man. So they're trying to come in your frequency and get the same sort of thing. But no, you're the devil, you're of a low frequency. I'm of a higher frequency. Alright? And you can't get my frequency because Esau wants everything, including your frequency.
Can I say something else, right? In the spirit. I remember this place I used to work, my last job, right? My manager, when I first met him, he always wanted to get back to the gym. He always, every time he goes for a drink, he always goes, you know what, he wanted my spirit. You know what I mean? He wanted my spirit.
That's why he hated you.
That's why he hated me. And you know, at the end, that man ended up hating me. Before I left the job, he hated me. He tried to get me fired. You know what I mean? But he always wanted to get back to the gym. Why don't come to the gym? You always want to be like me. He's a so-called white man, right?
And it goes deep. You go into it a little bit more. The organ trafficking.
Yes, the organ trafficking. And that's why, and with you saying that, also they get your melanin. You get the melanin from Jake.
That's what I'm saying. I'm just saying, Esau is covetous. He wants everything. He's got this already, but he still wants more.
He still wants more.
He's never satisfied. His belly, what they say about his belly, his belly's never satisfied. You know what I mean?
And that's the absolute truth. But what he wants is what we have. But guess what? No matter how much he wants what we have, he will never get it. And that's why they're trying to do anything that he can do to obtain this idea of everlasting life. Which is what we're gonna get naturally. Hold on, brother. You know? So that's just the thing, man. This great reset thing, what it's really all about is staying in power, man. Staying in business, because the world is their business. Shalom, brother. Alright? And all we are is nothing more than an asset to them. And they gotta keep their assets in check. That's what it's all about. That's why they want to put implantable devices inside of you to say that, look, you're my product. Just like how, let's just say you live in a rural area and you have flocks of sheep, flocks of goat, or cows. What do? You brand those cattle. So if the cattle gets lost, it's got your stamp. It's got the stamp on it. So then the owner, so then another excuse me, someone that lives in another place will find that cattle and relocate that cattle where it belongs because of the stamp on it. Go on, bro.
Yeah, this is a good point because basically this comes down to Esau's fear. Like he fears Jake because he fears what's rising up. So his thing is like if he can chip everybody, then he'll know who's on his side.
Yes.
And those that who don't consent to the chip,
Yeah.
kill them.
Yeah.
That's why it says is it Revelation 20 or 21? I saw the souls of them that were beheaded for the witness.
Well, enough.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Revelation 6. If you're thinking about the same one, but I'm going to go to mine.
No, I've got it. This is
Alright.
Revelation 20 and 4.
Mine.
And I saw thrones and they that sat upon them,
Mm-hmm.
and judgment was given unto them. And I saw the souls of them that were beheaded for the witness of Yahweh Shai and for the word of God, which had not worshipped the beast, and neither his image, neither had received his mark upon their forehead or in their hands, and they lived in rain with him 1,000 years. So that's the whole point. He's like, this is the dividing line. We're coming up to that final point where either you're with this system and with the beast, or you're not. And if you're not, that's when Esau's going to come down. Revelation 12 and 12, man. He's not going to show no mercy because in his mind he's going to be like, okay, now we know who you are, so we're going to fucking X you out of the game. You know, sweep you off the board. Don't pass go. You know, don't collect 200. Take off the board. That's his plan.
I got one back. Basically saying the same thing, but Revelation 6 and 9 says, and when I had opened the fifth seal, I saw under the altar the souls of them that were slain for the word of Yahweh and for the testimony which they held. Yeah. They're complaining at the moment because they were these are martyrs. They were martyred. You know, potentially those that are martyred back then are going to be martyred again. That would be a lot. You just read the ones that will be martyred again. So for the testimony, you know, which is the word, which is the truth, standing on the truth. So who were martyred, or that was their lot to be martyred, they're going to be martyred around. You know, it's going to come back around again. They're going to be in their lot.
I tell you what, brother. Give me Romans 11. It talks about that this what is it, 7,000 men to preserve.
Shall not deny the name of Allah.
There you go. Because
Romans 11, yeah?
Yeah, Romans 11. Go on, bro. Real quick. I think it's verse 7.
Verse 7 says, what then? Israel hath not obtained that which is seeketh for, but the election have obtained it, and the rest were blind. Romans 11 and 4. Romans chapter 11 and 4. But what saith the answer of Jehovah? Unto him I have reserved myself 7,000 men who have not bowed the knee to the image of Baal.
So you're going to have a remnant, a complete number of men that are not going to bow the knee. They're not going to take the mark no matter what, because the elect, they're already a property of the Most High, and not the property of the powers that be. And like I was saying earlier before, when we renounce that mark, we're going to declare that we don't want to be their slaves. So we don't want to be their slaves, and basically, according to them, we're no good to be here. There's no point, because the whole point of you getting at the planet of the device is so that they own you, and you can be indebted to them and to be enslaved. That's the whole point of them giving you the implantable device. The implantable device is nothing more than a stack to substantiate that you're a slave. That's the whole point of it. All right? Go on. Because remember, this world is a business to them. The world they're asking. Go on, brother.
This is in Psalms 33 and 8. It says, behold, the eye of the Lord is upon them that fear him,
Right.
and from them that hope in his mercy,
Right.
to deliver their soul from death, to keep them alive in famine.
Right, and to keep them alive in fact. But the point of the matter is, because I mean, like, let's just keep it real. Some of us may have to die for this thing. But the point that you just read is the fact the Lord's eyes upon those that fear Him. So we're already property of God. We're not property of the system. This is why we're doing something that most people can't do. We're motivated by fear to come out on the streets to declare the word. So we don't fear how people see us, we fear how the Lord sees us. That's why we out here. And technically we don't have to be out there. All we gotta do is go live. We'll still get a gathering or people following us as we go live, but why do we come out here? Because it's under the commandment. In the book of Luke 14, even though that was told to his disciples, but we take that seriously because we are his disciples in the reincarnation order. So when Yahushua said, go ye out to the highways and the hedges, hey, that's what we got to do. And it's to also, respect the commandment and to show that our faith is for real about this thing. That's how we're going to be justified in it, by our faith.
We're talking about the mark, and we were using the analogy of cattle, about binding the cattle so if the cattle were to go stray, and someone found that they could see the mark and know who the owner was. If we be of the hopeful elect, we're already marked too. We've got the mark of the mark. So nobody can steal the Lord's possession if it belongs to the Lord. There's a precept to back that up. John 10, verse 27. My sheep hear my voice, and I know them, and they follow me, and I give unto them eternal life, and they shall never perish, neither shall any man pluck them out of my hand.
Because we're his rock.
Exactly.
That's just like you mentioned about the firewall marking is the firewall marking as well as the name written there for us. That's the substantiate point that we are property of the Yahweh Shah. That's why he put his name in our foreheads. So if let's just say, for example, you order something and it's your name, it's got your details in it. Guess what? That item is going to be sent to your address. So we're property of the Most High. So this is why we don't really feel nothing about the system. We don't have no kind of feelings of Esau. Whatever he throws out there, we're not going to go with that because we're under the influence of his vibration, which is the Holy Spirit, and we have his name on our forehead. So we're already preordained to what? Go follow after the Lamb, and then therefore, Lord willing, to be saved. That's our destiny if we remain to the very end of this thing.
One more verse, Brother Bashar. My Father, which gave them me, is greater than all.
And that's another thing too. Salakia, brother. I have to stop you there because the Father gave us to him. That's the thing. The Father chose us and gave us to him. That's why in John 15 and 16, the Lord said, you have not chosen me, but I have chosen you to bring forth fruit that's good for repentance. So that's just the whole thing right there. So read that again, brother.
This is John 10, verse 29. My Father, which gave them me, is greater than all.
Right, is greater than all. As it is written, my ways are higher than your ways. So the Lord is higher than everybody. Of course, obviously, because he created every goddamn thing. So at the end of the day, we're going to be kept in the Lord's hand, regardless of what. No man on earth is going to be able to cut us off from the Lord. Now, let's just say you happen to be a member among the elect. You get cut off. You was none of this in the first place.
Exactly.
Because everything was preordained. But if you're in the truth now, you go accordingly to all the way to the very end, then it's confirmed that you're a part of the elect. All right, so let's run it again. Read that again. I want to make a different point.
John 10, 29 again. My Father, which gave them me, is greater than all, and no man is able to pluck them out of my Father's hand.
And no man is able to pluck them out of my Father's hand.
Can I say something?
Go on.
And you know what? Whatever the Lord gives, it's a gift.
Yes.
Yeah, let me get this. Ephesians 2, verse 8. For by grace are ye saved, through faith, and not of yourself. It is a gift from the Lord.
And that's another point I want to elaborate on as well. It's the fact that this thing that we're a part of, it's a gift. The faith that we have is a gift. The Holy Spirit is also a gift.
Because remember, to cut it there, remember what Brother Cain said a while ago, is what the Lord gave to his son.
Right.
It's a gift, you know.
It's
To
a
his
gift.
son, too, innit?
Yeah.
It's a gift, too, you know what I mean?
It's
Right?
definitely how it shines.
Go away. You know what I'm saying? So that's what Brother Caleb read a while ago. So
Come.
go
Yeah.
with it, man.
So that's just the bottom line. So if Yahweh gave us Yahweh Shai,
Yes.
Yahweh Shai would have to take very good care of us because
Yes.
we've been given unto him. So we become his property. Okay?
That's his
why.
possession.
What's that, bro?
His possession.
Yeah, we're
You know
his
what I mean?
possession.
You know, the same way we are Yahweh Shai's possession. The same way the woman is our Salaki, you know what I'm saying?
I know what you're
the
talking
same way how the woman
It's the possession of the man.
is the possession of the man.
Yeah.
It's the same thing. We look up to our Yahweh Shai, which is our father.
Oh no, husband.
Husband, that's
Yeah.
it. His possession, isn't it?
Possession.
No, what about it?
Because remember, as
Yes.
it is also written in the Old Testament,
Yes.
that we're supposed to be that are delicate comely woman unto the Lord. So we're the wife of God. All right. So that's just the thing like this. So once you become a wife unto your husband, you're joined unto your husband. You're joined unto him. So
Yes.
we're joined unto the Lord himself. So we're his property, as I'm going to say again. That's why he gave him to us. Somebody get Revelations 4. So that's the reality, man. That's why we ain't going to take no damn mark. That's why we didn't take no whole people. Go on, brother.
Revelation 14, starting at verse 1 says, And I looked, and lo, a lamb stood on the Mount Zion, and with him 144,000,
Right.
having his father's name written in their foreheads.
Having his father's name is written in their foreheads. And that's symbolic. Meaning we have the knowledge and the understanding which came previously. Okay? As it is also written that the name of the Lord is as a strong tower. Now I kind of went somewhere off. I went way off. I didn't have to quote that scripture, right? But what I'm saying is that once again we are the property of the Most High. That's the thing.
We made you quote that scripture there, bro.
You know what I'm saying? Right, exactly. So that's just how that goes down. That's just so we're covered. If we hold dearly to the words of this prophecy, then the Lord will hold on to us. Which we're going to do that anyway because we're under his influence, which is the Holy Spirit, which is within the world.
Matthew 5 verse 16. Let your light so shine before men,
Right.
that they may see your good works,
Right.
and glorify your Father which is in heaven.
That's the reason why we come out here, not for ourselves, not to glorify ourselves with the knowledge that we know, but to glorify our Father which is in heaven. Because remember, we are subjects unto the Father. We are his subjects. We are the Most High subjects, put it to you correctly. So that's why we gotta come out here and do what we're doing. We don't give a shit about the people. The people out there are serving mass interests. They're not serving the power. We're serving the power. So we're gonna look awkward before the people. And as well as it is also written, that the foolishness of God is wiser than men. So who cares about what men feels and think about what they seen in us? We don't give a damn. Right, because are they going to save us? No. They can't even save. They won't be able to save themselves when the shit collapses. Go on, my brother.
Oh, I finished.
Yeah, so that's just the bottom line. That's just how it goes. It's all about the law, like the brothers mentioned, man. It ain't about how you feel and what you going to do. It's about you doing this work. Because at the end of the day, you are a slave. You are in debt to the Most High. That's the whole point. So fuck what you gonna do. Fuck all of that, man. You gotta jump it. You gotta uphold this top. Because when you came in this thing, guess what, man? You already made a covenant that you're gonna fulfill his doings until the very end. How about that? All right. Because Esau over here, he's trying to get you trapped up so that he could be your master and you could be his slave again. Fuck all of that. So if your mind is fully persuaded, as somebody put that on Romans 8 and 35. If your mind is fully persuaded of his knowledge and his understanding, right? Then whatever Esau throws at you, it ain't gonna matter.
All right.
What's gonna matter is the fear of the Lord.
That's beautiful.
Go
As
on,
Caleb said, let me finish it. Some more, yeah?
You're going to
Think not that I have come to destroy the law or the prophets. I have not come to destroy, but to fulfill.
Right.
For
Go on, sound like it.
For verily I say unto you, till heaven and earth pass, one jot or one tittle shall in no wise pass from the law
Yeah.
till all be
To
fulfilled.
all be fulfilled, because with Yahweh shall obedient unto his father. So we're under Yahweh shall, don't we have to be obedient?
Right.
Of course. So we don't have no choice. So as Paul put it, that he became what, a prisoner of hope, right? Because he had no choice. He was a servant to God.
Yes.
So when you got these guys out here telling you about the false breakdowns of what the mark is, they're not showing that they're servants of the Lord. They just talking, they just giving lip service. They just talking because, oh, it's just it's just words that they feel as though they have to say to make themselves appear before men. But let's just be real about it, man. Right? We are absolute servants of God. So when I say this, or when we do say this, we mean this. Okay, I'm not saying this because I'm trying to sound, charismatic. I was saying it because this is a reality, man. Somebody get Romans, 8?
Romans 8 verse 35 says, who shall separate us from the love of Hamashiach?
Right.
Shall tribulation or distress
Right.
or persecution or famine
Right.
or nakedness or peril or sword? For as it is written, for thy sake I'll be killed all the day
Right.
long.
For thy sake I'll be killed all the day long. Because check this out. Persecution, affliction of all sorts, coming by the Lord and the Lord.
Oh, beautiful.
So it may look like, oh yeah, Esau did this to me. Oh, this nigga did that to me. No, it was of the Lord.
That's right.
So if the Lord brought these things upon you, then guess what? He can bring these things upon you. But you gotta serve his interest, no matter what the situation is.
And why we have to fear the Lord again? Because he says, what you put upon you, we have to take it cheerfully.
Exactly. There you go, my brother.
Just back to what you just said.
I tell you what, I'll hold on to that. Let him finish this, because I think he was
I'll
finishing.
finish that.
Oh, you finished? Okay, let's read on, my brother.
Psalms 33
I want to be fair, man.
21. For our heart shall rejoice in him because we have trusted in his holy name. Let thy mercies of the Lord be upon us, according to us, we hope in thee.
Right. We hope in you. So if we continue to hope in the Lord, what then cometh after? Rejoicing.
Nice.
So we have to what? Trust in his words and his name, and do the work, and then we'll receive the prize. But you ain't gonna receive the prize just half stepping it. Oh, I trusted the Lord for what? 20 years of my life, and then I left. No. You gotta trust in the Lord all the way to the very end. Okay? The scripture says no man ever put his hand to the plow looking back is fit for the kingdom. Like one guy came up to one of the brothers in the camp saying that, oh yeah, let me go cross the hard, this and that. It doesn't matter. Are you doing the work? Because if you're not doing the work, then you can know whoever you want to know. That don't mean you're gonna make it, man. You're gonna make it by doing the work, as it is written in the Apocrypha, that they might be justified by their works.
Yeah, elder, the 70 knew Yahweh Shai, but they fell away.
They fell away. Exactly.
They thought, well, I used to be with him. Don't work like that.
It doesn't validate your salvation.
As the elders getting into the Lord, as the elder apostle said, the Lord is based upon the mantra of what have you done for me lately?
Yes. There you go. So that's just how it goes, man. You gotta be doing the work. Like you could have did, let's just say for example, I did about 20 videos in the span of 1 week, right? And then 4 months later, I did those videos. That shit don't happen. I did all of that work, right? But I didn't do anything else in 4 months. That's a fallout, man. That's mighty likely a fallout. Now, can the Lord bring a man back as the prodigal son? Possibly. But for the most part, you gotta be consistent. Just like your heart. For example, let's say if your heartbeat said, look, man, I beat 1,700,000 times throughout your life, or more than that, just putting out a number. And then the heart said, I'm not gonna pump no more. Guess what? Your ass will be fucking dead, man.
You get dead, nigga.
Yeah, you get dead, man. You know?
The heart says I'm taking a break.
Yeah, the heart said I'm taking a break. Nigga, you be in the spiritual realm. So there ain't no fucking breaks, man. Go on, brother.
Matthew 24:13. But he that shall endure unto the end, the same shall be saved.
Right, the same shall be saved. And this all goes back to the original point that we are in debt to the Lord. So we can't take no break. Oh, I'm gonna just take a 5-month hiatus. right? I'm gonna do what I can do right now and then take a break. No, you gotta do what you gotta do what you gotta do at a consistent basis. This ain't no break thing, man. Oh, I'm gonna just fall back for like a week. Now, fuck that. Be out here and teach the word, man. Now, don't get me wrong. Sometimes brothers be going through certain things, you know. But I'm just saying, like, you gotta have the mentality that what have I really done for the Lord? You know, go on, brother. As a recent, go on.
You know, Ezekiel, I live his life behind his backside. Ezekiel chapter 3 and 20 says, again, when a righteous man doth turn from his righteousness and commit iniquity, I lay a stumbling block before him. He shall die, because thou hast not given him warning. He shall die in his sins, and his righteousness which he hath done shall not be remembered, but his blood will I require at thine hand.
Yeah. So if you've been, basically what that means is if you've done every single thing that you was doing before, after your righteousness, then that can't be remembered, man. Yeah. So ultimately, when you, it's really what that's really going to, when you break it down, when you go back into the world, you start to go beyond those, you start to go into those iniquities again.
Them two guys that just left about a month after the Passover, them two guys, I mean, he didn't say how long they was in before, but it sounded like they've been around for a while. All what they done, mate, you know, he knew, because he was among them, and they're from Chicago, but there's other local in these beats that, you know, busy working, well, busy big cat. And all what they did, man, maybe they done, who knows what they done, man, but it ain't gonna be remembered.
Yeah, it's not gonna be remembered, because at the end of the day, it's all about enjoying today. All right, when you came to this thing, at first you might have thought, oh man, I'm gonna be a priest, I'm gonna be a king in the kingdom of heaven, I'm gonna have slaves. So you had some kind of sense of joy when you first heard the word, but you didn't realize what you was getting yourself involved in. That you would have to uphold this knowledge and this understanding. If you can't, brother, give me Revelation 1 and 3 once again, as it is written. Blessed are they which keep the sayings of this book of this prophecy. Not keep it for 5 or 10, 20 years and then you let it go. No.
Well, that's the prophecy, the parable of the sower of seeds.
Yes.
Just because the farmer threw the seeds, don't mean it's gonna bud. Some was fell on the wayside, some was fell on the stony ground, some was fell amongst the thorns and the thistles. So it doesn't matter, man, to water. It doesn't matter. You could, you know, but then you had those that were fell upon the good ground. You know,
they had a strong foundation.
And that just shows that some people, these so-called Christians, are going to plan for a different way. They think they could go to church and give all this, they're rich people, you know. They think they can give all this money and think they can climb some other way to the kingdom.
They think they can buy the blessing into the chariot.
Yeah. See? Can I add to that? Because even the Jehovah's Witnesses, these brothers know my little testimony, but they get up early in the morning to go in the ministry, you know. Like they get up early in the morning. Some so-called pioneers, everybody in the ministry. Pioneer, that means that you have to give you like hold it for hours. There's a report, and it's like, I don't know. It used to be like 45 hours, 50 hours. So people do that, and they actually take time off work, and they take part-time stuff, and that's going to come back down to what we're saying. Matthew 21, 17:21. Though they say unto me, Lord, Lord, I will not, you know.
Same thing.
Good.
Revelation chapter 1 and verse 3. Blessed is he that readeth, and they that hear the words of this prophecy, and keep these things which are written therein, for the time is at hand.
Right. And the reason why you want to keep these things, now hold on to that and give me Proverbs the 4th chapter. Because Solomon even said it.
Yeah.
Solomon said, if you keep these instructions and these commandments, they are life unto you. So you can't let this go. So if you want the life that the Lord has for you, man, and as well as you want to be saved, then you have to hold on to the words of life to be saved. This is the only way you're going to go around it, man. There's no other way. You can't go under, you can't go over. That's the only way. Yahweh is the only and the true way. He's the way, the truth, and the life. That's in John 14. All right? can start with verse 7.
7, yeah?
Yeah.
It's the book of Proverbs, chapter 4, verse 7. And it says, wisdom is the principal thing. Therefore get wisdom, and with all thy getting, get understanding.
Now, is it talking about the wisdom that you're going to get from some Edomite with a suit and tie and these things? No. It's talking about this knowledge and this understanding. Go on.
Exalt her, and she shall promote thee.
Right. Exalt her and she shall promote thee. Go on.
She shall bring thee to honor.
She shall bring thee to honor. So hold on with that. Get 1 Samuel chapter 2 and read verse 8. And we're going to get back to that.
Yes, Lord.
1 Samuel chapter 2 and verse 8 says, He raiseth up the poor out of the dust, and lifteth up the beggar from the dunghill, to set them among princes, and to make them inherit the throne of glory.
Right, to make them inherit the throne of glory. So let's we can stop right there. So how are the poor going to be raised up and sit amongst princes and inherit the throne of glory? Through this knowledge. Now let's read that same verse again.
Proverbs 4, verse 7. Wisdom is the principal thing. Therefore get wisdom, and with all thy getting, get understanding. Exalt her, and she shall promote thee.
Exactly. Go on.
She shall bring thee to honor when thou dost embrace her.
Right, so we're going to be brought to honor because it is nothing. So remember when Solomon prayed to the Lord, what did he pray for? He could have prayed for women. He could have prayed for gold. He could have prayed for whatever he wanted, but he prayed for wisdom. And it was through the wisdom that he got. He was able to what? Become the richest man in his time. Because of wisdom. So wisdom is the key to what? To promotion. The knowledge of the Lord in this case. Go on.
Here,
The
oh
Lord-
my...
The Lord said, because you prayed for wisdom,
Yeah.
then He gave him all those other stuff on the side.
Yes. Because how am I going to put this? What comes out of wisdom is riches anyway. Because you could get riches, but you could be a dumbass. Like there's plenty of dumbass people that get rich, and guess what? They lose the money because they didn't have the wisdom to actually hold on to the money or to do anything conducive with the money.
Like people winning the lottery.
Exactly. I was gonna say, there's many stories in the UK
The worst off.
of lottery winners
Yeah.
that go poor again.
They go,
Yes,
the
they
worst off.
And there's always something
You know?
bad happening to them.
Always.
Well, hold on with that, brother. Let's read this.
Proverbs 4, verse 10 now. Hear, O my son, and receive my sayings, and the years of thy life shall be many.
There you go. In the years of thy life shall be many. So this Bible is basically truly the book of life. It's truly the book of life. Yeah. So if you let this go and you're going to put it down, there's no middle ground. There's no gray area. It's either life and death in this world. And the thing of it is, we should be considered thankful to the Lord because He brought us back to His words, which really were the words of life right now. A lot of people are going to die out here because they don't have this knowledge and this understanding. Like even in the world, people pay thousands of dollars in America or pounds down here in the UK for certain kinds of knowledge to obtain to become successful. Showing you how valuable knowledge really is, man. All right? Because once you know something, you can do it. If you don't know it, then pretty much you can't do what you don't know. That's why people are destroyed. Because they don't have the knowledge. It tells you that. For my people have become destroyed for the lack of knowledge. So the more you know, the better you can do. All right? And we have the utmost wisdom and understanding above all the wisdom and understandings of this world, which is understanding the Bible. Let me stop talking. Let's go to this. Go on.
Verse 11. I have taught thee in the way of wisdom. I have led thee in the right paths.
Right, which He has. Go on.
When thou goest, thy steps shall not be straitened.
Right.
And when thou runnest, thou shalt not stumble.
Right. Go on.
Take fast hold of instruction. Let her not go.
Right. Let her not go. Blessed are they which, what is it? What you just read? Revelations 1 and 3. Read it again.
Revelation 1 and 3 again. Blessed is he that readeth, and they that hear the words of this prophecy,
and keep those things which are written therein, for the time is at hand.
So it means to hold it in your mind and to also do these things as well. Now let's go back to this.
Yes. Take fast hold of instruction. Let her not go. Keep her, for she is thy life.
Right, well, keep her, she is thy life. That's why Yahweh said, whosoever believeth on me, as the scripture have said, shall, what is it, shall have, it's of living water.
That's
So
a flowing water.
exactly, so if it's living waters, then are we going to be living like the living waters? Let's also get John 3 and 16. Go on. Let's get John 3 and 16. But really what that means, what I just quoted in John 7, it means to have an abundance of wisdom.
Yes.
That's what it means, but it's also living waters. Okay? So now let's get John 3 and 16. This is why Yahweh Shai said this.
Yes. This is John chapter 3,
Verse 16.
verse 16. For Yahweh Ba'asham Yahushai so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son.
And what world is that? We've broken this down so many times. It's the world of Israel. Now, if you look up that word world, the world is cosmos, which is referencing to an arrangement of stars. So who were the stars set, arranged? The elect, the house of Israel. Go on. Now, if it meant the entire globe,
Yes.
all of the nations,
Yes.
the Greek word would be unclement. So then the Christians can be justified in using that scripture, but they can't because it doesn't mean that. Go on.
For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son.
And who did he give his only begotten Son to? The Israelites. It tells you that in Acts the 5th chapter. Go on.
That whosoever believeth in him should not perish, but have everlasting life.
And now we're going back to the point. So whosoever believeth on Yahweh Shai shall not perish but have what? Everlasting life. Through his word. So now let's go back and read what you just read in Proverbs. If you remember the exact verse, my brother.
Proverbs 4.
Was it 8?
It was, thank you, Thawada, brother. I think it's out to 9 now or something, yeah? Thawada, you're on.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. Proverbs 4, verse 9. She shall give to thine head an ointment of grace.
Verse 7. Verse 7.
Verse 7, that's one. Proverbs 4, verse 7. Wisdom is the principal thing.
No, I think it was in verse maybe not.
I would say 8 and then go to 9. Let me start with 8 again. Exalt her, and she shall promote thee. She shall bring thee to honor when thou dost embrace her. She shall give to thine head an ointment of grace. A crown of glory shall she deliver to thee. Hear, O my son, and receive my sayings, and the years of thy life shall be many.
Go on.
I have taught thee in the way of wisdom.
Okay, relax, brother. Take your time.
Thank you, brother. Proverbs 4, verse 11. I have taught thee in the way of wisdom. I have led thee in right paths. When thou goest, thy steps shall not be straitened. And when thou runnest, thou shalt not stumble.
Go on.
Take fast hold of instruction. Let her not go. Keep her, for she is thy life.
There you go. And Yahweh Shai represented that wisdom. So we hearken unto him, we cannot perish but receive everlasting life. That's why I wanted to get that precept right there. Because it all leads to that right there. If you can, brother, if you can, get to John 14, where Yahweh Shai said, I'm the way, the truth, and the life. So the greatest thing, the greatest person to ever be is to be indebted to this man of life. I hope you understand what I meant when I said that, man. I'm gonna say it again. The greatest person to be is to be someone that's under the authority of the life giver. Because by him, ultimately, automatically, we're going to be granted salvation. All right, and we're going to be preserved from the ways of destruction. And being that you have billions of people all around us right here that don't have this knowledge and this understanding, they're going to be what? Death. So the Lord have mercy upon us just by the fact that he chose us to be his subjects, man. Okay? It's mercy. So that's why we gotta always keep a heart of humility. Because remember, we didn't choose the Lord. He chose us. And if he chose us, he can give us away. So no matter how much you are good in the scriptures, you could be a brother that's very charitable, very brotherly. But guess what? If you're not right in the mind of the Lord sees it, he can just toss you out. Okay? So always be humble, man. Always keep a low profile. Don't pluck up your head. Don't get too big, man. Even if the Lord promotes you, always keep a low profile. All right? Because when you start bigging yourself up, man, the flesh comes in, and you start making all kind of mistakes, and that mistake can get you out the truth. All right? Go on.
John chapter 14, verse 6. Yahushua saith unto him, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No man cometh unto the Father but by me.
Exactly. So you can't kangaroo skip the mediator, which is Yahushua. He is the way, the truth, and the life. And it's only through him. So that's what all of us have to acknowledge. We're not going to save our own selves. It's going to be Yahushua that's going to save us.
He said, do not boast of yourselves.
Exactly.
Yeah.
All right. And that's why the Lord gave him that name. Yahushua meaning he is the deliverer. So we know that words have a meaning, right? So his name has a meaning. He's going to live to the meaning of his name. He lived according to the will of his Father. So guess what? According to the Father, he has to live to his name that his Father gave him to.
Yeah, that's why you Old Testament Israelites, you're going to die, man. Because you think you can go straight to the Father, as the elder said, by kangaroo jumping and skipping over Yahushua. But the numerical number of the Lord's name, Yahushua, is 4, which is mercy. But the number of us men is 6. So that means you're going to go the beast.
Yes.
His number is 6. 3 score and 6, man. See, the scripture says, woe be to the man that trusteth in man. So you're under the vibration of I can do it myself. Like I was saying earlier, I got it together. I can do it. I can save myself. You skipping over Yahushua.
And just like what you said about our numerical number is what 6, right? So that pretty much declares that we're fleshly and we're more capable of sinning too. We're in the flesh. So when you trust in yourself, you're putting trust in the man, because all we men, that's what it is. The Lord said, look, as a matter of fact, I'm gonna quote, I'm gonna nearly quote it. I'm gonna roughly paraphrase it. Someone get Exodus 24, the Lord. Oh yeah, I tell you what, you could get Ecclesiastes 12, where it says the whole duty of man. Go on, my brother.
This is Exodus chapter 20, verse 4. Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, or any likeness of anything that is in heaven above, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the water under the earth. Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them, nor serve them. For I, the Lord Jehovah, thy power, am a jealous God, visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children unto the 3rd and 4th generation of them that hate me.
Yeah, which a generation is what, 25 years, right? So times that by 4, that's what 100 years. So the thing of it is, the point that I'm making is that we're supposed to know and acknowledge the power. Don't worship any other gods. You got this belief system in this society where you can actually worship yourself. You know, there's that New Age philosophy on that regard. I might have to do a video on it, right?
Oh yeah, so that's that social media, YouTube. That came to me in the spirit. iPhone, everything's like direct.
Yes.
Comes back all that brand to you.
Yeah.
Even though you can do it, we're using it right now. It's true. Push out this truth from the right hand side, but in the world, it's pure like it's all about like what's it?
The manifestation.
Yeah. Now they got the new one, the podcasting. Which that guy was? That guy was this one guy was amongst the brothers doing the podcast. They kicked him out because now you can use that. You could have used that on the right hand side in righteousness, but it was like everything's going back to you and you start to lift yourself up now because you're doing well and you're getting a lot of views and you're lifting yourself above the elders, the your teachers, then now it's come back to me. He just said it, me worship.
Yeah. And you know too as well, what I really meant to say was you worshiping yourself as a God, you become your own God. There's a philosophy on that regard, where you can actually believe that you're your own God and you have all of the answers and you can basically have your own sense of free will and you can will everything you want. I think it's called what is it, hedonism? Something to that equivalent is hedonism, where you just do according to your will. You can fight your will through anything. All right, that's pretty much worshiping man. You're worshiping yourself.
And they manifest it. They say, I manifest into the atmosphere. I will become this, and I manifest. I'll get this job. A lot of black women are in that. They just call it for what it is. Man. A lot of you black nigga bitches are into that manifestation spirit, which is demons. Because as the elder says, you're worshiping yourself at face value, but what you're really worshiping is a demon. Because I know a lot of these hoes, they manifest things, the atmosphere, and it works. It actually works. They get the job, you know, they get the car, they manifest it. They got the house, they manifest. Why? Because as the elder's saying, it's that self-worship, but it always goes back to Satan.
Because it's really Satan that's within them who they worship.
That's right.
That's what it is. It's the Satan within themselves that they worship. You know, and that's what put us the brother. It is what it is.
And it goes right back to Esau.
Yeah.
Because he's the one that set this whole thing up.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
That's it.
And a woman, if you to get involved in this particular relationship thing, if you to get involved in a woman that's self-manifestation, whatever you are, call it, it would never be a relationship. It's just like, because you're just one of her, you're just adding to her worship in herself. And she can't give you back what you're giving her. It's just going to be a one-way traffic.
And that's always the case for these girls, because most of these women in the West, they're very full of themselves and they're extremely narcissistic. But then they'll get on you for being full of yourself. You know?
When you tell him about yourself, then you're the one with the
problem. Yeah. Yeah, so the whole thing of the matter is, man, like, we have to worship the Most High, man. That's what this life is telling us. So every time we go through difficulties in this world, and we're realizing how frail, how ancient we are, as long as we're growing, we're finding out that the solution is not by ourselves. The solution is not by another man. The solution is Yahweh Ma'ashim Yahweh. That is the solution. Going, brother, to this madness.
Just pick this one quickly. First Kings 3 really hits the ball at the park. And 9 says, Give ye therefore thy servant an understanding heart to judge thy people, that I may discern between good and bad. For who is able to judge this so great a people? And the speech pleased the Lord, that Solomon had asked this thing. And God said unto him, Because thou hast asked this thing, hast not asked for thyself long life, neither hast thou asked for riches for thyself, nor hast asked the life of the necks of thine enemies, but hast asked for thyself understanding to discern judgment. Behold, I have done according to thy words. Lo, I have given thee a wise and understanding heart, so that there was none like thee before thee, neither after thee shall any arise like unto thee.
Yeah, and it's the simple thing, wisdom.
Yeah, because you know you got these quick get-rich-quick schemes. Jake's into that too, which he was the originator of that. The Edomite originator of that. And then Jake got on the bandwagon. Pyramid schemes to get rich quick. And I know that's big over there in America, massive over there. But it hit over here too. So now that would be the long way they're going, man. And some people willing to pay money to go to learn how to get rich quick too. They spend money because money makes money. But now this is what I find interesting. King Solomon didn't ask for that, but the Most High, because he asked for the right thing in righteousness to judge the people between good and bad, to the good king, the Most High gave him riches too. So that was a get-rich-quick scheme, but it wasn't that he wanted it, but the Most High blessed him with that.
But you know why? But you know though, to just basically break it down more properly, it was wisdom that brought him the riches.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It was the wisdom, because basically, like I was saying, man, like wisdom cometh all things. So it's like the ship. If you can, brother, get me what is it, John?
I never got the one I was calling for you.
Somebody get what is it, John 1 and 26. I'll read that now.
Ecclesiastes, verse 12 and 13. Let us hear the conclusion of the whole matter.
Oh, yeah.
Fear Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai and keep his commandments,
Mhm.
for this is the whole duty of man.
Right, but this is the whole duty of man, is to keep his instructions. Because his instructions are the way of life. And his wisdom, his understanding is going to what? Bring the abundance to man.
Yes.
Now let's go and read this.
John 1 and from the top, yeah?
No, 26.
26. John 1 and 26. And John answered them, saying, I baptize.
No, read it.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Answered them, saying, I baptize with water, but there standeth one among you whom ye know not.
Keep going.
He who is coming after me is preferred before me, whose
Now,
shoes.
it goes like this. I've given you an unction to know all things.
Yeah. I knew you went the right one, you know. I've got John. I'll find that. That's in
I thought it was.
yeah, this is it. John chapter.
It's 1 John 2 and 20.
First John chapter 2 and 20 says, but ye have an unction from the Holy One, and ye know all things.
Right. We know all things. So how do we know all things? By getting into the scriptures. Once you get into the scriptures, then you'll know what this life is all about. You'll know everything. So no matter what this devil puts before you, you would already know that already, because it was ordained that he was going to do such and such.
Let me finish this then though.
Yeah.
It says, for God Yahweh shall bring every work into judgment with every secret thing,
Right.
as you said, whether it be good or whether it be evil.
There you go. So in other words, when you pass away, you're going to go before your maker. You're going to go before the judgment seat. So you might as well, as you're alive and well, serve your purpose, which is to please the Most High. Because you're not going to escape. He has his eyes within his room watching you and recording everything that you do. Right? And then when you die, you go back to him. So there's no escape. Yeah, so if you're thinking that you can just live in according to your own means, oh, there's a different way to live, there's a different God over here I can serve. You know, I have my own opinion, you have your opinion. Let me tell you something about reality. There's no such thing as opinions. It's either you're living a lie or you're living in the truth. That's right. That's the point of the matter. See, that's that Edomitic way of thinking, man. Oh, that's your opinion.
Yeah.
That's my opinion. Like there's various different ways to get somewhere. No, there's only in this case to get to the Most High.
Yeah.
To receive your salvation, you gotta go through the right way. All right.
Overshine the way or the wrong way. The highway or the right or
Exactly.
the
Highway or the highway.
Wrong way. That's it.
You know what I'm saying? So with that, somebody get me please John 7, not John 7, Matthew 7. Because it tells you that you're gonna have what? Please.
Matthew 7, verse 13. Enter ye in at the straight gate, for wide is the gate, broad is the way that leadeth to destruction,
Right.
and many there be which go in thereat. Because straight is the gate, and narrow is the way which leadeth unto life, and few there be that find it.
Right, so you have the narrow gate and you have the straight gate, which is the narrow gate. So the narrow gate is what? It's going to lead to life, which is Yahweh Shai's way. So there's no, oh, this is my opinion. You have an opinion too. Fuck all of that. And you got to respect that. Or I'm living according to my truth. No, there's no my truths. It's the truth.
Right.
Okay? Your perception and the way you think, yo, that's you all in your own mind, man. You gotta get out your mind and deal with the real world. And that's just the problem with people today. Especially these women out here. These women, they live in their own mind. So while they're in their own mind, reality is happening and they wonder why, oh man, how come I couldn't find a man? I'm 40 years old and I'm struggling to find someone. Because you've been caught up in your own fucking mind, man.
That's right.
When you really know in reality, you should have been taking yourself seriously to find the right kind of guy, man, when you was young. Okay?
Go on, brother.
Just going to say a quick point, because you're talking about people saying, oh, well, come up some other way, I don't have to go through your house shite. It reminded me of a clip I watched some years ago of Oprah Winfrey one, where she was talking to a fucking audience, and she was talking about some fucking, you don't have to go through Jesus to get to God and some shit. And the Edomite women in the audience were cursing her out, saying, what are you talking about? There's no other way, there's only Jesus. And those are flipping Edomite women. So and you got,
I remember that scene. Too.
yeah, but you got Oprah Winfrey is such influence to our women, and they're not even challenging you.
Nope.
But the point is that there is no other way. But you've got these celebrities who try and push, or you can come to God however you want. And for example, I was walking down the road yesterday. Some guy was holding out some leaflets. Some Christian guy goes, "Come as you are, come as you are." And I'm thinking, what the fuck are you talking about, man? How are you going to tell people come as you are?
Money, innit?
That's what I'm saying. Basically, you could be a fucking sodomite, right?
You need more people.
And he's saying, come as you are.
Yeah.
You could be an adulterer and he's saying, come as you are.
Yeah.
Rather than fucking get right with the Most High or die, man.
Yeah.
But again, that's not going to bring money into his fucking pockets. Yeah, so they're going to tell people, yeah, come as you are. You don't need to change. God hates the sin, not the sinner. All that kind of rubbish. It's like I've been talking.
No, that's all right, brother. Yeah, because that don't fill in the pockets. Like, he want to blow his pockets up and shit, you know, like a fucking balloon. But what it's all about is it's just plain. Life is very plain. It's not complicated. People make it complicated. It's my shoes, my opinion. Listen, man, you got the up and down, the left and the right, life and death. It's just as plain as that. There's no various different ways. Go on, man.
It says, man, the same shall know it, death by pain.
Yeah.
How the fuck can God love you but hate you? No, you come as a package, man. God hates you because of what the fuck you're doing.
The Most High is angry and wicked every day.
Every day. Or God loves you because of what you're doing, man.
Mm-hmm.
No fucking separatism, man. That's the person and that's what they're doing.
Yeah.
What the fuck you're doing is who you are, man.
Exactly.
That's it.
God hates you because you're fucking wicked, man. And the same shall know it, death by pain.
And it's just as plain as that. It's just that plain. So all of this, oh yeah, you know, oh God, you know, what is it? What do they say?
God hates the sin and not the sinner.
Right.
Or another one, they say, oh, God knows my heart.
Oh, yeah, God knows my heart.
That's the next one again. I got a precept here.
No, no.
Ecclesiasticus 3 verse 24. For many are deceived by their own vain opinion.
Hey, break it down, bro.
For many are deceived by their own vain opinion, and an evil suspicion have overthrown their judgment.
Go on, bro. You pick it down.
Oh man, and that's what it is like. We're going back to these so-called churches again, right? Oh, the Lord knows my heart. All I have to do is eat his swine, and I pray over it.
Right.
You know,
Oh yeah, I plead the blood of Jesus over the pork.
you know what I mean? Everything is but, and there's other scriptures about it's not based on your vain interpretation. That's another one again. You see? You see, that's why you have to be taught over again. You have to become a newborn babe, start all over again, get up all that back dirty wash.
Fucking,
You know what I mean?
bro. Someone get that, Brother Kishan,
you get
man.
mad.
Fuck that, man. That scripture, the strangeness of his salvation.
Yes, yes.
Let's get that, man.
Yeah, man.
Hey, that's
The
what
fuck,
Solomon
man.
5. Yeah, read it.
Yeah, you can just do what the hell you want to do.
Yeah, man.
Pray over the swine.
Yeah, man.
Pray over the,
Yeah, man.
what I talked about earlier, the calamari, you know, all that, the shrimp,
Yeah.
all that bullshit, man. What the hell, man? You gotta follow the commandments, man.
That's it.
So, brother,
still like it,
no, talk, bro. The commandments went. So I guess the commandment just went
Went out the window.
Went out the window.
And
Yeah.
then what do they say in churches, Walter Hub? They say, Jesus done away with
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
But then the Lord himself said, I've not come to destroy, but to fulfill, man. So what the fuck are you talking about, man?
Oh.
Them churches are demonic, man.
Yeah, Rabia, let me just say something, right? You said something on the chat about a few months ago, and up to date I'm cracking up. Remember the little image goes, the thief wanted to get there, he was had a knife, and he wanted to get that woman.
Yeah.
And he said, Jesus loves me, and somebody says in the background, every time.
Yeah.
That one,
Yeah.
That's how he catches Christians, you know? You remember the same one?
Yeah, I remember
on the
what you're
chat?
talking about, bro.
Oh,
I
man, that
remember,
is-
man.
You know what I mean?
When someone got,
Wisdom of Solomon 5, yeah?
yeah.
Right, Wisdom of Solomon 5 from verse 1. Then shall that righteous man stand in great boldness
Right.
before the face of such as have afflicted him.
Righteous, why? Because they stood for something, man. The saying is kind of corny, but it's true. If you don't stand for something, you'll fall for anything.
Yeah.
Christians fall for anything.
Yeah, man.
Because anything goes. Pork goes,
Yeah.
being fucking homosexual goes,
Yeah, man.
you know. anything goes with Christianity, man.
You have to drop it. You have to drop it.
Adultery goes,
You have to drop it.
anything goes, man. But it says, then shall the righteous man stand. Why? Because what did it say about Job? A righteous man that escheweth evil. You have to be on the side, man. You have to either stand for righteousness or be okay with wickedness, man.
That's right.
These Christians, they're okay with wickedness and want to dress themselves in righteousness. That's wicked, man. So when the Lord comes back, he's gonna fucking kill you Christians, man.
And you know what too as well? You know what I found out some months ago? Is that there was a lot of lightning strikes on these churches too.
Yeah, churches.
Yeah, they get fucked up on
Churches.
them. You know? And really, when you think of the word church is referring to a group of men that are standing with the Lord. It ain't representing these churches. Excuse me, these buildings, which is filled up with these silly people.
You go up in them sanctuaries, it's funky as fuck.
Sure does.
From like last week's sweat. Because they were all dancing and having a fucking time of their life in there, man. Like it's not like a club, bro.
Yeah,
You know, it's a big club, man.
Yeah.
You walk up into the club, it's all dark and shit. You got the bouncer, he's checking you and shit. You go to the club. It's the same fucking thing. You go up in the so-called sanctuary of these churches, you got deacons standing there. They got to open a door for you. You know, you go up in the church, man. That's some bullshit,
Comfort,
man. Comfort, man.
You got Deacon Donovan over there waiting for this congregation to come in there.
Go, man, sit up, go. Caleb, finish that.
Yeah, can't, right?
Yeah, Deacon Donovan, on a Sunday morning,
He got his suit and
sights, suit and tie on.
He got a
He's
Rolex
there,
on too. My man got a Rolex on.
Yeah, and he's pointing to where you sit. He's fucking Christian, man. I'm like a skank, bro.
Right, and then they call themselves getting the Holy Spirit and they start jumping around doing backwards, sound flips and all that. That's
Telling you where to sit so you can catch the Holy Spirit.
right.
Yeah, man, right there. You know.
God.
But then shall that righteous man stand in great boldness before the face of such as have afflicted him and made no account of his labours when they see
What
it.
labors have you Christians done, man? You fucking going in them churches every Sunday, smacking tambourines in your hand and catching the unholy spirit. That's not no work of the Lord, man. Fuck you talking about, man? You go home. I've got family members, man. I'm in the house, man. It fucking pisses me off. They're on the phone talking to the other family members. Oh yeah, pastor said this and I'm not too sure about that. It's all about their feelings, man. If pastor's preaching what they want to hear, yeah, I love Bishop.
Good sermon.
Yeah, good sermon. I like Bishop. I like pastor. But if pastor says something you don't like, you spend the whole fucking week bitching about the same nigga you're gonna go back to on Sunday. You dickhead, man. What the hell, man? The scripture says, who made no account of their labours, man. You niggas in the churches ain't labouring, man. You're going up in there for your own eyes and your own ears and your own emotions to get attended to, man.
It's true, man.
That's why the scriptures call it the whorehouses, man.
Yeah.
You spiritual wars and you physical wars. As the elder said, man, you damn adulterers, man. You know, in fucking churches, man. That's bullshit, bro.
You've got people who go up in the church just because they like the music. You know, sitting in the audience liking the songs. Or we've got, some musicians in there, I can play the keys, you know. All like your house shop.
Bro, I'll be honest, bro. Brothers are guilty of that, man. Certain brothers are musicians. I used to go to church and play piano and fuck off, but I didn't listen to no damn pastor, man. I go there for the music, the music and the girls, man.
And they know what we like, and they cater to us.
You cater to it,
Young
man.
men.
How about that? I was that nigga, man. I'll be making the beats, man, and then when the pastor comes on, I'll go outside. I ain't fucking listening to
Yeah, I tell you no lie, man. Sometimes I used to go to church, man. I see some guys with a bass guitar, and I'm watching him, you know. He's so cool.
Yeah.
I wish I could learn that, you know. I wish I could learn that. And he's really going down with the beat, you know.
Let me tell you, in them churches, man, the worst niggas are the musician niggas.
Oh man, the worst,
Them musicians are the worst niggas going, man. Because they're cocky.
They're cocky.
They're full of themselves.
They're full of themselves. It's true.
You know, because they know that without them, church ain't gonna be fun.
Right.
You're right. Yeah.
Finish that.
They get girl too.
Yeah, they get knocked down, man. Yeah.
5 and 2, Wisdom of Solomon 5 and 2. When they see it, they shall be troubled with terrible fear, and shall be amazed at the strangeness of his salvation, so far beyond all that they looked for.
Good. And just like the brother said, man, them niggas they didn't put the work in to talk about, oh, I'm saved. Like, bro, like before you get salvation, you gotta put that work in. Man. Not what warming up chairs in them southern buildings. Like the Lord never sanctioned with seat warmers. The Lord sanctioned those who put the work in, man. The scripture says that what is it? The work is abundant, but the laborers are few. All right, so that's the only way you're gonna be saved. The Apocrypha tells you, I'm gonna quote it again, that they were justified by their works. All right,
That's true. It's about the words, because the scripture talks about the sweat of their brow.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
You have to sweat and do this, but that's a sweat. I mean, you have to work hard.
Yeah.
You have to put in the labor for this
Yes.
work.
And that's in everything in life.
And
If you
everything
want
in
to
life.
become something in life,
Anything
you
in
have
life.
to, like you mentioned, bro. You got what is it? Get rich quick scheme. That's all bullshit, man. If you want to get rich on anything, you got to put the work in. You got to be dedicated to put the work in. That's just how it is. Even when it comes to working out on everything, you got to put the work in. It's like the apostles, man. The apostles put the work in to be where they're at.
Yeah.
So it's the same thing.
Yeah.
So in order for us to be a master of what we do, right? To be good at what we do, we have to be consistent on it.
Yeah. In righteousness.
In righteousness.
You're right.
Yeah. So
The grandmaster gets they get the respect and they deserve the grandmasters. Them, you know, in martial arts, man who lives that, no one talks about. They get the respect because they put the work in and they deserve that respect. The grandmasters of the masters, because they're the masters of the masters. Grandmasters.
that's why they call them grandmasters. Yeah. So let's go back to what we was at before, man.
I've got one for you. This might remind us where we was. I'll read it and then we'll see. Yeah. First Ezra chapter 4, 37 says, wine is wicked, the king is wicked, women are wicked, all the children of men are wicked, because you mentioned that it's not about opinion. It's not about opinion. There's no left. It's just straightforward. You saying that it's not about opinion. Yeah. Wicked. All the children of men are wicked, and such are all their works, and there is no truth in them in their unrighteousness. Also they shall perish. Last one. As for the truth, it endureth and is always strong. It liveth and conquereth forevermore.
Oh yeah, hold on to that and get Matthew 24. Somebody get Matthew 24, where it mentions on how what is it, man? Heavens and earth will pass away, but my words will not pass away. Somebody get that, because that's what it's all about. It's all about the truth. And when you live in the truth, you don't perish like the truth does. But when you're living a lie, you perish like the lie. You become the lie. So it's all about you living according to this truth. Especially the taller one.
Some of them, I like them into smooth, yeah, it's clean first and foremost, but smooth and silky. Back to you.
You're going to get all of that. Go on, brother.
Matthew 24 and verse 35. Let me read from verse 34. Verily I say unto you, this generation shall not pass till all these things be fulfilled. Heaven and earth shall pass away, but my word shall not pass away.
So that's just how it is. Like the end all be all at the end of the day is about the words of the Lord. It ain't about my opinion or your truth. That's all bullshit. That's that bullshit that the serpent brought to Eve. And them Evites took it up like it was nothing. And they take it and it's like it's a reality. You know, it's a particular philosophy that I can go by of believing in myself. Nah, man, that's not it right there. And a lot of people that have that mentality, they're gonna wind up down. We'll see if you are a God for real. When the economy crashes, like there was a video that a brother put up of this black guy sitting in her car talking about how one of her friends told her at the job, saying that the economy is gonna collapse. So she said, well, what I could actually do right now, I have a gun by my side. I can actually blow my brains out. Why did she say that? Because one of her friends told her that the economy is going to collapse, and she was upset about that.
So she's contemplating suicide because of it.
Yeah. So this is the thing, and you know, I'm just bringing it out just to bring home the point, because the thing with Eve, man, a lot of these Evites are hella proud, they're hella pride, and arrogant as hell, and they really think that they're just better than the world. They think that they're better than their reality. Their reality doesn't even matter. It's, as long as what they think is what matters. Everyone that they walk past, they think that they're better than you. That's the mentality, especially these young women too. Go on, bro.
That's a good point, because what they're doing is they're not actually dealing with reality. They're projecting their ego onto things. So they're projecting, oh, I'm better than him. Oh, he ain't shit to me. I'm better than her. It's all projection, but that's not reality. That's just your ego spilling forth. You know what I mean? And it shows.
That's why the scripture says, rise up you women that are at ease. They're at ease, man. You got women that will, like, a man will approach them on a humble tip, and they just belittling the guy. You know, or another thing these women do is that they embarrass their children. I go to supermarkets, man, and these women, they'll embarrass toddlers, man. Like, what the fuck do you expect from a child, man? You know, they be giving out the demands of the child that's just way out of their age range. But a lot of these black women, man, these black hoes, they like embarrassing their men, and they like embarrassing their children. I don't understand that, man.
I'll give you a little bit of an idea. It's basically, it's men hate, they hate men in them, and they hate the little boy because the little boy, you know, it looks like it's fun, you know, going through that. But let me hit this precept because it kind of sums a little bit, goes into it a little bit. First Ezra 3, I'll come back a couple of verses.
Still have to go to the point. I mean, we ain't gonna get it, but Ezekiel 9. That's why the scriptures mention women more than twice, man. Maids, women, and children, man. You women gonna get fucked up, man. A lot of Jacob's trouble is gonna be these tribes, these women of these tribes getting put to death, man.
And you know, too, there's more of them than us. So when you really think about it, people that's going to be put to death on, it's going to be a lot of women.
A lot of you women.
We may be the ones, if the most, you know, square of those mighty men or the men with spiritual power could be us, and we're going to be doing it. We're going to be doing it. Take part in killing a lot of it.
That's that thing. If you can't swim,
he knows how we feel.
If you can't swim and you're in the sea, you push someone else down so you can keep your head above water, man. That's what you do to the so-called black man. All right. You fucking push him down in society so you can elevate yourself. That's why if Esau's the gun, the extended clip is the black woman. Okay? Or the silencer part of the gun is the black woman. Because you don't see it coming, you expect her to be on your side, but she's the fucking devil as much as Esau. Man. That's right. These black bitches, man. You talk about a generation before where if you try and approach you, hey sweetie, hey beautiful, I like you, you know, they'll kind of be shy and shamefaced. But you're right. We say Nicki Minaj to the left spirit. What's her name? Cardi B, man. You fucking bitches. You be listening to them demonic women, not even women. They're just fucking demons, harlots. Cardi B, the bitch. You be listening to them. And then a guy will approach you, and you catch your attitude trying to shame him, man. But bro, we're going. Jacob's trouble is going to be like the ancient world, man. You talk shit to a man's face, you fucking get punched in your skull, man. That's how it's going to go, man. The scripture says, "Rise up, you women that are ease, man." You're going to get a sexy punch. So
no, but you know what's going to happen though? Just to add to what you're saying, because we got to just be real out there. Like, we're dealing with the real world. When this economy hits ground zero, and there's civil unrest, a lot of these artists out here are going to be raped. They're going to be raped. You know, sisters like to show their ass crack. From the vagina, like to show that too. Like to show everything, right? Well, you know what? Especially some guys are just going to take it and do whatever they got to do. Because I'm telling you, some guys are just going to take it and do whatever they got to do. Because I'm telling you, when this society is ground zero, men are going to result to what they are. Peace.
You know, punches like Tyson is fucking giving them a jab, man. Fuck you say, bitch. You know, as the elder said, you're going to get raped, man. You're going to watch your children get put to death. There's an account of the two women when they were starving. They said, today we'll eat my son, and tomorrow we'll boil yours. You know, you're gonna come to them conclusions. Now you're up in you women and your fucking decision making conclusions. Now you're up in you women and your fucking decision making. Don't want this, don't want that, don't want the French tit. Don't know. Yeah, the time is coming when your decision making is, am I gonna eat my son?
Survival.
It's gonna get real out here, man. The thing of it is, right? Like this is why you gotta live in reality. This when you don't live in reality, you live in your own bubble. And this is what we was talking about earlier before. This is what we was talking about before about pride. See, when you're too, because what it is with these females, society has gassed them up so much that they just don't see nothing. They don't see you. They don't see the reality. They're above everything in this room. They're actually gods. They actually think like they're the own something. So they believe that they can just say what they want, do what they want, and don't accept the repercussions. And then society actually helps them out when they make certain mistakes because of these things. But what's going to happen down the line? A lot of these women out here, they're going to get raped out here. They're going to get averaged. And I'm telling you, I'm speaking when this society is ground zero. I'm not talking about now, where the police can protect them and all of that. I'm talking about when the police can't protect them. Okay, so now we're going to go back to the scriptures. I'll tell you what, since we're talking on that, let's get 2nd Ezra 15. Woo! When somebody get Revelations, what is it? I think it's 6 and 6 where it mentions the bellholes. Let's pull them scriptures out. Yeah, because that's where it's going to wind up going, man. That's where it's going to wind up going. It's going to be a lot of deaths out here. People are going to start going fucking crazy, stealing things in the stores, right? And guess what? Your powers that be are gonna collapse the system. And when this system is collapsed, you're gonna see animals like you ain't never seen before. And guess what? People that have to rely on these different medications and stuff, they won't be able to get access to it. To tame them in the demons that's inside of these people. So when they can't tame those demons by the medication that they give from the doctor that prescribed the medication, guess what? You're gonna start seeing demonic activity on a whole nother level you ain't never seen before.
Again, I think from last year there was a shortage of antidepressants.
Huh.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I heard about that.
But check this out as well. What about the people who on things like cigarettes?
Yes.
They can't get cigarettes. How are they going to be?
Oh,
how they going to be then? Yeah. So that's why it's easy. It's easy for us to say, and we can actually visual that a lot of these women out here that really thought that they could shit, so much so that their shit didn't stink, and their shit smell like a bunch of lilies and shit. They gonna find out, man, that you ain't what you thought you was. Yeah. Go on, brother.
2nd Ezra 15 from verse 5. Now let me start before. For all the unfaithful shall die in their unfaithfulness.
Say what you could do to be exact. Get the scripture where it says for the cities that were there you go.
Yeah, there we go. This is 2nd Ezra 15, starting about verse 17. A man shall desire to go into a city and shall not be able, for because of their pride, the city shall be troubled.
Yeah, and when the cities are troubled, who becomes victims of these troubled cities? More in particular, women. Women become victims of this. Just like back in the like you just mentioned, brother, the Josephus. When you go into the history of what happened to Jerusalem, Jerusalem was so in a deteriorated situation that women resorted to eating their children. So one may think to themselves, that could never actually happen in this time.
Yeah, they said, yeah.
What doesn't it say in the scriptures, the book of Christ, doesn't it say that there is no new thing under the sun, saying that it's already been of old time? And also doesn't it say in the scriptures that I tell you what, I'm gonna go off on it. Somebody get it. Ecclesiastes 1 and verse what is it? I think it's in verse 8. But read that one, you know.
It says, for because of their pride, the city shall be troubled. The houses shall be destroyed, and men shall be afraid.
Right?
A man shall have no pity upon his neighbor, but shall destroy their houses with the sword.
Right, and shall destroy their house with the sword. So you're gonna have your next door neighbor that you were best mates with. He's gonna try and infiltrate your house for food and take everything too. Okay? So a lot of chaotic times are gonna come out here, and it's not gonna be, oh well, he ain't cute enough, or I don't like him, and I have a plethora of decisions and choices. You're not gonna have no choice. It's either you're gonna sell your box, just gonna keep it real.
Yeah.
You're gonna have a lot of women out here that's gonna probably sell their ass just to find a man to hold on to their life. This is what's gonna be real life.
Yeah.
Okay?
So like it's
Go on, bro.
these women are hoes anyway, so the ones who pretend that they're not hoes at this moment because they're living in a society which upholds adultery. When the society collapses, they're going to revert to type. So they're going to be doing whatever they can to survive,
Yeah.
and their box is going to be a bargaining chip.
That's just gonna be the reality. Go on, bro.
So it says, a man shall have no pity upon his neighbor, but shall destroy their houses with the sword and spoil their goods because of the lack of bread in the great
And
tribulation.
you're not gonna have the free access to food in these stores. Oh, I could just go to the little store over there, the convenience store to get some food, or go to that Sainsbury's over across the road. Listen, man, you're not gonna have the privilege to do that anymore. It's gonna be a totally different situation. And this is what is going to happen in this society. This is what's going to happen in the UK and as well as America as well, in France and all over the place. Places that you wouldn't even think this could happen to. It's going to happen. And it mentions the pride of the cities. That will be trouble. How about that? Go on, bro.
As the one you called for. Ecclesiastes 1 verse 9.
Mm-hmm.
The thing that have been, it is that which.
That's what I wanted you. That's what I wanted you brothers to get. The thing that which is to be. The thing that which was is that which shall be. Go on.
Ecclesiastes 1 verse 9. The thing that have been, it is that which shall be.
Right. So we just had a situation that happened in Masada in 7 AD, right? So guess what? Being that this is the second Roman Empire, the same thing is going to happen all over again. There's going to be a 70 AD 2.0. And being that this is the last of all of the paganistic empires, this shit's going out in a big bang. All right, you're gonna start seeing things you ain't never seen before. That's why Daniel mentioned it. Who Daniel spoke? Somebody put Daniel spoke. Because this ain't just gonna be no, average tribulational time. That's the only word I can use. This tribulation is going to all of the tribulations that we've encountered in our past.
Worse than slavery, worse than Sodom and Gomorrah, all that.
Put all of that in combination.
Yeah.
Daniel 12:1.
12:1. There we go. Go on, bro.
And at that time shall Michael send up that great prince, forgive me, who standeth for the children of thy people, and there shall be a time of trouble, such as never was since there was a nation, even to that same time. And at that time thy people shall be delivered, everyone that shall be found written in the book.
Yeah. So in that time, what do you think is going to happen to their females? What do you think is going to happen to their children? This is a reality check, man. See, you know what the issue is, right? That I'm thinking about. We live in a fake society, a world that has created this illusion that everyone's protected.
Right.
There's this sense of feeling that I'm gonna be okay and I'm protected and this and that and the third. I don't have to worry about going out and somebody's gonna do A, B, and C to me. Listen, I'm telling you, when this society breaks the fuck down, it's gonna go the fuck down, man. Like the brother mentioned, like the ancient world. It's gonna be like that, worse.
It's weird because yesterday I put in the chat that video of High Priest Ariana in my show preaching. I was watching it and High Priest Ariana, I think, said that as back of the elder, you people think that you're protected because of 911 and 999, but the time is coming when you're gonna call 911 and 911 is gonna be getting killed.
Yep.
Them people on the phones, they're gonna be getting fucked up.
Yep.
And if you think it's far-fetched, well, now in France you've got the fire brigade fighting with the police.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's
That's second Ezra 15 and 16, sedition among men. So all your as the elders getting into all your safety mechanisms, I just call the police. Yeah, you call them, and they're gonna be asking you for help.
Yep. And you know what as well? They're gonna bring the boys in black with all of that gear and the guns the size of your damn body. They're gonna use them bad boys and they're gonna just start killing people. Women and children can get it too.
In Australia, I read the article yesterday. In Australia, they've got robot dogs.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, police can control them with their minds.
No, that's true. Because I also read that article too. So this is the thing, man. Like what's coming down the pipe, right? This is not a joke. See, people like to joke around and think that everything's funny, everything's I can do what I want. Okay, you keep doing what you want and see where that's gonna land you. And a lot of these chicks out here that have not repented, has been walking past us, they're gonna get caught up in that mess. They're gonna get caught up. All of those guys that used to walk past, hey, shalom, brother, I like what you saying.
Yeah.
It's shalom, shalom. Listen, man, you're gonna wish you had the shalom. All right, the peace of the Most High. What I meant to say, you're gonna wish you had that. All right, but it's too late because you didn't want to repent. So yeah, and he's absolutely right when he says shalom, brother, because it's only gonna all we're gonna have is the peace. But where's your shalom at in that time?
You got it. You really got it.
That's the question you're gonna be asking yourself. Where are them guys that used to teach the name of the Lord? You ain't gonna find this. But yeah, I mean, a lot of these high city girls out here that think that they're just the shit, and everyone's high, everyone's a 9 and a 10. Everyone's model chicks. Guess what, man? I'm telling you, every last one of y'all are gonna be stooped down to your room, to your reality. All right?
And that's what Kevin Samuels told you, Victory, man. Kevin Samuels told you that he used to let the woman call up on his show, and one of them, he basically just told her the truth and broke her down like, you're a piece of shit. You ain't worthy in this life, man. And you know what she said? At the end of him breaking her down, she goes, so what do I have to do to get a high value man? And he said, die, bitch. Be reincarnated. It's the truth, man. It's too late for you hoes, man. You gonna have to die and come back in the kingdom.
Yeah.
Straight up, be reincarnated, man. Because you're too far gone.
And this is, and you see, like when we're talking about these women, man, at the same time, we also gotta bring it back to us too, because we had a sense of pride too at one particular point in time. But the point is what I'm making on this regard is the fact that you gotta be humble, you gotta be low. Because when you're low in the mind and you're real about yourself, you can see the do's, you can see what you're supposed to be seeing within yourself, the do's and the don'ts. But when you got hella pride, you can't see anything. And that's why they're gonna get messed up out here, because they're not in tune with themselves, the reality. Okay? When you're in tune with the reality, what you find out is that I'm not what I think I was. And it's good to be that way so that you can see the dangers. But when you got a high sense of pride, you can't see the shit, man. All you seeing is yourself.
I don't know if you probably saw the clip where this woman, she went into this gym, a 24-hour gym. Now, you know this place is full of pride anyway. You know, what a woman's doing in the gym, I know you have to work at different times. What is a woman doing in a 24-hour gym? Working out at like 3 o'clock in the morning. Anyway, she went into the gym, right? She's by herself, the only person in the gym, right? The security cameras, she come in the gym working out. Man came in, right? She buzzed him. Man knocked at the door. She buzzed him in. She come in, and that same man attacked her. And it's all caught on the cameras.
Yeah, I saw that.
It's all caught on the cameras. No, he didn't
get his way with it.
No, he didn't get his way. But what it is, right? She was so prideful afterwards when she was interviewed. She was, if I wasn't working out and being strong, but she ran. She fled from this man, right? She fled from his man. You know what I mean? And there's all the security cameras. Where's the help then? You know what I mean? So they're all gassed up, man. They're all gassed up.
Yeah, that's it. I got one for you.
You know?
2nd Ezra 8 and 50 says, for many
I
great
don't peg you, brother. I deserve a Prince Charming. I deserve
All
this
that
and I deserve
bullshit.
that.
All that.
Woman, you don't deserve a goddamn thing because you didn't put the work to get. Go on, God.
great misery shall be done to them that in the latter times shall dwell in the world, because they have moved in great pride.
And that's just the problem. Because see, let's go now. Let's break this thing down. Let's get the book of Proverbs, and let's get the precept where it mentions. I don't know where it's at, right? So lock it. But the scripture says, pride coming before the fall, and we're gonna go into the precepts on pride now. So there's a topic after the topic. Hold on, bro. Let's read that once again. We're gonna go into that precept, because that's just the one thing we don't want to have. We don't want to have this pride, man. Because not only do women have it, but you got a lot of jakes, you got a lot of brothers that have that too. Like these other camps and all of that, Al-Azhar, guys like that, they have this pride. And guess what? What's going to happen to them? They're going to take that mark, right? And guess what? They're going to be destroyed. Because out of pride, out of ego, they got to defend what they got.
I got it, Elder.
Go on now.
Proverbs 16, verse 18. Pride goeth before destruction, and haughty spirit before a fall.
Right, and a haughty spirit. In other words, someone that's undisciplined, and that's what we're coming from. Because all you're seeing is yourself at this point when you're prideful. I'm gonna just do what I want to do because I feel I can do it, I can do it, and I deserve to do it. So I'm gonna do it. So let's read that again.
Proverbs 16 verse 18. Pride goeth before destruction, and a haughty spirit before a fall.
So all of the people that have this mentality, they're gonna fall great because they didn't humble themselves. They were megalomaniacs, and that's really what that is. That's a megalo-fucking maniac right there. Someone that thinks severely high of themselves, and they're under this illusion of grandeur. All right.
Better it is to be of an humble spirit with the lowly
Right.
than to divide the spoil with the proud.
Yeah, and what makes it better because you're able to see the ins and out of everything when you're humble, even within yourself. You're able to see the ins. You're able to see the wrongs and the right about yourself, and to examine yourself. That's the whole benefit of being humble, being low key, knowing that you have shortcomings, knowing that there's issues. Because if you know that there's an issue within yourself or anything of that sort, there's any issue you know about, guess what? You're gonna see it and you're gonna find it and fix it. If you don't see that there's an issue in yourself, you're not gonna be able to fix it. So a lot of these people are gonna die as a result of not being able to see their own personal issues. Because of what? Pride. Go on, brother.
That's a good one.
I got one.
Go on.
Proverbs 29 and 23 says, a man's pride shall bring him low,
Yeah.
but honor shall uphold the humble in spirit.
And that's
Wow.
another thing, and honor shall uphold the humble in spirit. So if you want to reach to a greater extent in life, you gotta first humble yourself. You gotta be humiliated first. Humiliation, then comes the honor. But when you're operating in a sense of pride, you got it all going on and you got everything in the bag and you're ticking all of the boxes, nigga, guess what? You ain't gonna have anything after that mindset. You're gonna lose everything. All right, because life is a balance. There's an up and a down, and there's a down and an up. So if you have this up spirit, nigga, you're gonna be down. You're gonna be down and out. Okay? And he saw, you know what too? When Yahushua makes a second return, Yahushua is gonna show an example out of Esau, because he's the most pride of every nation of the world. Go on, brother.
Proverbs 14 and 3, in the mouth of the foolish is a word of pride, but
Yes.
the lips of the wise shall preserve them.
Right, and guess what? A fool doesn't really know what's going on. So if anything, I'm not gonna this man. Yeah, a fool doesn't really know what the hell is going on. They're just going by and by. But then again, as it mentions about what is it being proud. Read it again.
Proverbs 14 and 3, in the mouth of the foolish is a word of pride, but the lips of the wise shall preserve him.
Right.
I
Go on,
want to say
go on,
something
go on.
on this because he reminds me of Conor McGregor, and he was a good MMA fighter. And he's still around, hanging around. He might come back. You know, he's well known as Irish, but could well be a jail, going back to us, Swedish jail. And he fought Nabib, one of the Russian fighters, top super middleweight, super middleweight, Russian guy. He used to ramp with beers, Khabib. But anyway, Conor McGregor's good and he's a good trash talker. But even with me, I like all them kind of things, trash talking. But even with me, when I didn't get too far with it, I started to get personal with Khabib. Khabib is a devoted Muslim, but he was brought up in that field of MMA, fighting with bears and all that. You know the Russians, that's their thing. Bears, they're kind of like the image of the bear. So there's some thick people, and they could be jakes too. You know, of course. But anyway, kind of the point is when he went into the ring now, when all the bravado went out the window, there's no more trash talking. It's just like your fist doing the talking. Conor McGregor was holding out for about 2 rounds. He was good at stand-up combat. Stood with the stand-up. When he took him down, Khabib took him down. The Russian, he ramped with bears. He wrestled with bears, young bears, and he just tired him out. He just kept his body on him, tired out Conor McGregor. McGregor couldn't do much. He weighed him down, and McGregor just lost. You can see all his energy. He was out. He just left him, and then the second round, it was the first round. The second round, the bear, Khabib got up and he said, oh yeah, you look like you're running out of energy now. And he got anything to say now. You can see them talking. And he kind of like, you can see when he walked back now, because he had to come back to the third round. You see when he walked back, he said, I don't know what I'm gonna do with this. He humbled his ass.
Yeah.
When he went into the third round now, he just carried on doing what he was doing in the second round, carried on mauling him, stayed on him, and then he eventually choked him out. He tapped out.
Because Conor McGregor, he thought he could take
tapped out. But all that bravado and big mouth thing, and he was even doing it with Floyd Mayweather. Some people say Floyd Mayweather was a bit too flash and brash. He was even trying to overtalk him. So he went a bit too far. So now, back to the precept, I read it again. In the mouth of the foolish is the word of pride, but the lips of the wise shall preserve it. Now you can do that because you have to do that to sell the fight. Trash talk. But really, it comes down to what you're going to be doing in the ring. That's really what's going to deter whether you're going to win or not. If you really can back up what you're saying, maybe you can get away with it. But he got humbled. That's the point. Too much talking, too much bragging.
And you know,
talking.
he believed in his confidence. He believed in his pride. He believed in his own bullshit. So what happens is when you believe in that level of pride, because it's just what it is. It's just a pseudo projection that you have in yourself.
That's what
It's
you're
a
saying.
fake facade. That's what it is. And many people have these fake facades and they're walking around like it's real, but it's not real because when shit goes way loud, as the saying goes, when the shit hits the fan, guess what? The fan is gonna fan away. That's that level of pride, man. Point blank in the story. So right now, you have to be humiliated, man. You have to show humility and just be real, because when it gets real, guess what? You'll be immune to being real because you was real from the beginning. Okay, so when a real situation meets you, you can relate to it because you've already been in the real world. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, we don't look at that part.
I read another one. I'm talking about pride. This is probably we read that one. I read this one.
And that's why.
Proverbs chapter 13 and 10. Says, only by pride cometh contention, but with the well advised is wisdom.
Right, but with the well advised is wisdom. And also going back to the point that you just read, pride coming from what? Contention. And guess what? When you're actually prideful and you're arrogant, guess what? You'll be self-willed in your own way, and therefore you'll what? Be in contention with the Most High. And that's something that you don't. As it is written, it is a fearful thing to fall into the hands of the Lord. So that's who you. That's who you really when you act on pride, contending with the Most High. Okay. Go on.
Proverbs 6 verse 16. These 6 things doth the Lord hate.
Oh yeah.
Yea, 7 are an abomination unto him. A proud look, and that's the first one. A proud look, a lying tongue, and hands that shed innocent blood.
And that's Esau, all in one. He loved to shed blood. It says that you've hated not to shed blood. And also says that in the book of Obadiah, it mentions in that blood shall pursue me. And it also mentions that he sit up in higher places, and perfectly paraphrasing the scripture. And those higher places that he sits upon, exemplifies his level of pride against the people and pride against the Most High as well. So this is why I said before that when the Messiah makes a second return, he's going to visit this world and show Esau that you're just a mere mortal.
Right.
You're not a power, you're not a God. You can't transcend into the future, infinity and beyond. That doesn't exist for you. Okay? And that's what the Lord is going to show. And also show that the thing of it is, you cannot be proud. You can't use pride to go somewhere. Now, you could be confident. It's a difference between being prideful and confident. Because when you're confident just means that you're faithful. You have faith in something. Or you have faith in the Lord, about something. Like we're confident. But sometimes that can misconstrued with pride. We're not prideful.
There's a thin line between courage, what's the word, man? Thin line between brave. There's a thin line between bravery and stupidity. So people say, all right, I'm going to go into for example, I want to go into the jungle with my tent and I want to sleep out over the overnight. And if there's any bears come, I'll just come out and tent. Like that. Now, I would say they're stupid, right? Now, but you've got people that say, well, no, you got to shout loud. Well, me, I ain't going into no fucking jungle with no tent. Anyway, that's the most vulnerable, one of the most vulnerable people to sleep in. But the point is, just to add to what the elder's saying, that is true. There is a thin line between bravery and stupidity. Now, everybody has what they would consider their own boundaries, right? Now, I just mentioned that I wouldn't go into the jungle with no damn tent. It's just like, it's too defensive. What is it, the three bears?
Goldilocks.
You got Goldilocks, but then you got what's the other one? The Three Little Pigs.
Oh yeah, Big Bad Wolf. Yeah.
Right, we learned about all that in school. But there's the house of stone, the straw, the sticks, and the concrete. The wise one built his house he lived in the concrete, in the bricks, house made of bricks, not straw and not sticks. But the best, safest place would be to live in a house of concrete. So that would be as far as I'm concerned, that would be not being overly stupid. That would be that won't be being stupid. That thin line between bravery and stupidity. Bravery. I would say that's within your boundaries. That's the point.
Just add to your point, because we were talking about how pride can sometimes be misconstrued. We were talking about how our confidence can be misconstrued as pride. But it's very simple, right? Break it down this way. Most people who are proud lack self-esteem. So they project pride to look as if, they lack confidence and have poor self-esteem. So they use pride as a mask.
Right.
But really, if you've got good self-esteem, you don't need pride. Because you'll know that, hey, you know what, man, no matter what happens, I'm not a piece of shit. You know, I don't need to do this to prove that I'm not a piece of shit or whatever. So really the saying is this, that pride is the poor man's substitute for self-esteem.
Beautifully put.
Yeah, because that woman that got the MMA fight, what's her name?
Ronda Rousey.
Ronda Rousey. She had a low self-esteem. They was all trying to put her up. Well, after we saw that she did, but they was trying to level her and say she was good as Floyd Mayweather. Superwoman. But when she got her ass kicked, she couldn't go down on the ground. But she had Holly Stevens, Holly Holmes, I think. Yeah, that's another example. I relate a lot of these type of things to. I relate them to MMA because a lot of people get humbled, and a lot of people can be also exalted too. So she lost that fight because people was blowing smoke, too much smoke up her, and she couldn't really have the self-esteem to say, no, keep me, let me stay in my lane. Because if she had a whole healthy self-esteem, she would have said, no, don't put me in that category. Yeah, let me stay in my lane. That's the point that you're making. Because slowly but surely, I'll work my way up. I ain't on no level of Floyd Mayweather.
She said she could beat any man.
She goes and she drinks the juice like a lot of women do. That's the problem. They ain't strong enough to say, no, I ain't capable to be, I'm not on the level of no man. I ain't better than men. Let me stay in my lane. I'm a woman. Yeah. And that's why they drink the juice. That's why they become so vulnerable. You know, and have a low self-esteem.
They put themselves in situations they don't have to put themselves in. Because Esau tells them to. Oh, there's insensitive equality. You could be just as good as a man.
Ronda Rousey, yeah.
And I believe she I think she got her finger like messed up or something like that.
So Ronda Rousey?
Yeah.
She got bust up real bad.
There's a lot of stupid things, you know, because women ain't got they don't reason rational. She goes and does things like what men's supposed to do. She's got a little bit of muscle. You know what I mean? That's probably why she mashed up her finger, man. Gonna go into, going in danger zones. Yeah. But anyway, but the men of the Lord, anyway, cut long story short, the men of the Lord, now the most I call the spirit upon us to be real men, as we said, we was once there, right? And we're now learning to be real men. The ones that are gonna hearken and maybe gonna get selected, right? When we, seven women elders or whatever, 7 women shall take hold of. We're gonna correct them, put them in order, and give them put orders back in the line even now. You got even that Andrew Tate is another understudy. Andrew Tate and the Fresh and Fit podcast. Now, even some of the brothers are saying, some of the things that they're saying are true. You know, putting women should stay in their lane and let the men do what they do. And that's the spirit of the great millstone elders. The vibration is in the earth. Men are becoming more manly.
And you know too as well.
We're gonna teach the women how to be real feminine women.
Yeah, that's all right. Yeah, but you know what it is though? to just go to the original reason why women think the way that they think is really because they're under the influence of demons. It's really a demon which has been woke into them through the media. Just remember, the media, that's where you get your demons from.
That's right.
Yeah. So women, for the most part, they consume a lot of media, right? They believe in what they see on TV more than we do. So those demons that's working on those televisions is going to come in her mind, and then she's going to live out those demons.
So I have to interject, I don't know if you guys remember the film series Poltergeist from the 80s. Who was the TV talking to? The little girl.
Exactly. Why the little girl? Because the little girl is vulnerable. So the more vulnerable and the weaker you are, the more you're going to be acceptable to these different diseases, which are the demons which deliver these diseases.
That's right.
All right. Because remember, the women, they're the weaker vessel. Yeah. Even though they want to believe that Esau make them to believe that they're just as strong as we are, they're not strong. Because they actually believe in the hype what's being told to them than how we believe.
Genesis chapter 3 and 1 says, now the serpent was more subtle, as you're talking about, than any beast of the field which the Lord God had made. And he said unto the woman, ye have God said, ye shall not eat of the tree of the garden. And the woman said unto the serpent, he may eat of the fruit of the tree of the garden. That's what he did. That's the media. Modern day media today.
Yeah, so it's the serpent, because we're talking about like so-called white man. Overall, he's carrying that same spirit that he was back in the garden, Esau. And when you look up the term serpent, somebody look up that word serpent in the Google. Oh yeah, come. Okay. Yeah, chapter 3, and verse. What verse you?
1.
Because, like these Christians, which they don't understand the scriptures, right? You can understand that. They've been telling that it was an actual serpent in the other garden that was slithering around, and that spoke to Adam and Eve. It wasn't an actual serpent slithering around the place. What it was a man that was skilled on deception.
Yeah.
Now, if you look up that word serpent, we're going to look into it, even the root that it goes into that. Because to be a serpent, you have to be what? Wise. You have to have a particular kind of skill to manipulate someone to get them to do what you want them to do.
And Andrew Tate is good at that. All them men that say they're really for it, really, there's an agenda too. Because Andrew Tate, what does he do? He puts women on the what's that thing with what the women them do? The OnlyFans. He's got. So he's a serpent. You know, he's for it, but then again, he's using it to his advantage as well.
And you know, it's a lot of those guys is on the podcast telling them about relationships. And let me tell you something about these guys, these relationship guys. These relationship guys, these relationship gurus, they know that the relationship world is done. They already know this, but what they're doing is they're using their platforms to just make money. That's all they're doing. Because even they know the situation is bad. They know it's bad.
Men then they call him impossible.
Yeah.
Well, I don't give a fuck about this. I don't care. I say it straight. I'm cold. I'm cold like that. Fuck this relationship. But that's because maybe I am at the stage I'm at now doing what I feel, what I've kind of been there and done that, in reality. But you got men now they're calling passport men because they're going to Brazil and because they want a relationship, you know what I mean? And I don't blame them. And you ain't getting none in no fucking westernized society.
No, it's
realistically.
The whole relationship world in the West is not happening. They already know it's already. It's just a way of making money to capitalize it. Go on.
Yeah, this is Genesis 1:3, the word serpent, H5, 1:5, Nachas, and it says serpent or snake, image, mythological.
Nah, they're going off.
Yeah, they're going off.
Because when you look up the word serpent, pretty much it means to be skilled in or being wise to deceive. So that's what being a serpent is. So the so-called white man, he was born with that ability to be wise to deceive. All right? I tell you what, look up the word serpent in the New Testament. Maybe they give it away in the New Testament because I remember looking it up somewhere. Not you, so like your brother. This brother here.
Me, yeah?
Yeah, New Testament.
You said, why is the serpent's harmless and stuff?
Right. So,
I know. Watch it.
Can never
Treacherous person, especially one who exploits a position of
the word serpent?
Well, it's Google, not too bad actually. Yeah, it says sly or treacherous person, especially one who exploits a position of trust in order to betray it. Yeah,
That's what it is.
Christian church, they're full of them in Christian church. The pastors, the women, even the women them that say they want to get married to men, and they get married to the men and fuck them up. Don't give them no pussy, none of that shit. It's the truth, man.
But where did they learn all of that? Where did they learn that kind of wisdom? You learned it from the official serpent. So
Are we not being real now? Let's be real. I've been in the Christian church 20 plus years, and it's fucking wickedness going in there. And women getting married, men getting screwed over for the rest of their life once you put the ring on. And you can't say nothing to Ross. Life's done.
I'm still alive.
Shalom, brother.
It's a beautiful time we came through.
Hey, another brother.
See you, man. I keep forgetting how tall you are, man. I'm getting taller.
Good time.
You go on,
Yeah, this is
Good to see you, brother.
Yeah, so from Matthew 10 and 16, right? The word for serpent there is ophis.
that's the one.
Ophis, and it says an emblem of cunning and wisdom.
Right, that's the one right there. An image of cunning and wisdom. So the serpent that was within the garden, he was what? Wise to deceive. He was cunning. That's why it tells you in Genesis 25 about Esau, how he was what? A cunning hunter. So that cunningly way that he had, that trait carried on through when he came back. That same blessing or the ability that he had at the garden, he carried that same, he was reincarnated with that same thing as Esau.
This is Psalms 58 and verse 3.
And it's the same, it's the same spirit as the actual animal.
Yeah.
Because Job says, ask the beasts of the fields and they shall teach thee, ask the birds of the air and they shall show thee things. So like the spirit of the devil, going to be Esau, he actually adapted to the characteristics of an actual snake. He was there watching Eve from day to day, depart from Adam and come to him. But that's what snakes do, man.
Yes.
Snakes, they're very patient animals. They'll watch you, they'll scope you out, see your characteristics, plot your pattern, then they'll strike. So the devil was watching Eve like, yeah, man, this bitch, she ain't really interested in the truth. And then he went to at the right moment.
Who struck her?
He struck her, man.
This is Psalm 58 verse 6. We talk about him coming back with that same serpent-like spirit on him. Psalm 58 verse 3. The wicked are estranged from the womb. They go astray as soon as they be born, speaking lies.
Right, and it mentions that they was estranged from the womb. What does it mean to be estranged? It means to be separate at birth. So by birth they were separate from God. Because what? They went forth speaking lies. So that's how you know that the so-called white man, beginning with the J double O, they represent the serpent. And that's why they're using the media to beguile these women. Right? And that's why young girls, for the most part, they really think and believe so much so that they're just a bunch of evils. Like they really believe that they're mini gods. And they really truly believe that a man that you come across should actually bow down to Jesus, lick the dust of their foot. This is their okay? But like I said, it's all having to do with the media. The media got these women gassed up. They feeling themselves too much. All right? And that's just the bottom line. So, I mean, yeah, these women are wicked, but they can't help it because they're the weaker vessel anyway. That's why Eve was what? Eve was in the transgression rather than Adam. Because the serpent, and plus another thing too, where's the brother? Yeah, you mentioned, right, how the serpent, is a, very, patient animal. Now, what also is a serpent? A serpent will attack its prey.
Yeah.
It's not gonna go to a courageous animal. It's gonna attack an animal that's weak. That's a smart thing to do. So what did he do? He attacked them. He attacked them and struck you with that pseudo knowledge. And guess what? She took it hook, line, and sinker. So it's the same thing with these girls out there, man. They listen to what he saw taught them on TV or whatever program that they watch, and they believe in that program. Go on, brother.
If I may, you gotta be a fucking dumbass to listen to some Cardi B as a role model.
Yeah, but you know, though, brother, they're the weaker vessel, like I said.
I mean, you're right, they're the weaker vessel, but it shows in the action. Because, like, Cardi B, Megan Thee Stallions, Little Kims, all these people, right? You're looking at them thinking that, yeah, that's how to live on the earth. But yet, the scriptures talk about in Proverbs the 30, I think it's the 31st chapter, the things that a good woman should attain to. And also Titus, the 2nd chapter, 2 and verse 3. Let the aged woman likewise teach the younger woman.
And also, too, since you said, I don't need to cut it together, but also we have to be real, too. How many mothers are they teaching their daughters anything? They're not teaching them anything. So if the children are not being taught anything on how to conduct themselves, then guess what? The television will. Because you got a lot of parents, they're not doing their job, man. And plus, and like you said, brother, you got to be a dumbass to actually believe in these people and follow them in their attributes, right? And guess what? A lot of young girls that are not written. You know what I found out too? One brother was bringing it out. They were saying that a woman is not fully mentally developed until she's 25. Wow. So that explains why the young girls and women in general take heed to these false idols and they act as though that's a proper role model to go by.
That's why the scriptures say, surely the turn of your things upside down. In this society, they like to say, well, women develop faster than men. So I think that's bullshit. That's bullshit. That's feminism. Bullshit. Talking about women not learning the right things from their parents. I dealt with a Benjamin a bit, and in my presence, her mother said that she's gonna cheat, she's gonna fuck different guys, but she'll come back to you. That's what her mom said right in front of my face. So these women are lost. That's why I said it earlier, man. Fuck these bitches, they're just gonna die. Apart from the elect ladies, brothers do with women, you and your household make it, your daughters, whatever the case may be. But the majority of these black women, Hispanic women, Native Americans, they're gonna die, man. The apostles been saying that from last week. Be comfortable and very close with the fact that family members, people you know in the world, and just people in general around you are going to start dropping dead, especially women.
Yeah.
Because they're fucked. You got women teaching their daughters to cheat.
Yeah.
What the hell do you think is going to happen when the Lord brings judgment, man?
I got one.
You're going to die.
It says, Sirach 25 and 9, it says, all wickedness is but little to the wickedness of a woman. Let the portion of a sinner fall upon her. And even Elder Apostle Rakar, he's been guiding Elder Apostle Rakar. Well, basically, he says, just can't say it quickly, don't let no one take your crown, no man take your crown, or don't let no woman take no crown, your crown, because that's one of the massive, we know anyway, it's like we did, but it's reminders. One big reason why men leave the truth, because their wife
says that their husbands are snares and nets. When a woman asks you a question, just best believe there's another question behind it, which is the real motive. They ask you that first preliminary question as a trap. You think she's asking you an innocent question, now she's trapped to us for the real motive, man. These women are wicked, man.
Sirach 25 and 13, it says, give me any plague but the plague of the heart, and any wickedness but the wickedness of a woman.
Because these women, I've seen, it's a well-known video, right, of this guy. I think the woman was pissing him off, maybe she cheated or she drove him to breaking point, and he literally teared the door down he broke the walls. Like he was wrecking the house, man. But he was crying in the video. The guy was a big, strong ass man. He's big burly dude crying. But fucking up because of how the woman drove him to that point, man. Give me any plague but the plague of the heart and the wickedness of that other woman. The scripture says that many have lost their wits for women, man. You come off your A game, a woman will make you commit suicide.
But you know what I'm saying? Kings are fell over.
King. Yeah.
Kings, imagine.
Look at Solomon. Solomon full of for women, man. Like you think about like temples and worshiping the gods, that's not a one-day process. You gotta have building plans, you gotta have infrastructure, you gotta have material, you've gotta have builders, you've gotta have time frames. Solomon was under a fucking delusion for years because of his wives, man. Like a woman can make you like fall off, bro.
Pussy whip.
Pussy whip, bro. You don't just next one day you're fucking her, tomorrow there's a temple. Nah, man, there's like maybe like 4 or 5 years going into building that fucking temple. Then to worship the gods of these idols. Like Solomon was fully pussy whipped, man.
You know too, he was old too.
He was old, yeah, he went off, man, he was old. But the point being, man, you come off your game and like women will fuck you up, man.
Because they got spirits.
They got spirits on there, man. That's why I was watching the Dallas camp last night, early hours this morning. I saw you on there, you know. And it's like, bro, man, Apostle Elder Rakar was saying it, man, like, these big Shirley, these fucking black women, like, they're dangerous, man. No, they're for real, they're dangerous, man. Like, you may laugh at them and, no, man, they are second to Esau.
Yeah, right. That's right.
These Hispanic bitches, these Native American bitches, especially these the Southern Kingdom bitches, man. They are second to Esau. As I said earlier, if Esau's the gun, the black woman is the extended clip. She's a part of the weapon that will fucking kill you, man.
No, man, she's the bullet.
She's the bullet. Yeah, she's the bullet,
Yeah,
man.
she's the one that caused harm.
She's on the
Damage.
Actually,
Actually, here's
The gun is a bullet does.
that's what I'm saying.
and you know too, she even destroyed her children in the process. You know, you know, the guys who in jail today because of this woman.
Yeah,
Because of the mothers and the women that used to do it.
Yeah.
A lot of guys in jail because of this woman. So she even put their ass either in jail 6 feet deep under the ground.
Yeah.
I know a woman. I know a woman that the man here, the Jake guy, he stabbed another guy to death because the other guy must have complimented the woman. Now his ass is doing life in jail. She got with that dude. Ooh.
They get off on that.
they get off on that shit.
What?
That's right.
Yeah.
There's a lot of those situations. Man. There's a lot of those situations.
Proverbs 14 verse 1, every wise woman buildeth her house, but the foolish plucketh it down with her hands.
You know, too, I'm going to say this as well, right? In this society, beginning with the women's liberation movement, that right there was only set up so that we so we collect more tax, and do away with the nuclear family. Because really, when you think about it, a real family is set up by men. That's always been in the ancient world. It's always been in the ancient world. So what they did was they said, look, you don't need the man. You could do way better away from the man. We'll give you provisions and everything, take care of your children and everything. So the whole agenda was for them to be the new father in the house. The government is the man, all right? To rely on, because what the powers that you wanted also is to what? Have broken homes. So if you have a broken home, it's for the cause of what? So that the people can lean on the government, put their trust in the government, because the more people that trust in the government is the more power is given to the government. So that was the whole agenda, is to break homes. So if there's no father in the house, that house is a broken home. It's a vulnerable home at that. And they was even saying there's what is it called? Like there's a high percentage of single mothers, right? Where they have a house and actually thieves enter in those houses, like what do you call it? Not a thief, but I'm looking for another word. What is it? Huh? Burglars.
Robber? No.
Thief, burglars, secrets. Right? But anyway, like I'm saying, there's a high percentage that you're gonna get those people or those kind of men that are gonna infiltrate those houses than a house rather than with a man in it. All right, because the man is the structure to the house. So if you take him out of the equation, then there's the house is destroyed. And then all these governmental institutions take charge of your child and tell your child what to do. All right, that was the whole point. And then also to collect tax from the women, get the women to work so that they can make more money. That was the whole scenario. So when they set up these different, these protesters of women to promote this nonsense, it was really to get the poor women to pretty much get influenced by the system. And that's why they got to keep gassing this thing up, this whole equality thing, A, B, and C, constantly, right? It's to perpetuate that same thing, because you need, in order for you to keep your government strong, you have to have what? Broken houses. So let's keep breaking these houses. Let's take the men out the houses. Let's have the women believe they don't need a man, and let's perpetuate these broken homes. That's the bottom line.
Yeah, because if you think about it logically, the feminism movement, it was there to break the house up, and the number one woman, other than the Edomite woman, that followed the Edomite woman's philosophy, is the black woman. In the 60s and 70s, when they were doing feminism, even though the nigger woman was treated like crap, she was at the white women's marches and going yay and this, that. Well, how's that worked out for you? How's that worked out for our households? The other day, there was a 82-year-old pensioner, and she was killed in her own house. This man burgled her house for her pension money, but you know why? There was no man in the house.
There's no man in the house. So it just goes back to the point. The thing with this devil Esau, he thrives off of you being broken, vulnerable and broken. This is why the medication and all of the information that they feed you is only set to break you. It's to destroy you, because the more destroyed you are, the more they can easily govern you. This is why they're called the government, which means to control the mind. So the best way to control the population is to break them. All right, and if you can break their family constructs, then the government has the leeway to come infiltrate.
Even the banking system, it's a debt-based system. It's based on everyone in the population having minus.
Yes. That's the whole base of the system. The whole base of this world is to have a broken population. That was the whole point, and that's why everybody's out here sick, anemic, miserable, sad. Why is this? This wasn't done by just random. It was all planned out, man. So if you can, brother, somebody get the book of Psalms, where it says, get Isaiah chapter 10 and 1, where it speaks about the unrighteous decrees, and get Psalms, I think it's, in 60, something like that, where it says, they conspire in secret.
Oh, you mean shoot the arrows before?
They shoot the arrows in secret.
Oh, yeah.
That's what it was all about. It's to destroy households, man. And now what you have in these modern day relationships, just to keep it real, right? What you have in these modern day relationships, women leading the households. So here it is, man, he's pushing the pram, and she's basically walking in the head of him. So who's really wearing the pants? Now, when you get in a relationship to a degree, the way he's so set up the system, you have to count out some of it, because that's the way it's set up.
Oh.
But it's for a purpose and a reason.
Yeah.
To destroy households. Go on, brother. So I don't cut you. So let's just say now you're a father. It's a lot here, brother. So let's just say you're a father, you have a child, and your wife basically leads the household. How is that child going to grow up and become a constructive individual? If the constructive being himself, which is a man, because men were constructive by nature, right? So if you have him besides the woman and she's in front of him, guess what? The child is going to grow up and become like the mom. Like it says in the scriptures, that the king, if the king is a certain way, the judges are going to be likened unto the king.
Yeah.
Right? So whoever is your leader, that's what you're going to become. So if you have an irrational leader that operates emotions, guess what? You're going to be destructive. So the so-called JOOs, they don't already suss this out. All right? And that's why you don't have no construction among the poor. Because among the poor, irrational.
Just a quick comment on what you said about there's a lot of cases where you see men pushing the baby and pushing the pram, like women's looking out with the arms by the side. I'm going to say that's impractical for one reason, right? Because really the man's supposed to be the protector. Let's say someone jumps up from behind the car and they've got a knife or a gun and like, give me money. What's the man gonna do if he's holding a baby in the pram? Ain't gonna do shit. And what's the woman gonna do? She ain't gonna stand there and defend her and the husband. It's just impractical. Like when you think logically about things, it's just an impractical thing. But it's normalized now because men have been effeminized.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. And you know what too, when you feminize men, well that this is again that keeps the society at bay. Because remember, like men for the most part are naturally rebellious. Okay, they're gonna be naturally rebels in society, right? The main people that used to cause these different uproars, it was all, you know, motivated by men. So if we cast a spell out there, look, you can change your gender, you can do this, you can do that, you know, you want to be, you know, homosexual, you can do that too, and promote this kind of nonsense. That's gonna what? Feminize men and dwindle the confidence of the man. So when it comes time for that man to take a stand, he won't be able to take a stand because the media is already feminized. Okay, and it's harder for them to stay in the power seat because they fear that eventually one day some other guy's gonna come on, a group of men are gonna come in and infiltrate our business. That's what it's all about. Come on, man. Read the scripture. Nothing to talk.
Psalm 64, verse 1. Hear my voice, O God, in my prayer. Preserve my life from the fear of the enemy. Hide me from the secret counsel of the wicked, from the insurrection of the workers of iniquity.
Right. And hide me from the insurrection of the workers of iniquity. Because they have secret councils and they do things by purpose. They plan things out and they invoke their plans out to the media. And people are wondering, oh, why am I doing this? Excuse me, let me reiterate what I'm saying. Let me say it differently. People think that the ideas that they have in their mind, they actually believe it's their own idea when in fact it was an idea that was invoked by them, by the media. It was invoked to them by the media. You know? Go on, brother.
Hide me from the secret counsel of the wicked, from the insurrection of the workers of iniquity.
And you know what too, let's break this down in a different way. It says to hide me from the secret counsel of the wicked. How are we hid from the secret counsel of the wicked? Because we've taken on what? This truth is now our hiding place. So when the devil throws out his darts out there, we can't get affected by those things. Alright? This pseudo wisdom and this understanding cannot affect us because we're hid by this knowledge and this understanding. Alright? Go on, brother.
I was just going to quickly example.
Go on.
The jab.
Yes.
Hey, no
example.
no brothers in this truth take the jab because the Lord hid us from that witchcraft. Alright?
Come on. Alright?
Hide me from the secret counsel of the wicked, from the insurrection of the workers of iniquity, who whet their tongue like a sword, and bend their bows to shoot their arrows, even bitter words.
Right, and they bend their bows to shoot their arrows and even bitter words. So this devil is hell bent to destroy people and to destroy you in the process. Because you being at a certain level of excellency doesn't benefit him at all. What benefits this devil is that you're a broken person. Yeah, that's why they've broken your families up. So that when you're a child growing up in a broken household, you will develop broken mannerisms. That's why you got these project run-backs running around the place. That's why you got these harlots and stuff like that, because they're pretty much victims of a broken situation. So now when they grow older, they don't know how to think and how to operate. They don't know how to build from scratch on up to support their people. Go on, brother.
Verse 4. That they may shoot in secret at the perfect. Suddenly do they shoot at him and fear not.
Yeah. And who is the perfect? The perfect represents the Israelites. Going back to when it was said that Jacob was a plain man. When you look at that word plain, it means to be perfect. So Jacob was a plain man, a perfect man dwelling in tents. The word is the mayim. The Hebrew word is the mayim, which means perfect. So the thing with Esau is, and another thing too as well, Esau's hell bent on keeping our people down for the simple fact of the matter that if we were to return back to this, then it would be all right. It would be all right. You want something to say, brother?
No. It's right, because when I was in hospital, I was supposed to have an operation like a council. cracker next to me, and smoking, and the Elamite. You know, we were talking about different topics and stuff, and both of them said, "Oh, very knowledgeable young man." You know, knowledgeable this that. But the reason why they said that is because their view of a so-called young black man is a guy with a pants on his ass. You know, before I'll be of some kind of rapper or whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's true. Because,
Smoking weed.
Yeah, because what Esau's done, he's put the lowest of the
Yeah.
low of our people on Front Street.
Yeah.
And
Stereotypes.
he's pushed that out. So now, these young rugrats now, all they have to look up to is that.
Yeah.
That's the reason why this knowledge and our true history is truly, what's it called? It's like kryptonite to the devil. You know what I mean? It crushes all of that kind of
Lies.
degeneracy.
Yeah,
because
yeah.
in Jeremiah it said that we've degenerated as a people.
Yeah.
But Esau's helped us degenerate.
Yep.
And then he's standing in judgment on us. He's looking down on us.
Yeah.
But hang on, you're the main wicked force that's
Just a
crushed us down.
stereotype.
That shows you how much of the
Perpetrates it,
devil he
and
is.
then he judges
And
you.
this is the thing. And you know, too, as well, the reason why they need these project rugrats is to use them so that they can what? Destroy. Because remember we was talking about the other day, how Jake has a certain level of power that can influence people naturally, right? So what they've done was they took the lowest among us, like you mentioned, to glorify these guys and to influence other people to be like these Lord degenerates. So now, once you have a group of degenerates roaming around in your society, which is not good for any society anyway, because a society cannot prosper with a bunch of degenerates. But the thing of it is, for the most part, really I would say the middle of the working class children, they're only going to get affected by it. And that's only to keep them leveled in their position. So if you have them as a broken people because they're listening to other broken people, then guess what? They're going to stay in that same thing.
That's right.
So I want you to someone give me the precept where it talks about that it mentions on how they seek to cast him down from his excellency. I know I'm quoting it wrong. If you know what I'm talking about.
I don't know what it's still a little bit more.
It's going up.
Alright. Psalm 64, verse 4. That they may shoot in secret at the perfect, suddenly do they shoot at him and fear not.
Go on.
They encourage themselves in an evil matter.
Yep.
They commune of laying snares
There you
privily.
go. They commune and laying snares privily. And your snares are your women, your snares are these rappers, your snares is the trends. Nike, all of this stuff, with the witchcraft, the sorcery that they put out in the media, all of that is to ensnare you so that you can be destroyed. Okay? It's like even right now, what they're doing, they're in the process of doing away with religion. Pretty much. Which all of these religions are false anyway. But like I said, man, it's to get you away from the Most High. Because the closer you get to the Most High, it's like, for example, if you look at us, we've been made whole, okay? Because we've reconnected to the source. So Esau's job is to bring you further away from the source so that you can remain destroyed. So that he can rule over you and receive the benefits over you. All right? Go on, bro. And especially our people. He needs our people down and out. Because if we're down and out, everybody else is going to be down. Go on, brother.
Psalms
They encourage themselves in an evil matter. They commune of laying snares privily. They say, who shall see them? They search out iniquities. They accomplish a diligent search.
And they're diligent when it comes to their works of darkness. Like they'll come up with one evil plan after the other, and they're consistent with it. Okay? They tap into the dark world. They get their answers from demons and stuff like that. Right? From the left-hand side, from Satan himself. And they will put those things into action. And when they put those things into action, it fucks people's lives up. Okay? You want to know why everyone is sick? Everyone has got demons on them. People got all kind of issues, bodily issues, mental issues, you name it, because we're under this devil, we're under his vibration, which is all bent on destroying. Okay? But see, the thing of it is with us brothers, yeah, we may be broken, but guess what? Being that we're in your house shower, we're what? Being healed. okay? Or we are been made whole or healed because now we see what's going on. And when you see what's going on outside of this bullshit, guess what? Your mind is your conscious, your mind is clear. And if your mind is clear, then you operate clearly. Okay, go on, brother.
Ezekiel 28:3. Behold, thou art wiser than Daniel.
Right.
There is no secret that they can hide from me.
Exactly. Esau knows everything. He knows the right thing to do. And he knows the bad to do. And he's going to do the bad because he was created to simply bring the bad. As it is also written, that the Lord created all things himself, yea, even the wicked, before the day of evil. So the wicked is going to be the one to bring the day of evil. Because he is a evil, wicked individual. All right? Remember, they're the sons of perdition. Go on, bro. Read something like that.
With thy wisdom and with thine understanding, thou hast gotten thee riches,
Right.
and hast gotten gold and silver into thy treasures.
Yeah.
But thy great wisdom and by thy traffic hast thou increased thy riches.
Yeah, and that's Esau. Esau got into the power seat. He set up these different businesses and everything like that, off of the backs of us anyway. And he got in so much.
This goes back into the pride we was talking about earlier.
Yeah.
And thine heart is uplifted
Right, and that pride, that's when pride comes in. Go on.
because of thy riches.
Because of thy riches. So, and that's another thing too. Esau gets mad rich when you're ignorant. So when you're ignorant to what's really going on, what do you tend to do? You tend to buy things you don't need because they're promoting this new Nike shoe, or the new Jordans that came out, or the new jacket, the new iPhone. So as you're consuming all of these goods, guess what? They're making bank off of you being under the influence of their debauchery, all of their demonic activity, because you're ignorant, you're unconsciously aware. Like one guy was talking, like you had a guy that was on, I think I was watching him on BitChute, could have been YouTube or one of the social media outlets, and he said he specializes in being a hypnotist, and the person that you can hypnotize more effectively is someone that's pretty much in a transitive state, someone that's not consciously aware. That's who can be more effective when it comes to being hypnotized, because you're not consciously aware. So, for example, for the most part, most people are not consciously aware of anything. So at this point, they're vulnerable and they're easily misled by what they're told. And that's what Esau wants you to be. He wants you to be in the transitive state so that he can tell you what to do and make him money, put money in his bank account, and also gain power. Go on, brother.
It's like something just came back to my mind. I think it's around 1997. The notorious B.I.G.
Yeah.
Notorious P.I.G.
Martial arts.
Yeah. He came out with a song called Hypnotize.
Yeah.
A lot of people used to look up to Biggie, see him as a role model, see Pac as a role model.
Yeah,
I wanted to live after that lifestyle.
Yeah.
They know what they're doing. They put the song was literally called Hypnotize. And the lyrics were Biggie, 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 can't you see? Sometimes your words just hypnotize me.
Yeah,
That's affected the whole generation, Jakes, man.
Listen, and I just love the fleshy ways. So they're looking at the material aspects
Like,
of that's what that's why. When I look at these niggas like Jay-Z, the money is.
Yeah.
The money they're not thinking about what they need to get to that.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, and let's not forget, these guys are low trifling Negroes.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're niggas.
They're the lowest of the low, and immediately use these guys to become your idols. You can't make this shit up, man.
I was thinking about that technology, yeah. I watched a video on, I think it was Instagram a couple of weeks ago, maybe 2 weeks ago, and the way when you go to the Apple store, the way let's say you look at a MacBook or whatever, one of the laptops, they position the screen on the desk at 30 degrees, which is an awkward angle for someone that's standing up. So the psychology behind it is that when you go to check out the MacBook, you can't see the screen properly. So you touch it to move it, so it's appropriate for how you're standing and looking at the screen. And they know there's a psychology that when you touch something, you build an attachment to it. So they say, alright, cool, if we position the screen in an awkward angle, the consumer will touch it, and then subconsciously, I want to buy it.
They're giving into it. They're giving into it.
Yeah, because they made that attachment by touching the
You're
screen.
right.
So then they get them on that consumerism. And even if you ain't got the money, you're taking out credit loans and shit to buy off laptops.
Yeah. So with this, what's it called? Yeah, consumerism. And even with, you know, like Biggie and Tupac, after they killed Malcolm X and Martin Luther King, they said that we need another black messiah, and that was Tupac. That's why his last album was him on a cross. So that's another thing that the devil did, and everyone loves that nigga.
Oh.
Hey, do you know who that's Edward Bernays? Yeah, Edward Bernays is the guy behind the propaganda and now it's like basically it's like your mind
I use all that stuff.
Yeah.
It's like, so
Where?
like people do KFC, they similarly have colours like red.
Yeah.
Colour
Colour
codes,
codes, yeah.
colour codes your brain instead.
And look at even smelling is a part of your senses, and they use all fake smell to make it sound smell nicer. Extractor. Yeah, man.
It's like McDonald's. Every time you walk past a McDonald's, especially back in the day.
Oh, back in the day, man. Oh,
Yeah, you
man.
got that smell in it.
Stinks now though, but back in the day,
It smell good.
that smelled good. Fish and chip shop, everything.
It's Psalm 62 and 4, and it says, they only consult to cast him down from his excellence.
Yeah.
They delight in lies, they bless with their mouth,
You see?
but they curse inwardly.
You see?
That's the whole. That's the whole goal. That's the devil. There you go. That's the whole goal of the so-called white man. His whole mission is just to cast you down, to keep you down so that he can stay up. So the reason why Jake is like Jake like to question himself at times, like how come he can't get along with the devil? Why they don't like me because I'm black? It ain't got nothing to do because you're black. What it's got something to do with is you staying at the working class set so that pretty much you can be in that lower predicament and do some good with this economy. Okay, it's a business, man. Like I mentioned earlier before, this whole world is a business.
Business. That's a good one, though. Business.
That's how it goes. And I
Yeah,
mean,
yeah.
the world has always been a business.
Yeah.
Even with the children of Israel, you had your portion of land for the tribes, and this and that and the third. I mean, that's a whole topic for a different moment. But life is based on business anyway. But they see
Yeah,
this
that's right.
whole
It's true.
world
It's true.
as a business.
Yeah.
And another way you could have put this life too is like a slot machine.
There you go.
It's designed for them to win.
Yes.
Yeah.
They make you win one bit, but every time you pull
You're
that
gonna
up,
want to lose all the
you're gonna
time.
lose all the time. It's designed that way.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
And the reason why they do that is to give you this false sense of belief
Oh.
that you count on, like the whole idea of democracy.
Yeah. And
Democracy is an illusion that you may convoke someone in and win, but it's all bullshit.
it's about life is about winning. That's what I come to
Right.
the conclusion. If I drop fall asleep tomorrow, you right? The conclusion I came to so far would be life is about winning, right? When you think about all the so-called sports and life as well, you mentioned about the money. It's a business. No one respects second place. Everybody wants to be on top. First place. So life is a business. If you've got a whole heap of money and you're doing well, reasonably well, you can get any women, most women you like. Namely, most women that you like. I was even there. You understand? Generally speaking, I'm just generally speaking. Even if you're a little bit ghetto rich, so-called ghetto rich, which means you can show someone a nice time because you've got a car, you can go to most places, you can get women. But that's why it's all bullshit, man. I'm slucky. I want to get passionate again. But that's why it's pure bullshit. It's bullshit, man. I don't like the more you think about it. If you're a winner, you get what you want. If you're second place or you're struggling, I mean, people may settle, but they get bored of you quicker, and they move on to the next. Women is about the next best thing, man. So it's bullshit when you put it down to you got to be winning. When you're winning, you get what you want.
Yeah, that's how it goes.
Can I say something, if you don't mind? What's that name that man said he works in psychology and everything like that? What's it? Huh? Edward Bernays, right? I think it was about 15, 16 years ago. I was in Manhattan, and they used some psychology, right? Because I went to this gambling place. I can't remember this gambling place, right? And as soon as you get because they work on color, they work on the women, the drinks. As soon as you enter into this place, a casino, right? You have a woman standing there with a tray with free alcohol, right? So when you go in there, it's all well lit, all the colors. When you use on slot machines, it makes beautiful sounds.
Yeah.
So they get rid of the senses, they get rid of the eyes, the drink. They know how to use psychology, and you go up there with X amount of money, and they come up with.
The heart is deep, man. Meaning what they,
Yeah.
you know, they really, like the elder said, they're diligent. Or like
They
the
did
they're
research.
diligent.
They
go
know.
in.
They know.
They're spending all their time and money. So I have all these councils. They have all these councils for that.
It says that they search out iniquities, they accomplish a diligent
Search.
search. So they're diligent
They know, man, they know.
in wickedness.
Wickedness.
And they have to do it to save their life. Because if they don't continue to be deceivers, then they're going to lose what they got. So they don't have a choice. They really don't, because you got to remember Esau's weak. Jake, what is it? Actually, go into it. Somebody read out. You can read into it, brother. Genesis 25.
Oh, what? Did you get that scripture about the unrighteous decrees? Did you get that one?
No, not yet. We'll get there.
Oh, okay, slack it. I thought you were slacking. I thought you called for it. You know?
Go get a new Bible. He ain't got that. Oh no. I don't get this Bible. No, that's an old one. Yeah, it's old. If you want to use mine. But I mean, it's still a good use. You could just read the certain parts of it. Yeah. No, yeah. You read it from the start. From the start, yeah. Not from the start. 21, Isaac entreated the Lord, and go to 23, yeah? Right. Genesis 25, verse 23. And the Lord said unto her, 2 nations are in thy womb, and 2 manner of people shall be separated from thy bowels.
Yep.
And one people shall be stronger than the other people. Here we go. So one people shall be stronger than the other people. So Esau's weak. Okay? And I mean, it doesn't necessarily mean you can't win over when being weak. Like, for example, we're weak, and we're going to win through this knowledge and this understanding. We're going to get the victory. But what I mean by weak, I'm talking about inwardly. You know, Esau's a weak, pathetic bastard. That's what he is. That's why he gave up his birthright from some better part of me. So a guy like that, because he's weak, what is he going to do? He's going to cheat someone. Because in order for you to win with that kind of heart that he got, you have to figure, wait, how else am I going to win? And what he figured out, which really he had to actually already within him anyway, going all the way back to the serpent, is to deceive. He had the wisdom to deceive. That's how he's winning. He can't win straight up. You can't do that. You can't win like that. There comes a point where people suss out your wickedness and they suss it out. And that's the time we're in. The time we're in is that all the things that he's doing is not really working anymore.
You know, they've got this whole thing in America right now with they're trying to, Democrats and Republicans are now joining forces to try and ban cigarettes. Why? Because everyone is shitting on it. They're exposing all of this shit. You know, if you go on YouTube, there's only so much they're going to let you say. That's where you have
Yeah, I mentioned this.
Yeah, you have the other platforms where you can say stuff like TikTok. So now they're trying to shut it down because you're hearing everything. You're hearing everything about everything. And what they're trying to do now, they're doing that. They're doing prophecy. Like a single stuff. Like the elders going into the game. So now they have to do now. To battle that now to try and shut that down.
Yeah. Because their power, their power is in their lives. That's the only thing that they got to uphold themselves. That's why when you read the message of Esau, if you can, brother, of Uncle Sharp, you can get 27, Genesis 27. His father Isaac blessed him with the sword. He said, "By thy sword thou shalt live." So it doesn't necessarily mean that he has what?
the ability to destroy by his wars, by his weapons of war, but he also has the ability to deceive you to destroy you. Okay, because lying to a person can destroy a person too.
That's right.
27 verse.
Genesis 27. Genesis 27 verse 40. And by thy sword thou shalt live, and shalt serve thy brother, and it shall come to pass, thou shalt have dominion, that thou shalt break the yoke from off his neck.
That right there is talking about a different time period when even borders were being started. David's work. But the point is that he would live by the sword. He would have all of the abilities to destroy you. And that includes his lies and his deception. Remember, when he beguiled Eve, he also destroyed Adam and destroyed the sons of God. And then that perpetual seed came into the sons of God, and it still lies within us to this very day. So lies can also destroy man. Okay? That's why the scripture says a false tongue is an abomination to the Lord.
That's one of the things that's one of the things that is in Proverbs, yeah? The Lord said 6 things I hate, 7 abominations. A proud look, a lying tongue. That's why, you know, one of the first things when the Lord brought me the truth, you know those little lies that you used to tell people? Don't do that no more, man. Well, once you start fearing the Lord, you put those lies to bed. And especially in the brotherhood. Don't be lying. If you mucked up, you shoot straight. You tell your brother, listen, I did this, I did that. Don't start lying, man. Those little lies. There's no such thing as that.
White lies.
Yeah, so-called white lies.
So-called.
And white is supposed to be purity. That's another lie that the devil's made.
Yeah.
He's calling himself white when he's red. You should have seen some of the nurses that were looking after him. Some of them were red.
Red no ass.
Like beetroot red.
Yeah.
You know? Like, no.
Red as a straw.
Yeah, red as a straw. Just like, no. You know, like getting old, and some of them were younger than me, man. I'm looking at them like, all you jakes that are laying down the Edomite women, alright? When they're in their young ages, you may have some fun with them, but when they're getting older, man, they're gonna go for some younger jailbait.
Yeah.
Because Edomite genes are weak.
Can't. They age like stale milk.
Yeah, Christ.
They do look good young, but when they get old, man.
Yeah, they
You
get
see them on
old.
the bus, they're wicked and so, man. And it's like them cutting in, but the scriptures actually talk about that. The wickedness of a person that changes their countenance. So that's why when these Edomites get old, like look at like, what's that, like Prince Philip and shit? So when they get old, man, you see them like,
Yeah.
They actually start to look like that.
Yeah.
They look.
The skin becomes transparent.
Yeah, because even
A little bit because
Apostle Tahar was saying that Jakes, even though a lot of us are off, we're angels in body, in the flesh. Jakes, talking about the seed of Jakes. No matter what color, we know about all that, right? But we're angels in the flesh. But they're demons in the flesh.
yes.
That's what they actually are. So when you say about when the countenance shows when they get older, you see that you start to actually see what they really look like. The demons, you know.
you know, you brothers can
Yeah, because the time we're in now is about, it's really about, like you've gone, the Lord's brought you out of darkness, He's brought you into light. Now you're coming into a period where you've gone through tribulation and stuff, and the Lord's brought you through those tribulations. But now we're coming into like when you look at these World War I and World War II documentaries, and you see soldiers talking about World War II and what they went through, and they start crying. We're gonna go through a time that is worse than that.
Oh yeah.
The time coming is I get Jeremiah 30 and 7. The time coming. It's called Jacob's trouble for a reason, man. It's called Jacob's trouble for a reason, man. Because this devil and his cohorts, the Chinese and all that, they know who every Israelite is in every country, man. I had a Somalian nurse, right? And she was nice, yeah, and I was talking to her, and I said, the Bantu in Somalia, because Bantu is like people, right? I said, the Bantu people in Somalia, are they treated good? And she said, I'll be honest, they're not treated good. I said, those are my people. And I said, what is the main stigma against them? Oh, because they're very darker and this, that, and the other. And I said, there you go. And at least she was honest about it. But those Bantus are who? They're Israelites, man. Alright? So that's why it's called United Nations.
United against Israel.
Yeah, they united against us, man. We are the big prize, man. Let's get this first one. It's alright. Sure. And that's the time that we're in, man. We're in that I keep meditating on that, man. I keep meditating. I keep saying to the Lord, I say, if you take my mum before Jacob's trouble, I'll be okay. I'm telling you, that's how real
Every little,
time to get you. But the time we're in now, I'm glad that I'm totally separate from him. And really, I've always been totally separate from the Edomites. Even though when I was like 17, 18, I used to go out there with women. Okay, you got the mark of the beast problem. Yeah, the mark of the beast is not sleeping with Edomite women, yeah?
That's a good
Alright?
one.
We have to make that firm, alright? The mark of the beast is the microchip.
Can't.
Yeah? And this guy, this devil, Elon Musk, is promoting it through neurology as well. So that goes into the scripture where it says your right hand on your forehead. That's right, yeah. You know?
That's another part of their seducing ways because they'll have everybody read on buses on your side.
Oh yeah,
You
yeah.
buy Twitter and now you can have free speech and he's for the people, he's not for the people.
It's not for the people, man. And he bought Twitter because Twitter has so many followers, and when you register, you have to put your details in there. So now he's got
Data collection.
data collection of people. He's serving his master Satan, man. Right? You read a bit.
Proverbs 12 and 26, it says the righteous is more excellent than his neighbor.
And we are the righteous, because in our instincts, there's certain things that we just don't do that the Edomite would do. You know, there's certain things in us. For example, we like to cook our food properly.
Yeah.
And they like their food raw or even jumping on the plate, man.
Yeah.
You know, no, it's true, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like over there in you know, like Mexico, you know, Issachar, he's eating insects and stuff like that, which is very protein and nutritious.
Yeah.
But this devil's eating frog legs and
Right kind of ones.
and things that are wiggling in your mouth and stuff like that, man. Yeah, things that are basically unhealthy, man.
Yeah.
Some insects you can eat like locusts,
Yeah,
but you can't eat like worms and slugs and snails.
yeah, that's it. Alright, so the righteous is what? More excellent than his neighbor. So that means that we are much better than all these races. Remember, the Edomites are the lowest race on the planet Earth. They're the lowest, man.
Yeah, the base of me,
So
yeah.
that's you.
Job 30, yeah.
That's like the Chinese is here.
Yeah.
The Ammonites are a little bit up here. But the Edomites are here, man. They're dirt. They're the lowest of the low, man.
Basement.
And you are bowing down on one knee asking the Edomite woman or Edomite man to marry you, man. That shows you that you guys are gone, man. Alright?
It says, but the way of the wicked seduceth.
Yeah, like pornography, man. Like black women in pornography, man. Doing what the Edomite woman does, man. Licking out another woman, doing this, doing that. You know? Wearing revealing clothes. And I've realized that whatever these devils do, our women especially follow. Because they are the weaker vessel, man. They're easily led. And you know why? Because the so-called black man is out of his mind at the moment. He's living in hell, and this devil is oppressing him, or he's in prison or whatever. So this black woman is just running wild, doing what she wants to do, right? So when you actually find a decent Israelite woman, Hey, treasure that. I'm not saying treasure that woman, but hold on to that. Hold on to that. woman.
If you,
That's
if
rare,
you,
man.
according to, yeah, well, I was
Yeah.
just gonna say what.
Yeah.
Hold on, what's
was
the
gonna say,
scripture?
find a wife.
Ecclesiastes
Yeah.
it says there are snares and nets, but there's not one among 1,000.
Okay.
So as you,
Yeah.
just adding to what you're saying, Caleb.
Yeah, I'll read it. It says, what's that?
Toilet, man.
Just a quick follow up, if I may, right?
Yeah.
Just to correct your point, you said that the Israelite man is out of his mind right now, so the black woman can do what she wants.
Yeah.
Really, the black woman threw the Israelite man under the bus. That's why he's out of his mind.
That's true.
Yeah.
She put him in the condition. She helped forge you.
She helped it, yeah.
Yeah.
Right. What's that? Micah 7 and 10. And she that is my enemy. My eyes shall behold him. The nigger woman has become the enemy, as we said, second place to Esau now.
That's
That's
true,
part
yeah.
of the reason
And-
why we're kind of out of our minds at the moment.
Well, and even if we're not out of our minds, they're listening to us anyway.
Oh, there you go.
The undermining, really, both of you, both right. We're all right.
Yeah.
Both right.
No,
It's all, yeah.
She's living her best life.
Yeah,
she's doing what she wants to do. And she ain't sparing the thought for what about my man?
Yeah.
What about my children? What about my nation? She's
Yeah.
just thinking about her. So it's like, as the scripture says, was iniquity should abound, the Israelite woman is falling out of love with her man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's why she's going on wild. But that's
And
what-
if she's fallen out of love with her man, she's fallen out of love with her nation.
Exactly.
That's why when we go into hospital, some of the worst nurses are the black nurses. They're cold, man. I'm telling you, cold-hearted. These other Cushite women and all that, they're better nurses than some of our women. You know?
Esau's in the power scene, right? So they're looking to build to Esau. That is their model of masculinity. Because he's passed down at the bottom.
Yeah, he passed down at the bottom.
So you got a lot of women now. They call it swirlers. So they're basically they're dealing with and really for them it's that credit. They want that Edomite credit. They need to find it. You know what I'm saying? Because they know that Esau's in the power. It's easy for them. They get the good credit. They get the good jobs.
Yeah.
They got the money and all that. So that's what they do. And it shows what people are really about anyway. It's just what is the material? Yeah, material.
She's trying to find out the person.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they say she's not thinking. She's thinking of herself. Like when we went to Cambridge recently, there was an Israelite woman called Pepper, and when she was Edomite man, and when she saw us, she was rolling by us. She didn't see her face. She was trying to hide herself. Yeah, trying to hide herself. And all that stuff. You know why? Because she knew in her spirit she was like, no. That's not. So the ways of the wicked are seducing our people, and therefore, if you don't come out of that in the time period, when that shape of trouble hits, it's going to be some real judgment.
Patient and deal with it. I mean, you can do that.
Samuel there saying that. You start saying the other words. Ecclesiastes 7 and 26. It says, and I find more bitter than death, a woman whose heart is snares and nets, and her hands is bands. Whoso pleaseth Yahweh shall escape from her, but the sinner shall be taken by them.
And we've seen that in this camp. Yeah, but we've seen a good example of that, man. How a wicked woman took away a wicked piece of crap, man. And good riddance, man. We don't fuck that side.
Verse 27 says, behold, this I have found, saith the preacher, counting one by one to find out the account. Which yet my soul seeketh, but I find not. One man among 1,000 have I found, but a woman among all those have I not found.
There you go. So there's no such thing as queens and divas. And the word diva means what? Goddess, I think it is. And these women are not to be worshipped.
There's a narrative now when it's talking about how we all come from. That's the new thing. Oh, is it? I saw this guy.
You hear men get talking and that. Remember that you got testosterone running through our veins. When you hear like, your manly words, like you hear them hard and say that.
We all come from
Even though we're spiritual,
that's how they fix
still frustrating.
basic biology.
Yeah.
Come from the seed.
Yeah, because just a quick point from what Amon said, if that's the case, what are good evil? When the Most High said, I'm going to destroy the earth by the flood, which woman did he come and speak to? He said to prophesy 120 years. Stop talking like you're angry about that. People need to stop talking that shit, come back to the reality, man. The Most High's voice is the sons of men. The Most High has always dealt with men. Women aren't that important, man. For example, what was Joseph, when Joseph was in Potiphar's house, right, and his wife was trying to seduce him, and Joseph fell out the window. What was Potiphar's wife? When Lot was fleeing Sodom and Gomorrah, right, his wife looked back, right? What was Lot's wife's name? See, I'm trying to make a point. The women ain't that important, man. See, there's certain women who've done righteous things, right, and their names are recorded in the scriptures. But most women, if they ain't that important, man, their names ain't recorded in the scriptures. Yeah, it's just Lot's wife, isn't it? Exactly. Well, woman means servant, serve the man, but this devil has turned everything upside down. He's basically beguiled the whole world, and he's flipped everything upside down. That's why Yahweh has come to turn everything the right way.
Numbers 1 and 18.
Yeah.
It says, and they assembled all the congregation together on the first day of the second month, and they declared their pedigrees after their families by the house of their fathers, according to the number of the names, 20 years old and upward.
There you go. So that's a man's sperm that is representative of your race, man, nationality. So no such thing as mixed race and all that stuff. And the society perpetuates that. And that causes nothing but confusion. The Lord is in order. Even the etymology of the word father means origin. So the man is the origin who carries the seed. When he impregnates the woman, she brings forth the child. Really, the child belongs to the father. The child belongs to the father. And the woman, the wife, also belongs to the
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
And the daughter belongs to her father until she's married to her husband.
There's a good point. 2 Corinthians 11 and 22, it says, are they Hebrews? So am I. Are they Israelites? So am I. Are they the seed of Abraham? So am I. So it's talking about the seed. It doesn't take us about
We went off in it, so the women are going for us.
Yeah, the seed, man.
There's so much genealogy in the scriptures, even it talks about the father's going all the way from the fathers. Okay, you don't talk about the mothers at all.
And that's why this, if you don't accept this truth now, when Jacob's trouble comes, alright, you women, you're gonna accept it, because you know what they're gonna do? They're gonna start running behind man and say, help me, protect me. You're gonna want a man to protect you in that time, man. But now they look at us like dirt, man. On the point what we're talking about, this shows that sometimes the ancient men or the ancient kingdoms are wiser than this current kingdom right now, right? Exodus 1, and it says from verse 15, and the king of Egypt spake unto the Hebrew midwives, of which the name of one was Shiphrah, and the name of the other was Puah. And he said, when you do the office of the midwife to the Hebrew women, and see them upon the stools, if it be a son, then ye shall kill him. But if it be a daughter, then she shall live. So why did they want to slay all the sons of the Israelites? Because they knew that the seed came from the fathers. That's it. The Israelite woman could marry an Egyptian man, and she bring back Egyptian children. See, they understood this back then, and they wanted to stop us from multiplying, so they knew and slay the sons. That's it, man.
It's not even that difficult. It's simple, obvious, but
quality is changing.
Yeah, that's right. Like feminism and equality, have to say that it's both parents the woman, the DNA and all this. We're the ones that carry. They're talking about carrying babies for 9 months. They always carry. It's always carry.
Yeah, that's it.
And we can listen to it. And we can, and that is what we can bring about our peace from any of these.
Yeah. We were bringing with there's that black girl that's in China that was on Pop Idol. Her father, yeah, you saw that video, I think, didn't you? Her father was African American, man. And they were giving her hell, man. They were calling her chocolate flower. Yeah, they were calling her chocolate flower. They made websites making that she's a gorilla, just so that she can't get to the final, and she got knocked out, man. You know. But if you look at her and look at her features, she's an Israelite woman, and her genealogy is through the man. Nothing to do with the word. The woman's just like an incubator, man. Where your seed goes in, alright, to the ground, and it cultivates it, and then out comes the child. You know? But because this devil is a homosexual, he's anti-life. He's propagated that we should worship women, man. You know? Like this place that we're standing behind now. You know that guy, what's his name? Paul O'Grady? Yeah, the man that plays transvestite. A man called Lily Savage or whatever. He died the other day. Yeah, and they announced it in Parliament, saying that he's a national treasure. What? And by the way, he used to play in that tavern over there.
Oh yeah, that's
Yeah.
Oh, Paul O'Grady.
Yeah, oh, he's got flowers outside the door. Hey, let's praise the Lord for killing that piece of crap, man. You know?
I'm going to say this on the side.
Yeah.
I've never said this. But before this place was what it is now, they used to have strippers in it. And I know because I've been in it once.
You said
One time. Someone took me there. Like a couple of our friends, and they took me there. We didn't know we were just sitting there, by the way.
Yeah.
We walked in there. And they had all the women there. We were there, saying we do this and this.
Yeah.
But it shows them how they contrast it. You see?
Yeah.
They've taken that away. Not saying that's righteous, but they've taken that away. Now you want that there.
Yeah, you got that there.
And that's what you see now.
Yeah, that's all you see now. It's all there to corrupt the mind, you know? It's all there to corrupt, what's it called? It's all, basically, it's the population. It's the agenda of the Antichrist, and anti means against, and Christ means what? Anointed. So everything they're doing really is against the House of Shai, and it's truth. But they ain't gonna be able to succeed. They're only gonna take the ones that the Lord doesn't want. Hey, someone get that Jacob trouble. Because it's called Jacob trouble for a reason. And the spirit, the brother over there was talking about women earlier on. I'm telling you, man, you women that are watching and the ones that you are taking seriously, may the Lord be with you. And how about suicide be with you? The ones of you that are not, I'm telling you, you're gonna lose your mind. In Nigeria, when they stopped all the cash, when they said you couldn't take out money, there was an Israelite woman on the floor, on her back, banging her head on the concrete, man. Because she could. No, it's not funny. I know she was bugged out because she couldn't get the little money she had out of her bank account. Because remember, Nigeria is just a satellite of Britain. The white man runs Nigeria, man. All right. You Israelites over there in West Africa, you're not running nothing. The white man runs that.
You know what? It's lucky. You know why I say that's a bug out?
Yeah.
Because how is behaving now? That you're going to change the situation.
Yeah, I know.
It shows the hold that the money has.
That's the whole
People
money.
are in despair with it when they have it. Yeah. And that's what's going to happen. That's how he's going to trick the masses into taking his thing. He's taking his thing. And they're shooting that CBDC cash that's going to start throwing around once the economy crashes.
Yeah, we're going to get that. We're going to get that for 4 months. All right, and then we're going to get microchip, and then we're going to get world free. Because those are the next prophecies before Yahweh comes back.
Right.
Yeah? So we're right, like you know when you run the marathon, you're running the marathon, you know, and you're right near the finish line. Yeah, in prophecy, we're right near the finish line, man. That's why I said to myself, hang on, it's the 3rd time this operation has been cancelled. Well, I never really, I took it,
but I didn't really despair over it because I know that the Lord's in control. Maybe the other, even the guy next to me, he said he was a Christian. He said maybe the Lord's going to sign him. So yeah. Alright, I ain't my mind, did it?
Shall I bring this out, yeah?
Yeah.
Jeremiah 30, I'll start at verse 6. Ask ye now and see whether a man doth travail with child.
Yep.
Wherefore do I see every man with his hands on his loins,
Yep.
as a woman in travail?
See, so when a woman is giving birth, she's like, ah! That's how that Nigerian woman was, man. She was banging her head on the concrete like this. She couldn't get no money out, man. But you know the reason why she was doing that? Because her life is hard enough.
Yep.
She's only got a little bit of money in her account, and that wicked government said you can't take it out, man.
Wherefore do I see every man with his hands on his loins,
Yep.
as a woman in travail,
Yep.
and all faces are turned into paleness.
Yep.
Alas, for the day is great,
Yep.
so that there is none like it.
None like it, man.
It is even the time of Jacob's trouble,
Yep.
he shall be saved out of it.
Well, he shall be saved out of it. So Jacob's trouble, it didn't say Edomite's trouble. It didn't say Moab's trouble. It said Jacob's trouble. And you know what? The weird thing about it is we've been in areas like Peckham, we've been in King's Cross, all these areas, and they don't even want to listen to us. That shows you that they're marked for death. That's the reason why the Lord took us to Brixton. And I'm glad that we don't, I drove through Brixton today. I'm glad that we don't teach in Brixton, man. Nothing changes. Yeah, nothing happened in Brixton, man. Hey, death's a Brixton, man. You know? Brixton has been colonized by your oppressor anyway, man.
Yeah.
That's his area, man. He's gentrified your area. You know? He's gentrified your area.
And it shows you, it just shows you that we don't own shit out here.
Yeah, we don't
He
own
can just move wherever you are, he can just come in and take over. Build up his shops,
Yep.
build his high-rise apartment blocks that you can't afford.
Yeah, yeah. No affordable housing. Hey, they had on a debate the other day about affordable housing. And they're talking about, all these areas we need to build more housing. But the housing they're building is mainly for the Edomites. And middle class Edomites as well, man. So that day of Jacob's trouble, alright, is around the corner, man. Alright, you got Matthew 24 verse 1. Now you start from Matthew 24 verse 7. Because I'm going to prove to you that the pandemic we had and all the things that have been going on is prophecy in this Bible.
Matthew 24:7, it says, for nation shall rise against nation.
So nation shall rise against nation. That's one nation against another nation. That's really race riots. Alright? But there's 18 nations in the Bible. So that's to come, man. And that's why we have all this asylum seeker madness that's going on. You know, they're saying that they're going to put them on boats or ships or... Yeah. And the main problem, the main people that have got a problem with people coming to this country are the Edomites. The wickedest nation to ever... and they've gone around every other nation and never had any immigration papers.
And they're smart as well. You got a whole bunch of Edomites now running this country.
Yeah.
They're the ones that are opposing these rules, trying to bring in these laws and stuff.
Yeah,
So now
yeah.
you can't accuse Esau of being
Racist. I said that the other day.
Edomites. See, that's why it's goes into what you're saying about the story. His heart is deep in that village in church.
It is in church. And the Home Secretary now is what? An Elamite woman, who is an Indian woman, isn't it, from Uganda. And Pretty Patel was from Uganda as well, right? And they were saying that we need to stop the votes, you know? But they did that so they can't say that, this is a racist policy. See, we know the tools of the devil, man.
It says that, I'll start from the top. Matthew 24:7, it says, for nation shall rise against nation,
That's race riots, that's coming.
and kingdom against kingdom.
Hey, kingdom against king. Ukraine's a kingdom, and Russia's a kingdom. They're going at it.
And there shall be famines and pestilences.
Is there not food banks everywhere? Is there not, because of the Ukraine war, a grain shortage? And even Putin said in his latest address, he did an African conference, and he said, by the way, when we did the deal, only 2% of the grain went to Africa, which is exactly right. He said the rest of it went to Europe. That shows you how wicked this devil is. Right?
And pestilences and earthquakes in diverse places.
Hey, now we had an earthquake over there in Turkey, right? We had that, and by the way, that earthquake was beautiful, man. Because the other day they killed an Israelite woman in Turkey. They harassed this girl who went to school, and they killed her, man, based upon her race. So fucking Turks, man. All right. But before that, he said something. He said pestilence. And pestilence is what? Pandemics, man. So we had the coronavirus, right? So all these things are happening, and people are just thinking, oh, this is just normal. But it's God doing it, man. The Heavenly Father and His Son doing this, man. All right.
Verse 8. All these are the beginning of sorrows.
All these are the beginning of sorrows. So these are the beginning of sorrows. So there's more sorrows to come, man.
Yeah, man.
And the next one is called Jacob's trouble. You know? And then you have Jacob, whether it be Jake women or Jake men, just walking by us, look at us like, what are these people talking about? You know? That's how we know that there's going to be like black, you know, like in the Middle Ages we had that pandemic called the Black Death. Hey, the Black Death is going to be times 2,000, man. There's going to be black bodies everywhere around England, man. And it's going to be you Jakes, but the ones of you that are listening to this, taking this seriously, the Lord is going to have a protective hedge around you, man. All right? The Lord is not like a human being where, you know, like you can help someone all their life and then you just forget about the good that they've done. You know what I mean? The Lord is not like that. And if you think about it, we've been wretched all our lives, but the Lord has brought us in, man. There's one brother there, there's one brother there, there's one brother there, there's one brother there, there's a brother there, there's a brother there, brother there, brother there, brother there, man. Alright, so the Lord ain't forgotten about anyone. You know? So this is a privileged truth to be in, man. So you want to invest time in this, man. Alright? You want to take this deadly seriously, man. These Edomites and these other races don't even know what's coming. So we have an advantage. We know what's coming. Right?
But even some of the Hebrews do know what's coming, but they can't. It's not, this ain't for them.
Yeah, this
Yeah.
They can know as much as they like.
Yeah.
They're going to get destroyed.
Yeah, that's it, man. You wouldn't get destroyed. But it said all these are the beginning of sorrow. Now what I wanted to ask you again? You asked me Mark's. Alright, Mark the abuse. Alright. So we got more hell coming. Alright, for Jake. Then we got what's it called? After that hell, when all chaos is ensued, they're gonna introduce what this. Yeah, the way the economy.
Let me just repeat just quickly what our elder one of his recent live streams he said elder luckily I missed out the words. I miss that word sometimes. Sometimes I check myself. I miss that word. But so that's Elder Apostle Tahar says in one of his latest streams that it looks like we're not going to be coming out of this kingdom at this year, because this was the year of the hopeful year of all the prophets coming to pass. But it looks like it may not be this year. So from what he said. Yeah. If I'm missing any words, that help me. But that's what he said. But now he said maybe we may be out of here at the beginning of next year, in the first month of next year, maybe. But he said, but nobody knows, because nobody knows the day and the hour, not even your whole shy. But he likes to give us a little gauge sometimes. But that's what he said.
Because look at the banking. How many banks have gone down? Silicon Valley Bank, Credit Suisse has gone down, and another bank has gone down. And when the banks start going down, that's when they're going to introduce the chip.
Then you're going to get a lot of people that are going to remove themselves from using the dollar when it comes to whole shop. So once the dollar starts to get crushed, then America's going to, they're going to try and fix that problem. Things are going to be going into the shop and try and get a lot of bread. It's like, £30 or something.
Cashless around July.
And then after that, the only option they have is to create a new currency.
That's it. I'm not gonna lie to you.
The dollar's fucked. It's what it's meant to be.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie to you, bro. We're gonna have the faith is gonna be tested.
Oh yeah.
Big time. Our faith is gonna be.
I agree with you.
We've all been through a lot of stuff.
Yeah, already. Yeah.
Already.
That's one of the first questions I asked you when I used to come by the camp, stand up, and I said to you, Jacob's trouble. And I remember what you said. I said, no, man. I said, no, man, I'm thinking for a lot of this. But we're going to have to go through Jacob's trouble
Yeah,
too.
we're gonna have to go.
I want you to at least tell me that. No, not you. That's what I want you. You've already been through a lot. But the reality is the reality, man.
That was in Tottenham, innit?
But I'm still hoping.
With relation to him as well.
You can hope.
Rejoice in heaven
For
that we
protection.
go in there.
Pray, yeah.
Woe to the inhabitants of the earth and of the sea. For the devil is come down unto you, having great wrath, because he knows that he hath no short time.
Yeah, so if we're the saints and he's the devil, he's definitely going to concentrate all his manpower against us. Of course he is. He's going to, just like when they had the Boston Marathon and they went to that Watertown, is it, Massachusetts? They had tanks out there, they removed people from their houses, this, that, and the other. That was a drill, man. But we know that they're mainly going to concentrate on Jake areas.
Yeah, because I remember a video of Alex Jones was
Oh yeah, the white guy.
and he showed a video of them doing a drill, like you just said.
Yeah.
Like some barn area, like in the house, in the sticks.
Yeah.
And it was all Jakes, they were chasing down Jakes. It was just Jakes.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I know you're talking about.
Yeah. All these military guys with the AR-15s. And they're just chasing down Jake, and they were active like
Yeah.
So it's active, but they mark Jake, so it's like, let's get into the mind of these guys. It's like,
Yeah. They had a place called Guardian Centers where they had mock towns, and Alex Jones said,
let's basically
it was a mock town, and he goes, it shows the military rounding people up, and every one of them was black. Now that's newsworthy right there, but you can see when he's saying it, he had a little smirk on his face, because he's an Edomite himself, man. And he knows who we are, he knows that we're children of Israel, Yeah, so boy, man, our faith is going to be tested, man.
You set up his purpose.
Yeah.
To the main narrative.
Yeah.
That gives you hope.
When did they do that?
say this because I remember Apostles saying that. Apostles believe in I'm just saying it. I don't know. I'm just saying that's what they believe.
Yeah.
That's what's out there right now. That's what they're doing.
If he is, let the Lord decide, but the facts of the matter is he's working. Because he's in a, what do you call it, controlled positions. You know what I'm saying? So my point being is that if you notice, when the C19 hit, they shut down the
Yeah, they
They
closed it
can
down.
go back since, you know why? Because they don't need it anymore.
Yeah,
Because now they don't need that counter narrative to get people to say, oh, well, what about this? Now they're pushing their agenda. It's like, look, if you're not with us, we're going to shut the platform down. We don't want any, like, we can't even say the damn words. Otherwise, it's had to say our video.
Yeah, that says the video.
So my point is that the devil's riding out. So all them kind of guys like David, like I was saying,
Anthony Hilda.
the old ones.
I think he's dead now,
Yeah,
isn't
you guys far back. He's like one of the old school.
he? Yeah, one of the old school. And he said it. He went to what's that called? Nation Islam. I think it was Nation Islam. And he said that the government's got plans to round the black community up. So he said that in 1998, man. And by the way, Anthony Hilda is a cracker, and his woman was a black woman. A nice looking black woman as well. It usually is.
So you know what, brother? All the time, when we see a man dealing with a black woman, it doesn't mean that he likes white black people either.
No, of course.
I don't mean that.
And
It
doesn't
mean
mean
they get on.
Let us get on.
and sometimes it's just like what they call them when women are like, it's basically prostitution because they get a comfortable life. This is the white man kingdom.
Yeah.
Bedwinchers, that's the word. Bedwinchers. So they don't necessarily like each other.
Oh, they do.
Yeah.
Telling you.
A business, as brother said, it's a business.
She had a white husband.
Yeah,
She
ghetto
died
gaggers as well.
about a year ago, and her husband was a white man. And he used to go to all the 6 meetings, this, that, and the other. I know he don't like us. You know what I mean? And he's definitely Edomite. He didn't believe in God's school, man. But her life, she went on holidays, this, that.
Yeah.
He had her in a wheelchair when she was in a wheelchair, pushing her. Hey, so she had her life, man. Okay? So all that comfort is coming to an end, right?
Yep.
You've got the mark of the beast.
And we're going to try and jump ship.
Revelation 30, starting with verse 16 on down. And it causeth all, both small and great,
Then we're going to know why
rich
we
and
feel
poor,
the way we do.
free and bond, to receive a mark in their right hand
Ones we're gonna like
or in
my-
their foreheads.
And that
My
mark
lap, my
is
two,
in the Greek is corruption.
7
It's
movies.
an incision.
But
All right, and you see on the videos where they're doing
you're
the
going to be
chip,
bathing in one.
they do it right here, isn't it? Yeah, between the thumb and the hand. All right. So no one might not buy and sell except they have the mark. So you crash the
Yeah,
system.
can't.
And listen, a lot of them Illuminati people, they're nervous about this because it's a totally different new thing.
It's a new paradigm.
Yeah, it's a new paradigm. Some of them, because in 2008, when they had the banking crisis, many bankers committed suicide because they thought it was happening then. You know? So we're talking about a time never seen before.
Also, they don't know the response. You know, we know that other people are going to go for it according to the scriptures, but they don't really know that.
Yeah,
So it's like you said, it's a risk for them. They're doing it anyway, but they don't know how people are going to react to
Yeah.
it. Really.
yeah, they
Because
don't
you're
know.
pushing people into a corner.
Yeah.
So they're probably expecting massive riots and all sorts of stuff, which they're probably they're going to see some of that.
I remember now with the advent of the internet, everyone knows about the Rothschilds and all them people, man. You know, so their security is going to be sky high when all that comes up. So those are the last prophecies left, but the ultimate prophecy is Yahushua coming back in the clouds, man.
Revelation 1 says it.
Alright, Revelation 1 says it's one on Mark. I think it's 13 or 46. See the Son of Man coming in the clouds with great power, great glory. Because believe me, that Yahushua coming back is going to be like, wow. It's going to be something that you ain't seen before. Yeah, because there was a video on YouTube where in America they had a farm, Edomite farmer, and his farm was infested with chariots, and they were all the same little chariots. They were like they looked like pyramids, and they were like, and he was just filming. He was like, I can't believe this, you know. But the Lord has instilled and given us a secret to know what they are, so we don't have to fear that.
Right.
Okay, so the Lord is preparing us for these tribulation times, and these are tribulation times. And sometimes it's our great times coming, because degeneracy is going to be gone, man. You ain't going to see our people going on the streets being degenerates no more. They're going to be put to death, man. They're going to be zapped. All right. Lord willing, Esau's army is going to slay the wicked ones of our people, and they need to go, man. All right. That's why you need to be get it in your mind that your family is going to die. All right. It's not going to be easy because we're all human. We all have feelings and stuff like that. But I'm telling you, man, many of our family members are going to be slain. All right. Especially my family.
Revelation 13 and 16 says, and he causeth all, both small and great, rich and poor, free and bond, to receive a mark in their right hand or in their forehead.
Yep.
And that no man might buy or sell, save he that had the mark, or the name of the beast, or the number of his name.
Yeah, so that's why when you see a homeless man scurrying for some money or doing that, man, you shouldn't mock that, because that's how we're going to be in that time. Man. We're going to be low and destitute like that. The Lord is going to provide, but you shouldn't look down on them people, man. Last week, we had a Edomite looking guy, a bit drunk, came up to the camp.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, do you remember?
Yeah.
Yeah, and he was quoting Bible scriptures at us, right? I think he left early, but he was quoting Bible scriptures, and he was cool, man. And we greeted him, you know, and on his way, that he could be a Jake.
Yeah, could
I
be.
always say that because I was on the bus.
You shouldn't look down at those people, because at the end of the day, if we don't cooperate with the devil's system, that's how we're going to be in that time. And you might get drunk in that time to get to ask for it. You know?
It's like I'm going to say, when I was on the bus on the way to camp, this guy was outside the supermarket. He's asking people for one Edomite looking guy, and this old Edomite woman come out with two other people. And he asked him for money. No, you should have seen the way she sneered, turned her head like she didn't see him. It's like, that's gonna be you, bitch.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? That's gonna be you. Remember that.
Hey, if he grabbed her or something, then you can, you know what I mean? But at the end of the day, you should look down on them homeless people because in the end of the day, we're not part of this devil system. We're all gonna be destitute like that, man.
You know, too, like the homeless people, we're catching down like they catching down.
That's it, man. That's it, man. All right, you gotta have compassion on those people, man. You know what I mean? You don't look down on those people. Remember we had that guy last week?
Oh yeah, the ones that may be jakes.
Yeah, man.
Not them wicked fucking Edomites. Fuck them. When they ask me for money, I just look at them straight in my cold face, give them a stone face. Remember when we was fucking down and out? They never fucking helped us. Fuck them. You don't have to look after them.
He cometh with clouds, and every eye shall see him,
Full of his spirit.
even
Because they're
though
jakes.
they which also pierced him,
They're black.
and all the kindreds of the
No.
behold, he comes with clouds, and every eye shall see him, and they also which pierced him, and all the kindreds of the earth shall wail because of him, even so amen.
That's it. So those are all the prophecies left, unless if you can correct me, I've left a prophecy out.
You mentioned them out. You mentioned the war. You didn't get to speak. You mentioned
World War III. You know, we didn't put that out, but World War III is a major prophecy in the Bible, man. You
Stay that way.
One last scripture, Isaiah 45, 43, and 11, and it goes out. Alright? Isaiah 43 and 11. Because at the end of the day, we ain't got nothing except the Lord. You know?
So Isaiah 43 and 11, it says, even I am the Lord, and beside me there is no Savior.
There's no savior, man. So your woman can't save you. Alright? Your money definitely ain't gonna save you. Your money's gonna be destroyed for you. Alright? You know? The Lord is gonna save us, man. That's it. You know, and He brought us there, He's brought us through the hell that we've gone through that far. You know? So why lose faith now, man? Alright?
With that, man, we'll give all praises to
Yahweh,
Hashem,
Yahushai, Hashem, Rakadash.
Shalom.
Let me just stop.